Good afternoon. We're going to resume the Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Oh, thank you.
And two items, we have a few consent items. We're going to pick up two that we didn't get through. And item C8 was pulled by myself. The interlocal agreement with the City of Newport Richey and Town and Country annexation to the transfer of public roads jurisdiction.
8 and 9, Chair.
So Town and Country is something that I had worked on extensively with, first, the people that owned a lot of units in there that were being under code trouble for quite a while, had a lot of troubles down there. I know the city spent a lot of time in there trying to go in there and fix it as well. Got some good TV publicity, bad TV publicity. But I think the staff went in there and did a great job cleaning up two different times going through it. In that period of time, working with Cobus Alpegren from Habitat for Humanity for West Pasco, they went and worked with us and they bought 71 units. The county then picked up 71, paid for them, put a transfer in with Habitat for Humanity to have them build homes. We had homes built in that area. And one of the struggles Habitat had was they had to raise them up 3 or 4 feet, which hurt the value and increased the cost, so their profitability dropped down. They worked with the previous administrator to go sell the properties. I objected to that. Didn't hear anything more about it, not knowing all the conversations going on with the city of Newport Richey. And when I found out that they had sold the property, even after getting a letter to that, I was surprised that it didn't come back to us or at any point. So with all these negotiations going on, one of the things we did with Habitat right off the bat, working with city folks, and not the two gentlemen sitting with us, but Jeff Starkey and I think Debbie Mans was there. We talked about what we're going to do to try to revitalize that area and go through. And one was to put the septic to sewer in. One of the problems that I felt was the city at the time did not want to waive the impact fees that was going to be coming in. So the money we're going to be raising, working with U.S. Water, they did some great work for us. The cost was like $2.3 million or so, and part of the money was going to go for those fees. So with all that, I'm not sure how it all played out, but everything stagnated. We did try to get money through the state, didn't get funded, and now we're to this point. As I look at the agreement, talking to Mike Carbella about it, I says, so if they take this over, is this going to go into the CRA? And as I see in the agreement, Mike, in looking at it, you can see now that it does say it's going to go to the CRA.
Correct, and I think the reason for that is that's how the city is going to fund their share of the improvements, is by getting that into the CRA, is my understanding. City reps are here, of course, and they can answer to that, but that's generally what
That's right. I'm going to deal just with you in this conversation at this point. So in that thing, one of the things we did with the city of Port Richey was we just signed an agreement, I think, last meeting, where they took people, different areas that were pretty affluent, out of this CRA to come forward. One of the conversations with Dan Bowles was to do the same thing with the city. I think we did some a couple of years ago. Has any more of that happened in the conversations?
Not to my knowledge, and definitely not during my first year here. I've not really had any at-length discussions on making any adjustments to the CRA with the city. No, sir.
Okay. All right, so the first part is just the interlocal agreement about the transfer and annexation. But it ties into me to the second part as well. So, Commissioner Starkey, you want to make a comment about this particular part?
Yeah, and this is this is my neighborhood. It's not
My district.
But it is my neighborhood, and it is so much better than it used to be. You couldn't go to my Publix there without watching drug deals go down in front of them. And it's gotten a lot better. I used to be shocked to drive down those roads and see people that looked like they were dead laying under trees on nasty sofas, and it was bad. It was really bad. It is much better than it was, but it still has a long way to go. It's an odd piece, Commissioners. It's an enclave. It is the city, it is the county's property surrounded by the city on all sides. So it creates issues with the sheriff and the Newport Richey Police, fire. I think we have a fire station coming nearby. My brother-in-law, Frank, pro bono designed a layout for the community, and it sits on the Habitat Board, and my neighborhood helped actually pay for one of the Habitat houses. We did fundraisers within our Gulf Harbors community and built one of the houses. I was disappointed when Habitat sold the lots that they had accumulated. I'm not gonna deny that. I mean, I was kind of shocked, actually. But this is the way I look at it. And I had numerous meetings with the New Port Richey about this and making sure they had skin in the game as the county is putting skin in the game. This is it's a pocket of crime and dereliction in that area that needs to be cleaned up. And if we can work together to clean it up, I think that's great. And so now that they're coming in with $1.5 million, plus my understanding is they're gonna be buying those lots back and using it for the intended purpose that we wanted it to be. I think that's a good project. Frankly, I hope this is the beginning of other opportunities on the 19 quarter to go into derelict communities and give them a shot in the arm. I know this is in your district. I've got some down in mine that really need some attention. Mile Stretch, Holiday Drive, and I think you have others in yours that could have this little focus. So I am in full support of working with the city of New Port Richey to get this 3-4 block area maybe cleaned up on the tax rolls. They take it over, that's fine. And then I'd say let's try and do it again somewhere else. Maybe not with them, maybe with Port Richey or just us, but let us clean up some of these bad areas and get them rejuvenated. So.
As you say, Commissioner Starkey, this was terrible for a long time. And I want to say Mike Carbella and his team did a phenomenal job going in there, cleaning it up. And it wasn't just one road through, it was like 2 roads through as far as going through to clean it up. And the second one was massive. And for what used to be there is not nearly as bad. All the bad stuff is pretty much cleared out. It's empty land. The problem, and I was trying to get this done from before, and I've heard, so to just go put the septic to sewer, put the sewer system connections in is not the answer. Because what happens is if you ever go down those roads and you go look during the daytime, after storms come in, there's water in all these streets, in the yards where the kids play. Kids can't go outside. So if we're going to do this, and I said this from the get-go, we need to put a more comprehensive plan to work with DEP, work with the state, SWIFMUN, et cetera, and get fill in there to raise it up 3 feet.
Well,
Because
I think
if you
that's
don't,
what they're gonna do, not us.
well, I haven't seen any of that, and there's no way there's enough money for that, the way we're looking at right now. So if we're going to go do that, that thing's got to get lifted up all the way through. Otherwise, you're just going to, and not all of it, it's probably like half of it needs to be done, but otherwise, you're going to get affordable housing with kids out there that can't go out in the yard. It's going to be a slum. I want to see it done right. Now, now let me go further. The other thing that you got to do is if we're going to go look at putting money into this project, I don't want to throw good money in after bad. There's other projects like Green Key Road could be a great project to go do that you can go fund that would be a great for the city and the county for all the people there. But if we're going to go look for money for septic, to convert septic to sewer, Commissioner Starkey, you were with me. Commissioner Oakley, I think you were with me, when we talked to who? Senator Simpson, Commissioner Agriculture Simpson. What did he say? He said he's got money out there. I think there's money, rather than taking our hard-earned taxpayer money, which we're going to be battling with later on today, about how we're going to go fund, what we got to go fund, right? Because I've heard this from what Mike Carbella sent us. We're looking at trying to make cuts even from our existing millage. It's going to take hard taxpayer dollar. If we can go work together, which I'd rather do, and go get state funding through the Commissioner of Agriculture or just the state, even federal money, that's where this project should go. So you want to elevate it? Let's go elevate it. But don't take hard taxpayer money when there's other money that can be used out there.
I think that we've had this money allocated for years. We did this deal with them. I think I am fully okay with them doing that. And frankly, they can apply for the grants and do all those things. We don't have to be the one. This is an enclave. Let's help lift this this community up and let them run with it. They have a CRA district, we don't. They have the ability to go after different kinds of money for this, that cities can get, that we can't. Why would we take it on and then turn it over to them? Let them do it.
Why would I go spend $2 million of Pasco County taxpayer money to go help the project when I can go other ways about it? Why would I want to go do that? Especially when we're going to have a millage battle later on today about how we're going to pay for, put our budget together.
Because this is a joint project that we've been working on for 6, 8 years, and now we're gonna pull the rug out, and we're 10 houses in, and we're pulling the rug out. I just don't think that's the way you do projects.
Well, why didn't we speak up when Habitat offered the property back to us? No one jumped on it.
don't
I
think
said
you
I
and
didn't want to sell it.
I didn't get that, I didn't see that letter, I would've said something, for sure. But
I brought it
I
out.
think they have a plan. You wanna talk about your plan, instead of us guessing what your plan is? One of you guys? Sorry, I know Debbie had to.
Hang on a second. There's not open forum, but before we bring you up, let's let the commissioners have a
The
discussion
letter you're
first.
talking about, thank you, Chairman. With what you're talking about with all, was it the old board or the new board with the Habitat, with what you just said with the?
It was before
The
you
old
came.
board bought all the property from before the Habitats merged with Pinellas. So that board of Habitat went out and bought all the properties. And we worked with them to go fund it. We tried to fund it different ways. So we funded it, and they were going to pay us back as they sold, which they did for the first 7. The new Habitat, with West Pasco joining Pinellas, they built the first 7. They were losing money. They didn't like that, so they said, we're going to stop the project because we didn't want to build in an area that's in a flood zone still. And I will tell you, going out there personally, it didn't make sense, even though we put some fill out there, to have kids that can't go play in a yard with affordable housing. So Habitat decided to, and they sent a letter to the county. Dan Bowser worked it. When I saw the letter, and we talked about it, I didn't want the sale to happen. No further conversation happened with it, and again, with no sunshine, not knowing what was going on with all these negotiations, which I didn't know you were negotiating. I wish I had known, just like as far as the district, with the district commission that spent so much time working on this thing, frankly, and that's probably why these conversations went so far, because I would have worked this a lot differently for us. But anyway, so Habitat sold it to some developers, and I guess some others have picked up the difference. I'm not sure where we stand. But, yeah, they sold.
So,
Thank you for the history.
Commissioner, it may be in a flood zone. My house in Gulf Harbors is in a flood zone. I have never had water in my yard. I've never seen standing water in those streets, so, you heard the people in Riverside Village say they live in a flood zone. That doesn't mean they don't get to use their yard. We just had this evacuation of Zone A. There was a couple inches on the corner of my street, of water, but there was, no one's yard went underwater except one person, I think. So now they do have to elevate the houses. That's, anyone who builds in the Zone A has to go elevated. But what you're gonna have if we don't, if this doesn't happen, is people living in those lots that you can't, that are unbuildable right now. And it's just gonna be back to Crime City again. Don't think that there's not crime back there now. It's just, and we could ask the sheriff's office, but I will give you that a couple of those drug houses are gone that were real problems. And frankly, I think we had a drug, they called it a White House. We literally had a community in the trees hooked up to someone's business.
The governor's mansion.
The governor's mansion. They had washers and dryers and refrigerators, and I remember we'd ask them, don't you want housing? No, we're good, we're good. Yeah, they had their own house in the woods there with electricity. So, I still stand by our commitment to New Port Richey, and I think you should hear what their plans are before we make a decision. And
That's fine, we'll bring it, but I think we should have this discussion here first. Commissioner Oakley,
I was just wondering, this is in a floodplain, and they have flood insurance on these properties?
they will have to.
They'll have to?
Yeah.
How can they afford that? It's skyrocketed along with a lot of other insurance, on other homes that are not even in floodplains. But you have a high insurance coverage for your house, and you have to tack that large flood zone plan on top of it. I don't see how those people can even afford to be there.
if the house is
Right.
elevated, the flood, and built to hurricane codes, the flood insurance is a lot less.
It's still, but an expense you can't
Never
cover.
seen it less, okay.
And there's an
We
insurance
have an
agent sitting right
insurance man
there.
right here. so.
So,
Commissioner Wademan.
Thank you. I was gonna say, we have a insurance man Looks like he's teed up.
Yeah. Well, I do insurance as well, and it's an extra expense. But again, Habitat walked away, and it might have been partly because of that too. Number one, the extra expense of raising that up, and
Yeah.
now with the new laws that are in place, this is before Habitat left, but that probably would be another factor why they might have left as well, because the extra expense. You're trying to build affordable housing, you don't build it, you couldn't get funding in it in a flood zone.
Yeah.
So that hasn't changed, and that's why I say, for the years I've been talking about this, we need to raise up the elevation 3 or 4 feet. It's gonna take a lot of fill. We actually did get some of the land from Timber Oaks to go down there, to go raise up the fill, to just make those houses a little more palatable. But literally, and Commissioner Starkey, I will tell you, when I first started Leisure Lane, went underwater all the time. We worked closely with the city way back when. What we did was we made sure we dug all the trenches that was done all on Leisure Lane. At Gulf Drive, the city took care of digging their trench out to the end of the Gulf, and then we finished off our connection there. And Tropical Storm Debbie, after we'd done those things and repaved the road and gave it a pitch so the water could get in the drains, that street didn't flood out and hadn't flooded since. But when you go to those yards that are gonna go up and down there on the low levels, which is 3/4 of the way up to Van Doren and Leisure Lane, those areas there are gonna have homes that are built, and the kids, it's sad to see, you gotta see a bike out there, and the water in the thing is halfway up the rim of the bike. I mean, the kids can't go out in the yard and play. So I think we need to fix the area completely before we even
Can we,
make this happen.
Can we,
Hang on a second, 'cause
can we
don't-
continue this
We're
and
not
get more
filling the
information?
lots we're not filling the lots, we're raising the houses. So that, and the houses they don't have to go to 15 feet or 4 feet. So I'd really like you to hear what's going on out there. And maybe I'll shoot a picture up to show you what the houses look like. They're adorable.
I would, if you don't mind, don't mind hearing from the
Okay.
city, but I
Yeah.
do like the idea of continuing this, because I will tell you, my seeing this agenda item was a shocker to me that we're doing this without even having a conversation with the district commissioner.
I'd like to have
Not
more
the way to do it.
conversation, yes.
But city folks, mayor, councilman,
It's Chopper Davis, 6110 Florida Avenue, Newport Richey. I've been in that area, and it's been a crime-ridden area forever. The period that you're talking about cleaning it up, you got rid of a lot of the trailers that were uninhabitable anymore. There's still a good dozen in there that are still uninhabitable. So there's still a crime section in that area, and it's right at the north edge of Southgate Mall, which is a very fluid area with people from Gulf Harbors, from Newport Richey. And we just passed an ordinance, too, that allows golf carts to get across Gulf Drive so they can go to Southgate. But to get to Southgate, you've got to go down Leisure or Van Doren, which sends you right through those areas. And our whole idea was to clean that area up. One of the reasons it wasn't mentioned that Habitat left was that there was no more sewer and water down the rest of the street, and they weren't going to build any more houses. It seemed like everything was stalled, so that's one of the reasons they left. So it's not that they just got up and left. We didn't provide the water and sewer for them to continue down the street. It's a homeless shelter, and of course it's an enclave, like you said. So needless to say, we can't necessarily, we have a interlocal agreement, but we don't go storming in that area from the city to try to take care of that place. It's really the county's place to be in there, and they're not going to go in there very often because it is an enclave. So we're trying to clean this thing up. We're trying to raise it. A little bickering back and forth about elevation and dirt. I mean, still, you're going to elevate it. It's not going to be flooded all the time, year-round. It's very rare that I've ever seen it flooded myself, and I've been, like I said, in Newport Richey since '83 and going to Southgate Mall. But I think you need to consider the whole package and what we would do for that area. And also all the job opportunities in that area. We're going to be putting a 90 hotel and 90 condos right down the other end of Southgate. You've got the jobs that are in Southgate. You've got and also to the north, you've got, North Bay Hospital not too far away. But you're going to have low-income housing in that area, which is something that's needed in the whole West Pasco area, where isn't crime-ridden. There's some other places that are low-income, but there's crime-ridden, and we're going to straighten that up. So our ideal isn't just water and sewer down the line and the houses we're going to build. We're going to straighten that area up, and people will want to go through there and drive through there. No lady's going to take her golf cart down there right now in the evening, and very few guys will take their golf cart down there during the evening. And like I said, we're trying to work that golf cart situations. We have over 300 golf carts in town.
Thank you, Mayor. The, Mike Peters, 6446 River Road, Newport Richey, Florida. The whole idea is, is to partner with you folks. I remember, 3 years ago, one of the first events I went to after I was installed city council was an open house, house gifting for Habitat of Humana, Humana for Habitat. So that was 3 years ago, and they built, I think, 2 more houses after that, and they quit. And the Habitat people told us there they couldn't go any further because there was no infrastructure to put in. And at that time, I think we had well in a conversation on making this deal, and maybe that's why the county didn't go after this easy grant money that should be out there, not use taxpayers, but evidently we found out it wasn't that easy. They tried to go back and get money, and it wasn't there. So, but this area's been, well underserved for some time. It's right next door to the city's biggest taxpayer. And on the other side, we're gonna have a $40 million condo hotel project going in. And then right behind Southgate, there's another senior living affordable housing project go in. So this area just it's time to catch up, is I guess what I'm asking you. And frankly, if the county wants to take it, buy up all the lots and flatten and just leave it raw land, that's fine, just eliminate the problem. But here's an opportunity where you can go spend $2 million, and what we thought was gonna be 1.5, now with inflation factors worked in, we'll spend well over $2 million of our money working the project. We go back to that, some of the things we have in place, of the 1.5 million, it was, and the sewer impact fees is not that much, it's $260,000, but we got $400,000 for sidewalks, $600,000 for asphalt, a couple $1,000s for street lights, $277,000 for a neighborhood park, and we also have some money in there, probably not enough, but we got $15,000 for stormwater improvements, and that's probably going to have to even be more. So, and so here's an opportunity for this property in this area to get renovated. You guys can write a check and walk away from it. We'll write a bigger check and we'll do all the work. I think it's a win opportunity. If you guys want to do it, I'm concerned it'll happen fast enough. So we want to get going on it. And that's the whole deal. 3 years has gone by and we're not there yet. Matter of fact, we've gone backwards with Habitat leaving. So we got to get back on the plan. So, and there's properties that, we've got pictures that still, it's been cleaned up, some of the brush and so forth, but it's still really bad properties and probably home to 300 cats or so. But, it's a situation where we got to move, and we got to move now. And I think this opportunity gives you an easy way out, basically. And if there's grant money available for drainage and so forth, that Green Key Road is a very admirable project and probably needs a lot of grant money for what needs to be done back in there. The city has invested out there. We also have plans to in that Green Key, we've done what we can, and we also have some extra work that we're doing there later this year. So we're doing what we can to help that drainage section, but there's a lot of work up there that needs to be done. And if there's grant money to go after, that'd be a good place to go, I think. So I appreciate your consideration.
Mike, you bring up a good point about the roads. I just sent you a picture of Van Dorn. I think it's I bet it would cost us a lot more than $1 million to fix Van Dorn. No, that's not it. Mike, I sent it to Mike.
Leisure Lane and Van Dorn.
Yeah, so I guarantee it costs, to go in there and fix those roads will be more than $2 million we're going to give them. No, we're not giving them the money.
Move to receive
We're
and file.
putting in-
For a second. All in favor, say aye.
We are-
Aye.
I'm pretty sure what we're doing is we're paying for the infrastructure to go in. Right? How's this money working
Water
out?
and sewer.
So the
Some of the
money that the
infrastructure.
county is providing is to install, basically get rid of the septic systems and install sewers. So sewer laterals, sewer trunks that would connect into Newport Richey sewer system.
I
That's
mean,
what the money's for.
we don't want septic in that area. It's good to get them off of septic, and and then they'll pay to fix the roads, and we won't have to pay to fix the roads. I see it as a win-win.
Yep.
And we get rid of an enclave that is a real problem for us. And, yeah, and a revitalization of a neighborhood that needs it. And let me go back to the Habitat for a second, because I had a meeting with Habitat and Marcy. I don't think Kathy was in that meeting, but we really had a wonderful meeting, because frankly, I was getting a little ticked at them, and I was like maybe supporting them not being Pinellas Pasco anymore, because they were saying not good things about us and that we don't work with them, and we really came to a wonderful understanding of how they can access our CDBG and our state and federal money that they didn't know how to do in our county. Apparently, we do it a little differently than Pinellas. So we are now able to come in and help them underwrite some of those costs of those houses, and they're coming back into the county in a big way, using some of the money that's supposed to be used for that purpose. So I'm back on track with Habitat.
Mr. Chairman?
Let me just ask Kathy a quick question to refer something like that. Kathy, remember we tried to like get this where we could try to find CDBG money to finance this project when we were going to buy the lots? Can you tell us why we couldn't get that done?
Because it was in the flood zone.
Okay.
So we didn't utilize any SHIP funding at that time.
So much as we had a great source for affordable housing, we couldn't use those funds to do it yet. That's why we had to use general fund money. So Commissioner Oakley?
Yeah, but this area also, besides it being like it is and it's needs work, but I'd like to really look it over a little more than what we're looking over. But it's also on the high call district for the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
They're getting a lot of calls. So there is some things we need to do, but I don't feel I can answer those things without knowing more about it, so.
So what I would like to do, let me go work with the city, let me go work with the Commissioner of Agriculture, let me go work on the septic to sewer funds that could be out there, and see if there's something available that we can go, because if you just put the septic to sewer in, you're still gonna have the flooding on the yards, because it's still gonna be raised, you're gonna have high insurance costs that are still gonna go on. We could really do this well if we take a little more time. And again, I don't wanna use our county taxpayers' money when I could use grant money from the state, which is extraordinary that's out there, like we've never seen before. So the opportunity is there, and I think if we went jointly asking that hand in hand for the city and the county, it would make all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
So I'm good if you want to make a motion to
Helping
continue.
the same issues too with the Commissioner of Agriculture.
All right. So if you want to make a motion to continue C and 8, C 8 and 9,
When you want to come back?
Next month.
You're not going to be in
I
October.
won't be here in October, so it has to be
Available
December.
next month.
I'm going to be away, so let's say it has to be December. And that may give us time to go to the committees up in Tallahassee anyway.
We have a November meeting here?
We have a November meeting?
The November meeting would be in Dade City,
Dade
correct?
City?
I would think. I don't have the, and then, same with December?
December here?
the
So the
December
December,
meeting.
let's do the December meeting then.
You know, just one thing, a couple of you talk about the insurance and insurance rates and so forth, and, build up lands and build it. Whether you build up lots with land and put it on there, or you put it on stilts, it's still gonna be the same elevation, the same distance, to the Gulf. The homes are gonna have to be built to wind code. Whether you do, either way you do, it's not gonna affect the insurance cost. And, so, I don't know if that comes into a factor. And maybe you're gonna decide, hey, it's uninhabitable. I mean, is that really what with climate change and so forth? We're gonna take our coastline and just say it's uninhabitable and we're not gonna build anything because it's gonna cost too much to insure it? Yeah, that's a good question, but, meanwhile, we can't, whatever you do, you can't leave it what it is now. You gotta change it. We'll either go in there and buy all that property up and level it, that's fine.
And Councilman Peters?
But take care of it.
Councilman Peters, I wish that you, even the mayor, had come to me to talk about this, because literally I had conversations a long time ago, how this could be better, to go work together. And again, when Habitat sold, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. when we had those conversations with previous members of your board, not you two, tried to get something going, nothing worked. When Habitat ended up selling the property, it did change the dynamics dramatically. But again, I had no idea these conversations were going on with a non-district commissioner, as opposed to myself, especially having spent all the time with the original Habitat to go get those 71 lots, to take all those code enforcement ridden people to sell their properties, which they did, and give it a chance to make a great project.
Commissioner, I have not had a meeting on this. I just have always
I'm not,
supported
excuse me,
the
I'm
project.
not through talking. Please, I'll give you a
Said I had
chance.
meeting, I didn't have a meeting.
So, with all that said, I would love to work with you. I think we can do a great project here. It's a great location, but we can do better than just this. And I don't want to spend $2 million of our taxpayer money when I can go get federal money or state money that's out there that's in great abundance for septic to sewer conversions. And I think if a city and a county in an area that's impoverished go forward, we can get a lot of money. Maybe enough for all the fill. We need to raise everything up to make it a better place even after it's built. And I do agree with you, you can raise a house, but it's a lot better to have a yard where kids can actually go play an arena event. You want to continue on?
First of all, I had no meeting with anybody else.
Yeah.
So that, I take that offensively. You accuse me of something I didn't do. So I'm speaking right now. So that never happened. And also, the citizens of Newport Richey are also taxpayers in the county. And not only are we going to contribute to the $2 million that we're asking from you, but they're also going to contribute to probably the over $2 million that we'll be putting in from the city itself too.
And I appreciate that, because it's the first time that's coming forward in such a big way, so it's great. But again, if I can get other monies specifically for this project, I want to use that rather than the taxpayer money we got in place for it. Commissioner Starkey.
I'm just saying, I've never had a meeting on Leisure Lane with anybody. I just, when I'm with these guys and Leisure Lane comes up, I'm in full support of the agreement that we put in place to go work together to clean up. We would be doing the minimal to clean up the enclave and then hand it over to them and let them run with it, with all the grants, fixing the roads, putting in the sidewalk, putting in the streetlights, putting in the park, and all those things that they want to do as part of the city of Newport Richey. I don't know why we would have our staff and us spend all this time. It's going to cost us more to fix those roads than to get these people, than to put the sewer system down that road.
So the conversation, the statements you've made, you've said you've had conversations about this agreement, you're supportive of the agreement, and you've told them it's been support agreement. How do you know about this agreement?
Because it's always been that.
It's my understanding, this agreement, this was approved as part of the FY23 budget package.
Yeah, it was.
And so, honestly, this would have predated, but the conversation and the direction, I would assume, of the board at that time was to go forth and do this. So we've completed that. We've brought back this agreement as well as the dollars per what was directed in the budget. So if the board is looking to do something different, then that's the board's prerogative. But I hear everything that's being said. We're taking notes, and we'll follow your direction.
And Commissioners, it's a situation where, our city manager had worked quite extensively with your predecessor on this deal and coming together with the details. And we did this in good faith some time ago. I don't know, I don't know exactly why there was delay in this coming before you get the final approval. And I know it was on the consent agenda today until it was pulled off. But, we're still at the point now where it's important for us to see action happen right away to that property, that we're willing to do the work and put more money than we originally had planned to put into it just to get it off ground zero. It's just, we're moving here at the speed of government, and we need to step it up a little bit.
Well, I appreciate you gentlemen coming forward. Cindy, for any implications, I'm trying to pick in conversations. It's tough with sunshine law that we're bound by, you're bound by, and I got an administrator predecessor to Mike that was having conversations. And again, I told Mike I didn't like us spending this money a month ago, 2 months ago. So I was very stunned to see it on consent anyway. So I'm happy to continue it back to December. And I really want to work with you. I appreciate both you gentlemen. I think you're fine gentlemen, great representative of the city. And I'm glad you guys are finally making the step forward to really put some big money into this to make this happen. And I'd like to work with you. But I need till December to go.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion that we move this to the December meeting here in Newport Richey.
And that's items C8 and C9.
Yeah.
Okay.
8 and 9.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. If I could, I'd like to bring up R68. Confirmation of Assistant County Administrator, Development Services, Roy Missouri. Roy's been waiting all day. I don't want to make him wait anymore.
Get used to it.
No. Roy, come on up, please.
All right, well, thank you for bringing this up, and thank you for being patient with us, Mr. Major. It's been a long day here so far. It's going to be longer this evening, I imagine. So I guess I'll be really, really brief in my remarks. I just want to speak to the process of which we hired I'm asking that you confirm Roy Major, PE, as the next Assistant County Administrator for Development Services. Mr. Marin had to leave, but we appreciate Mr. Marin's service as the interim director, as the interim ACA over Development Services. And we initiated the process immediately after having Mr. Marin appointed in that role. The process, we conducted a national search. We had lots of resumes and lots of interest in the position. We took those resumes and we boiled it down with a team of HR, my chief of staff, as well as other key team members to kind of boil down the group. We settled on a group of about 4 or 5 candidates. And of that group, we ran them through a full day of panel interviews. And those panel interviews included, obviously, myself. It included the executive leadership team, which consists of the other assistant county administrators, the directors and team members that would be working underneath this individual, as well as directors within the county that may have interactions, but folks that understand what the culture and the leadership style of the organization are about. We also had a period where we pulled together folks from industry, across the development industry, and we asked for your input in that process as well, to bring people from the development community in to provide some input. And so all of that input was gathered, and one candidate emerged, and that was Mr. Major. Mr. Major, I believe, possesses the right combination of leadership and technical experience in the areas that I feel we need the most assistance in the development services area. He has a good mixture of government as well as private sector technical and engineering experience, and I think that will serve our citizens very, very well. If I may, I'd like to ask Mr. Major to say a few words, if that's okay with the chair, but I'll...
In a moment. I've got to ask a question again. Sunshine law binds us.
Of course.
But I'd tell you, when I found out that Sally Sherman was leaving, I made a call to Mike right away, and I tried calling Roy first, but I didn't have his number. But I made a call to Mike right away saying, we need to get Roy back.
Well, and I'm happy.
And I want to know, so now you can tell us in open forum, but I know you got some other interests the same way.
Yes, of course. I mean, Mr. Major was clearly, there was a lot of support for Mr. Major that I've seen. And again, I think he rose to the top. I feel, again, that his experience is kind of what sets him apart. And really, in my mind, made it clear with the rest of the team.
Commissioner Oakley.
Well, I have something to discuss because I actually, Mr. Major wasn't my pick, and it wasn't me to pick, so I'm okay with that. And I like Mr. Major. I like David Engel. But those
Great
two,
people.
I think, are very good candidates. It didn't get my candidate, so I'm okay with that. But the problem I have, and I'd like an answer from our administrator, and if I may, Senator, I got paperwork
We gotta
to
submit.
give you to look at.
We submit and file this?
Do we do that when we're a county commissioner? I don't know.
Well, if you want it in the record,
Yeah, you
yes.
have to- if you want it in the record, you have to do motion and.
Okay, I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Just pass a copy down.
Aye.
And I would like to ask if the clerk will read it in the record. And I've got a bigger copy because The small copies are not good for my eyes.
Thank you.
Okay. I made it bigger.
All right, Mr. Chair?
But I'm very concerned, and this is Mr. Mazur's, give Mike a copy of it. This is Mr. Mazur's resignation in March of 2022, when he left the Business Service Department. So I'm very concerned that he wrote this in his resignation and still putting his name in to run for the position. If you'll go ahead and read that, then we'll go from there.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
From Roy A. Major, sent Friday, March 4th, 2022 at 1:16 p.m. to Barbara Heitzman, CC Sally Sherman, subject Roy Major resignation. Good morning. I am ending my employment with Pasco County effective March 18th, 2022. I discussed this item with Sally Sherman on March 3rd. I feel my management philosophy and skill sets are outdated and less applicable to the current needs of the county workforce. I lack the desire and motivation required to implement the vision of of county administration while performing the daily tasks demanded by staff and the client industry. Given these conditions combined with outside opportunities, I feel it is in my best interest for step away from county at this point. Respectfully, Roy Major, Director, Building Construction Services Administration.
And so, Barbara Hansman had this. Mike, did you look at this before you decided to pick Roy Major as the person to take this position?
I did not read this letter, no. However, I will say that the subject of Roy's departure from the county and his coming back was the subject of probably just about every interview panel that occurred. Anytime we have a team member that leaves and comes back, that's always can be either a source of friction, it could be a source of inspiration, depending on how you look at it. I will say that Mr. Major's responses satisfied both myself and the various interview panels when we had those discussions. And I think Mr. Major, of course, if he'd like to, he can speak to it. But I can tell you there's probably a couple of key differences in that chain of command that are completely different than they were on March 4th, 2022. And maybe that had something to do with it as well.
Well, the problem is he said he couldn't do the job, and he only had 4 people in that department where he was, but now we're going to bring him back and put him over 500 people in that department. I'm just very concerned that that department's not going to change much. And in our staffing, and we've heard this for years, the staff always runs what happens with the commission, not the county commissioners. It's all the B team. The B team are those people that are be here before we get elected by our citizens to be here, and they're here after we're gone as a B team that continue to run the county. And that's been known for years and years. That statement has come out. Our citizens all over believe that. And at times we can't get things even to move forward through BCS or permitting, and there's issues. I've seen 3 of them today come up about permitting issues. Those aren't going to change if you don't have the right person in place, and I'm concerned about that. Other than that, I like Mr. Engel, I like Mr. Major, nothing against either one of those persons. So
Okay.
I just think it was done wrong.
Well, I think, Mike's, I think, has done some great hires across the board, the people he's brought in place. And I will tell you, I don't know how the others, and I'm sure we'll hear a second, but literally, when Roy left, I was very disheartened, because I knew Roy was working real hard to get stuff done. He even got the as-built changed for us before he left, even though in his last week or 2 here, it gets done. He could have dropped the ball on that. He could have let it through, but he knew it was a good thing for us to do. When I see him work so hard at getting stuff done, and I will tell you, after 19 years, I've heard of Opal coming in, I've heard of this technology coming in, Acela coming in, we're going to change this, change that. I will tell you, when Todd Bailey and Mark Bellis were running it as an interim, I think it was functioning very well. When Sally came in, it dropped off. Dan did not want to go push to get stuff done. He kind of let everybody do their own thing. And I will tell you, Sonia Walling, who works for me, I'm going to say at least half her time is dealing with these permit stuff. I've had enough. I want to get stuff done. I've talked to the business community over and over again. They want to see some change in here. And I think Roy is the type of guy with a skill set, which if you've read his resume, he's got tremendous background. He's definitely qualified for this every step of the way. I think he might have get frustrated with the mindset to implement the vision of the previous county administration while performing the daily tasks. There's no reason, if I have a simple situation, I think if I'd sit down with Roy to talk about a simple situation, I'd get it. When I had Sally Sherman to have an issue,
understand.
she'd have 10 people in the room. I could talk to Roy about different issues while he was here, and we would get the stuff done and get it resolved. I think he's the right guy. I'm delighted he wanted to come back.
I'm just, let me just say one other thing. Part of what really disturbs me is the fact that this letter was there. Barbara Hansman was there, our HR director. She's seen it, she's read it. Why didn't she pass it on to Mike? So there's things that are falling through with what we call our leaders, and I'm very concerned about some of our leaders we have here. They're B team, they're not A team. We have plenty of A team members, I mean, plenty. But there's a few that are this B team, and that's not helping this county move forward.
Okay. Mr. Starkey?
Well, that's probably the worst resignation letter I've ever seen, I'm gonna say that. But I had faith in both David and Roy, and I helped bring Roy here and create that position, and I think he did a great job when he was here. I'm thinking this resignation letter just kind of encompassed his frustration with what he was dealing with. And I have faith that Roy can do a great job, and I'm willing to move. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to not move forward. I'm willing to move forward. I'd like to hear Roy, and after you're done with his vision, and, you know, this is an unfortunate thing, but I think we move on, move up, keep working on making our county operate better and better. And I like the combination of private experience and public experience. He knows what he's getting into because he worked there before. And I trust my administrator to make his picks. And that's our job, I think, is to let our administration do their job. And we set policy, so that's what I'm here to do.
Commissioner Waitman?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I don't really know the history here. It was before my time, but Mr. Carballa, this is your team that you're building. You're at the helm right now. And when's your agreement up? You have another year?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, I trust you to build a team that you think you see fit, that may or may not, depending on the future of what your job is here, to build the right team to say, hey, I'm going to continue to work and lead this county. So I'm going to trust you with your choice and your hire and empower you to build your team. And hopefully we see great things come of it. So that's my opinion on this.
Okay. And I'll say, I actually had another name I actually threw into the mix as well, but I did not think of David Engel, but I think David Engel is quite a brilliant man, does a great job. I still think that Roy is probably the better pick, but Mike?
I have nothing to add. I'll add that I have full confidence that Mr. Major can do the job that we have laid out. We have a lot of great things going on in our development services group. They are dealing with a lot of unprecedented growth. We have areas that we can certainly shore up, areas that have required shoring up for decades. But I can assure you that Mr. Major is going to come in. He's got the right attitude. I think he possesses the leadership skills to be able to draw people and push them and make them be the best versions of themselves. So I have nothing else to add to that other than unless the board would like to hear from Mr. Major.
I would, but I just want to make one comment too, Mike. I think when Sally left, you made an awesome pick, bringing in Rob Marin. He's focused, as he says, nothing but on culture. The responses I'm getting now from the staff has been phenomenal, and I think with that same type of culture being pushed forward, we're going to see even more and more success. So far, so good. And like I said, I respect every one of your decisions of who you brought in so far.
Thanks, sir.
Roy?
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Roy Major. So, you know, initially I'd like to thank Mike and the group and the interview panels for, you know, giving me this honor. That there's no question that to serve with this group would be probably absolutely the apex of my career, you know. And as Commissioner spoke, I have a great mix of public-private experience. And to blend that experience at this time of my career and apply that to the benefit of the community is what I want to do. Every one of those panels asked me right out of the box, why did you leave? Everybody wants to know that, and it comes really down to the frustration of the situation, and the lack of rapport and relationship that it seemed the leadership of our group had. We didn't have a relationship with other departments, with other groups in the county, and it made it very difficult to collaborate. And tasks were assigned, and you'd go about your business, but we were told not to engage, kind of with certain groups of the county. And that resignation letter is just discusses my frustration and is absolutely what that was all about. Was that the worst resignation letter ever written? Likely so. Likely so. But, I'm kind of have an old school mentality or an old school demeanor that if I have, an issue or somebody's got an issue with me, we go and we talk about it. And we work through it. And when you're not, and when you're really not allowed to do that on the terms that you want, it's a very difficult place to work. And then he also, part of that resignation letter, there were opportunities, and so that's what happened. It was a very difficult, very frustrating place to work. When I found my way around the system a little bit and collaborated with other parts of the county, some good things happened. Some good things happened. But it was just a very difficult, frustrating place to work. Who takes a job for a year? I didn't leave the private sector. My boss is sitting right there. One of the top engineering firms in the region. They don't leave there to come and work for a place for 1 year and then take off without extreme cause. And so that's the situation. It was just very, very frustrating and difficult to work through it. And so I left.
But now in the future.
And so, those things, I'm sorry,
I just, go,
Let's
let's
talk
go
future.
forward.
yeah,
Let's
and
talk
so,
future.
and so that's where I'm going here, those things are gone. Those impediments are in the past. And I would just share at lunch today, I had lunch with some staff, and there's some good things going on here, people, and I think the group needs a catalyst to help bring those ideas together and work across departments. I know you have, some new folk in Public Works who I look forward to getting to know, and some I know very well. And so I think there'd be kind of unprecedented levels of collaboration between Development Services and Public Works on numerous scales. And so I think, my professional and technical ability is right what the county needs right now. I think I have that blend of public sector experience. And I think I just think this is the right time in my career to step in and really be that catalyst to take the county to the next level.
Any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
3-1. Congratulations, Roy. We're looking forward to working with you. I know you're going to accomplish great things. Thank you. We'll proceed to public hearings, starting with ordinances. Item P71. Madam Clerk, was noticed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have proof for item P71 was published in Tampa Bay Times on August 23rd, 2023.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
P71. We're in public hearing. We gotta go back to consent and the rest of it.
All right, perfect. Justin Grant, Director of Public Infrastructure, Fiscal and Business Administration. Item P71 is file number PIFBA 230381, an ordinance amending the local road paving and municipal service taxing unit providing for amended boundaries, providing for levy of ad valorem tax, providing for the amended municipal services to be funded, providing an appeal process, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the county code, and an effective date. All right, so a quick recap on where we've come from, right? We've been working on this here for quite a while. The board has seen this item a couple of times, and it's progressed through. So back in October of 2022, the board directed staff to establish the MSTU as the vehicle to replace PVAS. And so at that point, they directed us to draft an MSTU ordinance and bring it back to the board for consideration. So then we did that in December of 2022, and ordinance number 22-64 was adopted. Then in the spring of this year, after extensive collaboration with property appraiser, tax collector, county attorney's office, we realized that the methodology that the MSTU was based on, which was based off of road ownership and classification, was something that would be very, very difficult to ultimately implement. So we realized at that point that a shift in methodology was needed. And so now we are here to present that updated methodology, and that amendment is here before the board for consideration. Before I get into some of the main points that we revised in the ordinance, I want to define a term that you're going to see here on some coming slides. It's called active PVAS. And while we're not really here to talk a whole lot about PVAS today, we're really talking about its replacement. This is important as we have as a provision in this ordinance. And so active PVAS is defined as any parcel that's contained within a PVAS project that still is within its amortization schedule. We have two different types of billings that go on. There's tax roll billings that transitioned right around 2016. And then we have what we call anniversary billings that are separate annual billings that happen outside of the tax roll. Most of that is projects that predate 2016. This includes parcels that have prepaid assessments. And so it's important to note that provision in PVAS offers 33 days from when they initially get their PVAS that they can pay off their assessment, not receive it on their tax bill, interest-free. And so when we do these things and we go through an amortization schedule, a resident that prepays an assessment does not get an annual bill. All right, so here's the notable ordinance modifications. So the MSTU will include all unincorporated areas of Pasco County, excluding the following: parcels that are currently or in the future subject to an active PVAS assessment, which is the definition we just reviewed, or parcels that are within a HOA that maintains its private roads, or parcels within a CDD that does the same. There's other modifications here. This also designs an appeals process for HOAs and CDDs that can request their exclusion. So I'll take a minute and talk a little bit about that component. County staff has been working very hard to review development records, things that have been approved throughout that, and corresponding with a number of different agencies across the county, mostly with CDDs and making efforts with HOAs as well. So as a part of that, we recognize that we may not be able to capture everything through that process. And so we want to provide an official process that if ultimately we have an exclusion list that's an exhibit in this ordinance that shows which ones that we've identified and through communication with them and records that are on file that they've been excluded right now or intended to be excluded from the MSTU because they perform these functions on their own, we recognize that we may not capture some entities that would meet those definitions that are currently doing that. And so we want to provide an appeals process for those areas to come forward and let us know and meet a certain number of tests and provide documentation that they have the legal abilities to do that. And so that's what we're defining as the appeals process. That'll kick off here. We intend to come back to the board here in the next month or two to provide that official process to then be put in place and then provide for a number of months before we enter next summer as we get closer to the budget process for those entities to come forward. And so the last modification that's of note here is this will also give consideration to something that this board has asked a number of times throughout the PVAS program, which is trying to address sidewalk rehabilitation. This is a draft map of the areas that are currently identified as excluded. And so we've got all 4 municipalities in there. Right now, there is a listing, and you see there in the bottom right corner of this slide, it identifies about 41 of the 69 CDDs that we have on record that we've identified that meet the test to be excluded, that handle these things on their own. There's 13 CDDs that county staff is currently researching and working back and forth on records to determine if they would meet the test for exclusion. And then finally, there is 1 HOA that is also currently excluded. And so to give you also an update from when we talked back in December, this board, we called this internally the stoplight slide. It used to have 4 stoplights on it. Now it's got 2. And so it gives you a picture of the 24 projects that were in process with PVAS that received the go-ahead from this board to continue moving forward. And so this gives you a brief update here that there's 5 of those that were completed and are going to be placed on the 23 tax bill that is going out here shortly. Then there's another 11 projects that will land on next year's tax bill. And then there's another 8 projects that fall on those bottom 2 stoplights that are in process. All right, so where do we go from here? So here in the fall, which is what we're doing right now and coming forward here before the end of the calendar year, we'll finalize that CDD and HOA appeals process that I talked about and begin a formal communications plan out to all those entities so they have the chance to reach out to the county and engage with us. Then in spring, we will begin an ad valorem rate discussion. This is where we kind of talk about before. This will be when we really get into the minutia of the MSTU, right? This board will get to be presented with all sorts of information, and then you can start setting the direction on what levy of, what level of tax and what level of billings you'd like to do, and what resulting paving and things like that we would aim to accomplish in the next fiscal year. Then in July, it'll enter into the budget process in concurrent with the trim. September, it'll finalize, right? So a year from now, right, when you're doing your final budget hearing, this would be a part of that. All right, there we go. Okay, so the recommended action is to accept public comment and adopt the proposed ordinance, and then direct board records to transmit that ordinance up to the state for their record keeping.
Mr. Starkey?
Mr. Chairman, I'm really glad that we're switching from the old system to the new. However, I just want to discuss one item that I think I've been consistent on as we've talked about this, and that is, I think it's not either or, but there's a small area where there's a blend. And my thought, and I don't know, I know that this is complicated, and there won't always be, there's going to be winners and losers in this, because if you just paid for your PVAS thousands and thousands of dollars, and now you're going to switch to the new, you're wondering, and this next street over gets done in the new system, and they didn't have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars. It's not going to be such a great feeling. So because of that, I've always thought we should have some kind of transition blend area, and I'm just going to throw out a suggestion here, and it's not the best for everybody, but it's a thought that if you have finished paying your PVAS, you get a 2-year reprieve, and I'm just picking 2 years randomly, before you start paying into the new system. Because I just think there needs to be a little something there to make it fair. That's my thought.
And I'll go along with that. I think you should go further than that, though, because if you've paid for a road, let's say your assessment just came out last year. You paid it, that road's going to last 10, 15 years. I think you could even say maybe it should be like 7 or 8 years or even 10 years.
Well, I think that cripples the system.
Okay.
So that's why I think there needs to be a blend in there.
Okay.
A little, there
I'm
needs to be
flexible with the
something.
number, but there should be
Yeah.
something. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Waitman?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for finally getting there on this one. One of the last few times we spoke, we ended up working with Redford, the sidewalk, adding the sidewalk component. I hope we all agree. For going down and building these roads, we include a sidewalk component, which kind of goes into Commissioner Starkey's point of who maintains, builds sidewalks, et cetera, so I really want to make sure and ensure the sidewalk is components in there. But to the chairman and Commissioner Starkey's comments, I kind of think a little differently in the fact that everybody's driving on more than just the road that they paid to pave. And everybody's going other places, so everybody's driving on everybody's road. Businesses driving on the road you paid for, you're driving on the road somebody else paid for, et cetera. So I appreciate the comments of the chair and Commissioners Starkey, and I appreciate where their mind is, but just overall big picture, everybody's driving on all the roads all over the place. So I don't know. That's just a comment, and I just share that. So thank you,
Commissioner Oakland?
Yep. I see the changeover when someone's just paid for their PVAS, which is a lot of money, and they might have 10 years to pay on it. Well, they go through all that paying on it, you can't charge them until they're after they're paying on it. So I would think you would probably do at least up to 5 years, giving them a reprieve from paying on it, and then after that 5 years, they fall in the system just like everybody else. Does that change the numbers if we do something like that?
So yeah, one of the things that we certainly spent a ton of time contemplating, right? And there are two issues that kind of have to run parallel, which is, hey, how do you ramp up your replacement, which is the local road paving, MSTU, which is what we're talking about today, and then how do you wind down the other one, right? The prepaid component is one that is really, really difficult, right? You have a lot of folks that have prepaid those things, have never paid interest on them, and so the active PVAS definition, after I can probably tell you there was 10+ different solutions that staff bantered around back and forth and tried to find the one that was the most equitable across the landscape. And so that's the one we've recommended. But what we've also talked about doing internally is, as a part of PVAS kind of winding down, is expanding some of the maintenance components that are not currently part of PVAS. One of the big drawbacks that we talked about, I think it was back in the October hearing of last year, is that PVAS is kind of this one and done situation, right? It's a, hey, great, come in, we're going to pave your road, we're going to assess you for a period of time, you're going to agree to that assessment and interest rate and what have you, but there's not continued maintenance that's happening on those roads. And so you can have them boomerang back into the system, that roads that were PVAS years ago come back in. The intention of the Pasco County team here on this component is, especially for the ones that are still inactive and projects that are here, is to start applying maintenance on those projects, right? So especially with year 24, is start doing things, and Public Works has talked about some different maintenance prescriptions that they have in their system, that at 3 years, there are activities that are done. At 8 years, there are activities that are done to keep the road score up, with the ultimate goal that when we transition projects that are in active PVAS as you see them today, as they transition into the MSTU, that they wouldn't be a negative draw on the average road score for all of our local roads that are coming into the system. So that we don't have a situation where those folks are paying into their PVAS and then ultimately they're in a backlog, right, for a number of years with the MSTU that they don't get maintenance done on. And so that's what we're trying to mitigate some of those things that you were referring to. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Stockton?
How does the sidewalk component of this work? I'm confused on that one.
Sure. So the intention with the sidewalk component is to build that into the MSTU, that when, currently right now when we do PVAS projects, right, there is not consideration for sidewalks, right? The main intention is, hey, the road is degraded, it's not of adequate shape, that we need to go in and repair the road. And so now it was, hey, let's expand the scope, that when we were looking at redoing roads and rehabbing roads, that, hey, and this is not on an as-needed basis, but what you're going in and you're doing an entire neighborhood, right? So in the local road system, we would also evaluate the sidewalks and see if there's an improvement that needs to be done in the sidewalks that are in that area, and make that part of the project.
So, okay, so you're going to take over the sidewalks that we now leave to the citizens when you have a road project adjacent to it?
So I'll defer to the county attorney to define when ownership takes place, but I can tell you from our maintenance plan is that we wouldn't want to touch those sidewalks until we do a full rehab program in a given area.
That's what I
Right,
said.
so I'll defer back to the county attorney.
Yeah, you want to be very careful about which sidewalks you decide to bring into the county system at this point. I mean, for years, Pasco County has taken the position that they don't maintain sidewalks.
Right.
But that's also a pain point for the Board of County Commissioners, as both the administrator and I know. And so I think the theory was that this would create a source of funding that if a sidewalk was either identified during a local road project or was one that would continue to come up and you'd get pictures of it, there were injuries, and it was of a level that the county wanted to take it over, this would provide a source of funding to bring those sidewalks into the system, knowing that once you bring them into the system, once you touch them, they're yours.
Yeah.
Assuming they're in public right-of-way.
That's for safety reasons, basically.
Yeah.
Health, safety.
Okay.
But we won't do sidewalks separately from a road system.
That is not our intention, no ma'am.
So slowly, it's gonna take decades, but slowly, we're gonna get all the sidewalks.
Yes, depending on the funding level.
Yeah.
Like those trails.
They're mini trails.
Yeah. As long as
Mr.
you
Oakley.
don't take out the trees.
I'd like to move approval.
Okay, do I have a second?
I will second.
Well, I don't know. I still think we need a transition, but, so what we're gonna say, the transition is just maintenance, so there's no transition.
Commissioner Whitman?
My county attorney says we have to fix it here if we
Oh,
want
so-
anything like that.
By approving, I interpreted this as us moving forward, which I think we're all in agreement, hey, this is a great step forward. And then the next step in the process would be you would come back and talk about
That's
my board members' concerns and then finalize.
No, sir.
No?
You're adopting an ordinance
You're
today.
adopting
So
now.
if you want to address the issue of having that period of time, that safe harbor period, it would have to be in the adoption of this ordinance, because you're going to be adopting millage
Right.
from here on out.
So follow up to that then, if we want to get this ordinance potentially going active, from 0 to active next year during next budget cycle, do we have to have a decision today, or can we have till the end of the year? or-
You have till the end of the calendar year for any changes we make to the ordinance, right? And I'll, again, you
That's-
know,
I'd be willing to wait,
Attorney?
withdraw my motion, and then whatever makes this board comfortable with my second, whatever makes this board comfortable with to move forward, I'm willing to.
All right, hang on for a second. And just to go on to Commissioner Oakley and Commissioner Starkey's kind of like compromise positions. You know, when someone gets a PVES, it could be 15 years, it could be 10 years. Either way, they're paying all the way through. And frankly, well, part of the initial conversation was anybody paying, period, wouldn't have to pay. As a longer period of time, they're probably paying less than what the normal breaker would be to when we may come back to it. So I'm okay with a compromise position at 5 if you want to stick with 5.
But
Is that part of
But
I'm
the
okay to
current-
go to 2.
the current ordinance, if they are paying assessments, they will not be paying into the MSTU.
Right.
Right, but
So-
someone who had an assessment
Understand
that
that,
paid
yeah.
it is the people we're talking about. And that's where I say, you know, your neighbor could be paying it for 10 years, 15 years and not paying into this? And the guy who just stroked the check because he didn't want to do it?
They're committed.
They're
No?
exempt as well. We are only talking about the folks who have paid and finished, that the
Yeah.
project has finished, giving them an additional period of time that they wouldn't be subject to the MSTU.
So,
Yeah.
Commissioner, if I can
And
try and
that's what
address
I'm
your
talking about.
your
Okay, so-
question directly. So when we go back to the definition of active PVAS, and I'll try and get back to that slide. So active PVAS, we talk about the amortization schedule, that is, so on a 10-year assessment, for example, right? That billing period, that amortization would be 10 years. If you have a couple of residents that choose to use that 33-day grace period to say, hey, I don't want to pay interest, I'd like to pay this off right on the front end. They pay that off now through PVAS. They do not receive any future billings under that program. If we transition into the MSTU, as long as that project is still active under its amortization, you still have other parcels in that project,
Being paid,
that
okay.
same resident that prepaid still runs and does not
Okay.
need to pay any other bill, including the MSTU, until that project finishes its amortization schedule.
Because I was wondering how my idea would work under that scenario, and so here's how I think it works under that scenario. Because either the person who starts a check for the whole thing because they didn't want to pay interest, or the person who is taking our loan for 10 years, when that project is done, there's a finite day when it's done, and then, in my opinion, that street doesn't get billed for 2 years. That's the way to do it, no matter if they stroke the check.
After the 10-year payout?
But whenever the project, whenever the project is done being paid for, and finishes in our system, I think they get a 2-year amnesty. I'd just leave it at 2 years. I don't want to cripple the program, but I want to give them something.
Let me just think about this. What if it's a 15-year payout?
It doesn't matter the payoff.
Well, here's what it does, because the 15-year person get a bigger break than the guys with the
No,
10.
it's the same. It's 2 years after the project's done, no matter.
No,
if
no,
they
I
do
know,
it
but,
for
but
3
the,
years
but
or
the,
5 years.
but the road's only gonna last so long, whether it be a 10-year payout or a 15-year payout, so it doesn't matter. And frankly, knowing that all those people are covered for 10 years is pretty good. don't want to see someone who's got the 15-year to go to 17, so I don't see how you separate that. So frankly, I'm even thinking right now, just let everybody start paying when the thing is due,
So under,
after 10
if I
years.
understand your commentary correctly, right, under the way we
I think
designed
we're
it,
not
right?
talking about the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, so the intention right now is, like we talked about, right, as the PVAS amortization schedules finish, right, is to build in some maintenance components, right, start addressing some of those things so they're not a negative draw, right? This is part of why we're designing the entire program for local road paving, because there's a bunch of roads in the county that have very poor conditions, right, need attention, right, and there hasn't been a better vehicle to do that. And so if we're starting to do maintenance on those PVAS roads, and then they transition immediately, right, which is the way our financial models currently have it happening, they'll begin to receive maintenance, right? So on that 10-year assessment, when they finish their PVAS, year 11, when they transition into the MSTU, right, they'll be part of the maintenance network. So they'll be part of the public works system that'll be constantly evaluating those roads and receiving maintenance. If I understand your idea here correctly, are you proposing that we exclude those parcels from the MSTU holistically for 2 years, so where they wouldn't be charged and they also wouldn't receive any maintenance?
No,
and
I
then
would
be
still leave them on
incorporated?
the maintenance.
I mean, they haven't paid into
But let me
maintenance.
ask you
So
something, because,
financially, that creates a challenge as the
so,
county administrator.
so I don't recall, at least in my district, PVAS is going out 15 years. So what is your average PVAS? Isn't it 5 years to
10 years.
10, max 10?
Most common, the
Most
most
common are
commonly
5, right?
is actually 10, right?
10?
And so I don't have the average age. I don't want to quote a number and say out of all of our active projects what the actual age. I believe it's just shy of 10 years. I think it's somewhere in between 8 and 9 years. But you have 3 different terms that the board has typically selected, which has been 5, 10, or 15 years. And so some of those ones that we talked about back on the anniversary billings, that in 2016, and it wasn't a super clean transition, right? So 2016, most of the projects that came to the board in 2016 or after all went on the tax bill. Depending on when they were presented and approved by the board, some of those still went anniversary, right? Which means that they receive a separate bill directly from the county, not on their tax bill. Some of those, it seems, based on the records that we look at, it's more common that there was longer terms used at that time. And so in the last 5 to 6 years, this board has typically only approved 5 and 10-year PVASs, right?
Yeah.
Commissioner Oakley?
The problem with the old system, the PVAS system, like a lot of that was done in Lakuchi, which is a poor market area where people can't afford to pay their PVAS and those things, because they're not, and they may have been given 10 years to pay it off, interest-free or with interest. The fact of it is, they can't pay it at all. So it's still on their property. In the Lakuchi area, those fees are still on private, when they should have used a grant to do that in a poor area of the county. A grant would have paid for it, and they didn't have any responsibility. It wouldn't have gone on their property. That's what's wrong with the PVAS system on a poor neighborhood.
There's a lot of things wrong with the PVAS.
And that's, that's a burden. So there's still that up there. So.
Yeah, Commissioner, you make a good point. Based on the way we're designing the MSTU, this would become an annual tax, right? And so one of the big components, especially when you look at some of those lower income neighborhoods, right, was the lien portion of the PVAS, right? So when that project was put on there, a lien's put on the parcel, right? And so they are trying to satisfy that loan back to the county. And so that's one of the other things that we tried to address here with the MSTU. And this board made the decision to direct staff to create that it will now be an annual tax that pays in, and the board will decide what level of funding, right, which will ultimately be what level the residents pay in and what is produced by the system, but it doesn't produce a lien on the individual parcels that now benefit from the system.
Right. Yeah.
No, if you don't pay your MSTU, it's a lien.
If you don't pay your tax bill holistically,
No, if you don't
right?
pay
it-
your
it
tax bill.
creates
Still
a-
got a problem. Yeah.
That you had tax
Oh, it's a
certificate.
tax sale. It's worse.
There's a
Sorry.
process for that, yes, ma'am.
So
Commissioner Oakley?
I made the motion. I didn't put a relief in there, but I guess if we're gonna do a PVAS and, I'm just gonna use 10 years. If we're gonna do that, and if people pay out in 10 years, they should have a 2 or 3 year relief from having to pay. Hopefully they pay at the end of the 10 years, so, then they would start on MSTU after that 2 or 3 years and just continue, and then they'd pay into the system just like everybody else.
So what number do you want it to be, 2 or 3?
I think 3. Because we talked about
That's
5, we
okay.
talked about 10, we talked about 2. I would just think 3, so.
Okay. That's right, motion.
So I'll add that into
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
my,
whoa,
I'll
whoa,
add that
whoa,
into
whoa,
my
whoa.
motion.
Before you go to motion. So, Joe, Justin, check me on this. If you add to the definition of active PVAS assessment, means a non-ad valorem assessment for the purposes of local road paving and maintenance appearing on the tax bills of the benefited property and for 3 years thereafter, or parcels receiving a separate annual billing, would that in fact do what the board is asking them to do?
So I think the point of clarification I would respectfully ask of the board is the board intending to solely provide rate relief as a transition period for those parcels? Or are you also seeking to exclude them from receiving from participating in the MSTU at all when they finish
Well,
No.
their active PVAS?
it would,
So you're saying this
it's going to be
definition would leave
easier
them in
for you
PVAS?
to treat them as if they're an active PVAS
Okay,
Correct.
for that period of time and 3 years
okay.
Yeah, they're not getting maintenance, they're not getting anything.
to try and move them kind of into the system. If that's, I'm not advocating for it, but that's, I think I'm counting enough votes that
I want to
Understood.
keep it simple.
Understood.
that's what the board is looking for. And I think if you modify the definition of active PVAS assessment, it gets the board to where they are, and it's the simplest way to implement it.
I think that works. I would just move that clause till after the succeeding clause, so it captures the annual billing also.
Or for parcels receiving a separate annual billing assessment. Well, I deliberately didn't do that because they've been out of the system. They never have had bills on their tax bill. The separate annual ones have never had bills on the tax bill, and the last one we did of those was in 16. So
I believe
I would
we
thi-
have one in 17 afterwards. In that general range. So your 15-year periods, 10 and 15-year ones that would have gone through anniversary billing.
So,
or somewhere in
and
that neighborhood,
the board
16
can
or
correct me, but those aren't the modern assessments that the board has levied against these folks. These are ones that we were sending bills out. They never went
No,
on
I'm
a
talking-
tax bill.
I'm talking about any PVAS, but I don't think we should do 3 years. I think 2 is plenty, and here's why. Okay, some of these are large. Some people are paying a couple thousand a year, but some of them aren't that large. And you know, I've heard the numbers of what this assessment might be about, you know, depending on what we decide, $150, $200 a year. You start letting people off $600 on maybe maybe that was the total cost of their PVAS, or, I mean, I think we're doing a good job for our citizens to sticking at 2, and, because we don't want to harm the ability for them to come in and fix the roads. So just give a little bone, not a whole steak. That's my suggestion. To anyone who's in a PVAS system, they get a 2-year.
Well, I understand that, and I'll amend my motion again to move that back to 2 years. And then, in other words, if they are on a finance deal, they pay out in 10 years. It'll be 12 years instead of 10, just 2 years on top of that, like,
Well, 2 years of nothing.
yeah.
2 years of empty PVAS space.
And I'd like to clarify my maintenance statements. You know, Public Works does go out and fill potholes and do that. When we're talking the maintenance, we're talking like the
I think they still need to
MSTU.
do the potholes.
Well, no, yes, that's kind of a base level of service. We're talking more of these enhanced surfaces, like microsurfacing, these other
Yeah,
means
none
and
of that.
methods.
This is just a little, that helps
just
some of
a
the people
road.
in a transition.
Okay. I have a motion for the 2 years, and Commissioner Starkey, we have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Oh,
Aye.
roll call?
Is there a roll call?
So I guess the question still made, does the board want it to be on the ones that PVAS is sending bills out to? Not,
Those are the people who were given the 2-year.
so
Well,
what I'm suggesting is that your modern active PVASs are those which are appearing on the tax bills
now,
now.
right.
There are a series of historic ones that they're physically mailing bills out and may or may not ever collect on.
Right.
And I didn't know whether, frankly,
never-
those I don't think that you should be providing the relief to.
No, I agree. We don't provide a relief to those that haven't been able to pay their bill because of
Yeah, great.
no money or whatever, so.
So I'll support.
I don't know how you
County-
word that, so.
Absolutely. County Attorney makes a fantastic point. We've had detailed discussions about that the billing and collections for what we refer to here on this second sub-bullet and the slide before you, separate annual PVAS billings, what we call anniversary billings, those are the ones that happen outside the tax bill. Because of that, it costs us far more for the county to collect on those, pursue those, and deal with those than it does the ones that
And
go
write
through the
those
normal
off.
tax process, right? And so, exactly, and so the condition of a relief clause as it be the cleanest way to separate it would, sounds like what the county attorney is suggesting is by the definition, the billing type, right? So whether it's on the tax bill or if it's on anniversary billing. We have very clear records that distinguish which one is in which.
Right. Okay.
Clerk's office comfortable?
I am. However, Mr. Chair, did you call for public comment?
I have not.
Good point.
Good point. Anyone here from the public like to speak to P71? Anybody online?
There's no one online for this item, and I do have a question, if you will, Mr. Chair. I have someone who did sign up. They didn't put the agenda item, so if we call up every agenda item, I'm going to check on them. Do you mind if they tell us which item they're on? It's Daniel Chisel or Sissel, maybe? Daniel Sissel, if you're in the audience, do you know what item? Okay, we're going to probably have to ask every time. Okay. All right, then there is no one signed up for public comment on this item. Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Okay, call the roll.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
That's a big step.
Yep. Next item, P72.
Item P72 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 9th, 2023, and by affidavits of certified mailings and site postings.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. Item P72 is PDD 230094. It's an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map 2-15 in sheet number 11 from Res 6, residential 6 dwelling units per gross acre, to COM commercial on approximately 3.39 acres of real property located on the west side of Moon Lake Road, 2 miles south of State Road 52, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repeal, servability, and effective date. This comes to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation of approval from the local planning agency.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
We have a presentation if one is.
I don't know if we need a presentation.
Do we have the live local provision in this, the deed restriction?
I believe I
It's
saw
a-
it in the memo.
Yeah, it's a standard provision these days.
I just-
They've agreed to it, but it would be at time of zoning.
That's correct.
I know
it-
it's standard, I'm just trust but verifying since this is still
Correct.
kind of new.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be there.
The applicant is here too as well, in case they want to ask.
If it's in there, I'm fine, Chair.
All right. Any other questions for staff? Does the applicant want to speak to Commissioner Waitman's item? Question? Please come to the mic so we can hear you.
Hi, Nancy McAmis, 10919 Moon Lake Road. questions for me. If it's about the deed restriction voluntary thing, not a problem at
Okay.
the time of rezoning.
Perfect. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Anyone else from the audience like to speak to item P72? Anyone on WebEx?
No one is on WebEx. And then Daniel Sissel.
To the
Okay.
board.
I move approval.
Commissioner Starkey?
Yep, second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Dis-
Oh,
District 1, Commissioner Oakley. District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Yay. Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Yay.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford. And District 5, Chairman Mariano.
aye. And Commissioner Oakley's here. We just passed item P72. Item P72.
Apartments all over Dade City.
We need good apartments in Dade City. Not like that, we don't have them all.
There's item P72 that went from residential to commercial with the provisions of not doing the live local.
Okay? Aye.
All right.
All right, motion passes 4-0. Item P73, do you have proof?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item P73 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on July 2nd, 2023, and by affidavits of certified mailings and site postings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item P73 is PDD 230238. It's an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15 and sheet 5, from IL, Industrial Light, OF, Office, Res 12, Residential 12 dwelling units per gross acre, Con, Conservation Lands, and Res 3, Residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre, to PD Plan Development and Con, Conservation Lands, on approximately 557.46 acres located on the west and east side of Shady Hills Road, approximately 1.15 miles north of State Road 52, and a text amendment creating sub-area policy FLU 7.1.74, Greenfield Del Webb River Reserve PD, and a map amendment to the future land use map, map 2-9, adding sub-area map 2-974, Greenfield Del Webb River Reserve PD, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date. And this comes to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation of approval.
Now, if the board may recall, we had a presentation on this last time. There was a couple of things that we wanted to address. Those things will be addressed in the zoning amendment coming up, which I'm actually going to pull. Just going to have one little additional change that's on consent now, but they've addressed everything in the land use. Even before, I didn't have a problem with land use, but to do them at the same time. Does the board want a presentation?
No, we're good.
Okay.
This is a
All right.
good project.
Thank you. Does the applicant want to speak? Okay. Okay. Is there anyone here from the public to comment on item P73, including Mr. Chisel?
Yeah, Sissel,
Sissel?
maybe? Daniel Sissel?
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone on WebEx?
No, Chair, Mr. Chair, no one's on WebEx.
All right, we'll close public comment to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Roll call vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford. District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. So public hearings, we'll proceed with it, and the county attorney will read procedures, including explanation of flow. It's a new term.
Including explanation of
Flow.
Okay.
That's getting fancy on us.
There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning, may at this time request that the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Madam Clerk, would you like to swear the public in, please?
Yes, Mr. County Attorney, if you are here to speak on any of the items this afternoon, please stand. Thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, Denise?
Is it-
So we'll start with P74.
Okay, I'll do the publication.
Okay.
Item P74 was published in Tampa Bay Times on November 29th, 2019.
P74 is PDD 230529. It's a conditional use that's been withdrawn under the name of Hajka and Mirsad Kuchevich, and it's withdrawn from consideration. No further action is required.
So I don't need to make a motion to have it
That's
withdrawn?
correct.
Okay. Okay, P75?
Item P75 was published in Tampa Bay Times on December 22nd, 2021.
P75 is PDD 237581. It was zoning amendment under the name of DCH West LLC. This item has been withdrawn from consideration. No further action is required.
Okay. P76, we approve?
Item P76 was published in Tampa Bay Times on July 5th, 2023.
P76 is PDD 230261, zoning amendment, Greenfield Place West LLP, Greenfield Place West rezoning for a change in zoning from AC to I1. The item has been, the request is to continue the item to the October 24th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
Okay. Do a motion to continue?
Motion to continue to October 24th.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
We got a little break.
Okay, item P77.
Item P77 was, let's see,
P77 is a
Thank you.
compliance item.
okay, did not require publication.
Did
Thank
not
you.
require publication, yes. So this is in compliance with Senate Bill 102 and State Statute 125-379.1. For the Live Local Act, it requires the county and the Board of County Commissioners to approve a list of lands that the county holds, fee simple, that may be appropriate for affordable housing. And so we have produced that list of 27 properties that is attached, and this list then will be published on the county website and will be able to be modified by the county administrator or designee going forward, and then will be brought to the board every 3 years per state statute.
Okay. Any comments, any questions?
I don't like it.
Don't like it? The rules, the rules. Any further discussion?
Watch this.
The public hearing, any public here to speak to this item? P77?
Mr. Chair, I don't have anyone signed up specifically for this item, but I'm going to call out again Daniel Sissel. Okay, and I have no one signed up for WebEx on this item.
Okay. Anyone else from the public in the audience would like to speak? Seeing no one, close public comment to the board.
Move approval.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second over here? Mr. Starkey?
Because Assess not going to do it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Carry the weight.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Motion carries 3-1. And item P78.
Item P78 was published in Tampa Bay Times on August 9th, 2023.
P78 is PDD 237644. It's a zoning amendment. The name of Legends Point Phase 3 MPUD Master Plan Unit Development, KB Homes. It's for a rezoning request from C3 Commercial Light Manufacturing, R4 High Density Residential, and AC Agricultural District to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for the maximum development of 275 single-family dwelling units. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission, who heard the item on August 24th, 2023.
Okay. I am going to pull this item. It's going to be a friendly pull. We already talked to the applicant. P79, yeah, the P78, I'm pulling that, and then P79?
Item P79 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on July 5th, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
P79 is PDD 237662, Greenfield Del Webb Reserve MPUD, Parkway Hills LLC. It's for a rezoning from MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for the development of 21,600 square feet of office, 32,000 square feet of commercial retail, 160,000 square feet of light industrial, 171 townhomes platted, 304 multifamily apartments, and 730 age-restricted single-family detached and attached units on approximately 557.46 acres. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission. This item does have the deed restriction. It's condition of approval number 770 that talks about reserving uses for commercial, light industrial, and mixed use.
Okay, and I'm going to pull that item as well.
Okay.
P80?
Item P80 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 9th, 2023.
P80 is PDD 237701. It's a zoning amendment, Dignity Funeral Services, Inc., Mickles and Lundquist. It's for a change in zoning from an MF1 multiple family medium density district and C2 general commercial district to a C2 general commercial district with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction, reserving the uses for general commercial. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission, who heard the item on August 24th, 2023.
Okay. Is anyone here to speak in opposition to P80?
I just have a quick question for Denise.
Sure.
Okay.
Does this trigger some of the code updates like landscaping and others?
So their request is to actually expand the funeral home, so it would trigger a site
Sign ordinance,
modification of the
landscaping.
site plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So anyone in the audience to,
Mr. Chair, I have no one signed up for that specific item, so I'm going to call out again Daniel Sissel. Okay, and no one's on WebEx for this item.
okay, we're going to close public comment, and we'll leave it on the consent agenda. So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so item P78, we're going to bring it back.
Good afternoon, William Vermillion, Planning and Development. This is the Legends Point Phase 3 MPUD, item P78.
I've just got one item, so I'll spare you the presentation. Item, condition number 33. It talked about giving a traditional neighborhood design rate in the county's mobility fee schedule. Those of you know that we've had a lot of concern in the Shady Hills area as far as residential growth coming in here, not having infrastructure in place. I don't want to see this property, and I've already talked to the applicant, which he'll address, but I don't want to see anything different from a regular mobility fee schedule, whatever it would be, that they pay that normal fee. And I didn't speak to Mr. Harvey, but I did.
Clark Hobby,
get the
Hobby and
message.
Hobby, PA 109 North Breast Street, Tampa, Florida. Have been sworn. I have no problem striking the second sentence in that condition, Commissioner Mariano, because we're not going to have any alley-loaded product on this development anyway.
Well, shame on you.
Next time.
Okay. So
That's the incentive.
with that
That's
said,
the incentive to help them.
well, but I
Wouldn't apply to this one, that's all I'm saying.
I'm just going to tell you, we just approved Conley Road interlocal agreement today. We're going to need that infrastructure. The next development's going to talk about what they're going to go do, so it's a necessary step to make sure we have those fees in place, so I appreciate it. Thank you. So with that, I'm okay with moving forward with the deletion of that item. If someone wants to make a motion to that effect.
I'll make the motion to what's the?
It would be, the motion would be to approve the project with the amendment to condition 33? 33.
Motion based on county attorney's statement.
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now item P79.
Item, oh, I already said that. Never mind. I already gave it.
Yes, you did, right. So please, anything from staff?
Good afternoon, Amy Toll with Planning and Development. I'll go ahead and move forward with the item before you. Are we looking for a presentation as well on this one?
No, I just wanted to get a clarification. I believe I read in here something about getting a reduction in mobility fees.
Yep.
I talked to the applicant for, they're willing to pay the normal mobility fees, so I'll have them come up and
Yeah.
talk
we've
to
got a
that. But I'm okay
couple-
with, anyone else need a presentation? Okay.
No. Dale Webb products are very
Make
nice
great
products. Yeah.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, for the applicant. The conditions that we would revise would be condition 51 and 54. Currently, those make the project have to do mudroom on the west side, and so we would, if it was the board's pleasure, we would revise 51 and 54 to remove the requirement to do mudroom.
Okay. That was my biggest thing.
We understand the district commissioner's concerns about infrastructure, so we understand the request.
Okay. Very good. And I think if the people
Move
at Shady Hills
approval.
found that we passed this with them not paying the fees to go get the infrastructure in place, it would be a bad faith on our part, so.
Someone to speak to this?
Is anyone here to speak to this item? P79? Anyone on WebEx?
So there's no one on WebEx, but I'll do a call out again for Daniel Sissel. Nope, okay.
Seeing no one, we'll
Move
close
approval.
public comment
Move approval.
with the noted conditions.
Yes, with noted conditions.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
hang on. Did you want to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the sake of history, and so and for clarification, the request for the mobility fees is to remove the mudroom from the application. The reason why I'm asking is because this project has already approvals on the books in which mudroom was required throughout the entire project, and the area that mudroom was applied to was greatly reduced in this update here. And so I don't think that there would be an issue with removing the mobility fee incentive in order to use those mobility fees locally. But I just wanted clarification that removing mudroom also means removing the design aspect of it, of that part of the land development code.
Well, what does that mean?
So, and my objective was to get full impact fees paid, especially when you got compromise on mudroom anyway, but frankly, this area here to get this project come forward should pay the full mobility fees. If you want to keep mudroom, I'm good with that, but.
So mudroom is an incentivized land use.
Right.
It costs money to do a mudroom project, and that's why the county incentivizes it by lowering the mobility fees. To say we have to do mudroom, but then we don't get the lower mobility fee, wouldn't be fair or reasonable. So we're okay with not doing mudroom and developing our western development area. We're fine with doing that, taking out the requirement to do mudroom. But to say we got to do mudroom, but then we can't have the fee incentive would be a burden on this project.
What would that mean you're taking out?
We're taking out the requirement to do mudroom.
No, and does that mean that you would not be doing, that you would have been doing?
Mudroom has a whole list of things: compact development area, street block sizes. I mean, there's a whole list of things you have to do, parking requirements.
I think you better watch what you're walking into.
Commissioner Whitman?
Well, to the chair's point, what he's doing, I appreciate what
Yeah.
the recommendation is. This growth needs to pay for itself. Otherwise, they keep getting breaks. We're going to keep having to ask people that have lived here for a long time to pay for these new people to come in. So I appreciate what he's trying to do, and that's the objective here. So how these two are married together, Terry, we got to clean that up, I guess, somehow, if that's possible. I don't know. This is a new one.
This is probably a question that David is better apt to answer than I am, but this is mixed-use trip reduction methodology. It would seem that if you require mudroom, you will have less trips on the roads, and that's what this area wants. Whether or not they're paying a lower fee, the idea is not to impact them as much. So I would think you would want the Mudroom project to stay in, but David is really the expert in.
So
in
you've
these.
you've generally stated it correctly, yes. If they're doing mudroom, they're putting less trips, they're capturing more trips internally through, and they're taking more trips or traveling through walking, biking, et cetera. It's less cars on the road if you're doing mudroom.
Let's talk to, you know what, I think we need a more detailed presentation, because an engineer can tell you it's gonna be less trips, but will it really be?
We currently have nothing there now, and you're adding something, so it's kind of a conundrum.
You're talking about one form of development from the
The
other.
project is generating more trips. There's no question that the project is generating trips. That's why we assess abilities to the project. But if you're comparing a standard non-mudroom project to a mudroom project, the mudroom is generally going to generate less vehicle miles on the road because it's going to have more walkability, more ability to have commercial uses next to the residential, so you can walk to the grocery store as opposed to getting in your car and driving to the grocery store. It's mixed-use trip reduction measures for a reason.
We should have that anyway,
It's reducing trips on the external network.
and not discount.
I'm not saying the board has to have that. You could have standard development,
No.
and it's going to generate more trips.
Okay. And again, back to the reason I wanted to talk this through, and I'm glad we're having it. And Terry, you can talk about the things that they're not doing that's mudroom related. So we'll have to hear more of a presentation, what things will be taken out. Because literally, with all that's going on up in this area, between residential, commercial, even the apartments that aren't gonna come in for 3 years down the road until the sidewalk's built to County Line Road, this infrastructure is an issue out there. It's a great thing that's happening. We're creating a lot of jobs out there, a lot of opportunities, but at the same time, we need to have the money in for infrastructure. So Terry, if you could talk about the reductions that's already been made from mudroom?
We'll just wait a second for the presentation to pop up.
So Barbara, I'll give you a chance to come back up, but I want to hear what reductions from mudroom's already been done.
Okay, so I won't run through the whole presentation. In short, the purpose is to allow for mixed-use development of 171 townhomes, 304 multifamily apartments, 730 age-restricted single-family detached and attached units, and 21,600 square feet of office with 160,000 square feet of industrial and 32,000 square feet of commercial retail. That's where it's located in the county. This is the general aerial of the area with the zoning and the future land use, which was earlier on the agenda, which cleaned all that up to PD. And so in this map, we're going to reorient ourselves and look to the left as being north. So I'm going to turn the presentation over really quick to Amy to illustrate what's currently in the comprehensive plan, or what was previously in the comprehensive plan in terms of development and where mudroom was targeted previously and how that's been reduced.
Good afternoon, Amy Toll, Planning and Development. So just for perspective, and the actual approved mudroom plan is going to be in the comprehensive plan PowerPoint. But however, there's actually an approved mudroom plan on this entire site that was approved in 2015. And so it's still fairly new, given the environment that we're in. So what you'll see here is the mudroom component, which would present, it would be like mudroom is around this area, this area, this area, and this area. So what's being proposed now is just maintaining that mudroom component in this pink area. So that's where we went through the levels of negotiation to ensure that we still kind of retain that trip reduction generation methodology, ensure that we can maintain the capacity on Shady Hills Road and still allow for the proposed type of development to occur as well. So
Specifically, what's different?
different is, so the pink area is what's being proposed now. The Muttram was, if we can go to the actual comprehensive
I'm
plan.
just kind of, what do the measures that are taken are happening?
Yeah,
That will
so-
happen with Mudderham as opposed to not happening without Mudderham?
Gotcha. So in the actual, we don't have like that level of detail in the comprehensive, or in the conditions of approval as is. The conditions of approval just say the Muttram shall be located in this general area as depicted. However, there is already an approved Muttram plan. So there's a level of capacity.
And to add what Amy is referring to, the Mudderham plan itself is going to be developed at the site plan stage of review. And what it's going to include is specific types of block sizes, a mix of uses. It's going to influence the placement of buildings and the frequency of those buildings in the urban design of the area that's going to be built. Not having Mudderham would mean your more typical suburban layout with buildings that are sort of set back typically away from the street, parking between the building and the street, less frequency of the buildings, longer block lengths, if a block can be managed within those settings. Brad, did I miss anything?
Yeah, I think this is important. You know,
Hi, Brad Tippin, Planning Development. Yeah, one of the main factors of Mudderham is the overall design is intended to put a lot of different uses within a short distance to encourage people to walk and use other means to get there or drive internally without going out onto county roads to go somewhere. All of that put together, there's an entire code section that deals with that and how you achieve that. And the plan that was approved was based on that code section that I believe the trip generation that Steve can speak to talks to that a little bit and how that internal capture occurs. But it's essentially creating an environment that encourages other means of travel or shorter means of travel without going out onto those other roads, which theoretically reduces trips on those roads and achieves the same purpose that we were talking about.
Can I add,
with the approval,
discount,
if I could, Dave?
the discount we give to Mudderham is about a 25% discount to standard fees. I will point out that it pales in comparison to what we give to light industrial. Light industrial discount that we're giving to this project is 100% discount.
So it's a 25% discount.
Mudderham is a 25% discount to standard fees. So I don't think you're going to be recouping a lot of money by eliminating the Mudderham discount.
Yeah.
But I think you're onto something, and I think we should require this anyway. But that's something we have to discuss in changes.
That wouldn't be a project.
It's not something we could do here.
On this project.
Exactly, exactly.
All right, let's bring it back to the board. I think with the 25% reduction, I can deal with the improvements that we'll get in here. Okay. I thought it was in a higher number, so I'm okay to approve it as submitted by staff.
Move to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Get a motion, get a second?
Yes.
So the approval is for staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
Yep.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. And thank you to the applicant for listening. It was something I was reading through and just wanted to bring up. Okay. Item number P81.
Item P81 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 13th, 2023.
Good afternoon. Patrick Detter, Planning and Development. So this is a little bit unusual. You normally don't see subdivision and site plans. But what happened was back in the 90s, the board at the time put a condition on the rezoning that they wanted this site to come back before the board for review before it developed. So that is why I'm here today. The first one is going to be a site within the overall subdivision plan itself. So we have roughly 20,000 square feet for commercial retail. The site, we'll get to the location. I'm pretty sure you probably know where it is, but it's right here on the corner at Little and Ross. The site has been mass graded already, and it has been, I think, that way for close to a year now. Again, purpose, I told you why we're here today, and I told you the location. So, general location map of where we are in the county. This is a context map, so of course, there is Ridge Road up there and Little Road. Ross is right below it. The government center is just to the south as well. The zoning is C2, and C2 surrounds it as well. And then the future land use is COM and ROR to the south. So this is the site plan, well, one piece of the site plan. It's kind of they split the site plan in two because there are two buildings. So this is building number 1 and building number 2. You'll notice that there is an access connection running behind the adjacent parcel. That is the Wendy's parcel that goes out to the light, at the King Healy light. So they're going to be building that cross-access back there to make that connection. I know landscaping is quite important to this board, so this is the landscape plan that staff intends to approve. Went through rounds of review to make sure it meets current code requirements. And of course, the recommendation is approval with conditions of the requested simultaneous. Well, actually, it's just for the site plan application, just to provide clarity. Staff reviewed the applicant's request, which was a simultaneous submittal package, which includes a preliminary site plan, construction plan, and stormwater management plan report. We don't expect you guys to weigh in on the stormwater management plan and construction plan piece, more just to review the site plan itself and confirm that everything looks okay, basically.
Correction, they don't want you to weigh in.
We don't want to.
No comment.
Yeah.
Any questions I can answer on this one?
I'll just ask a question as far as there will be a light at Ross Lane and Little Road.
I have some transportation, I think the applicant might be able to speak to it, but we also have some people on the transportation team that will speak to it as well.
We're ready for them.
Okay. I'm not sure, does the applicant want to try to speak first?
All right, so you don't have the answer. Any questions for staff? Okay. Applicant come up then. Thank you.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, Florida. For the applicant, I have not been here for a very long time with a site plan. I have to say, the last time I was here was Riverside Village. So as you know, as Commissioner Starkey related the law, with the site plan, it's really not a discretionary action. If we meet the requirements of the code, then we are approved, or should be approved. Staff has very thoroughly reviewed this and have determined that we've met all the requirements of the code and recommending approval. It's just because of that old zoning condition. We used to do that back in the day. It sounded really good at the time. Hey, let's bring the site plan back to the board. So, so here we are. We're really here, I think, to gather any public comment and hear what the public's questions may be and answer their questions. So I have my team here to do that. Commissioner Mariano, yes, we have worked with your new county engineer and staff. Prior to the new county engineer staff, we've been talking about the signal for a while, and there are conditions in the next item that talk specifically about the signal and when that'll be done. So we can either talk about it now, or we can, it's part of the presentation, I think, on the
I'm comfortable with the next item with it.
Okay.
I knew it was coming, I just wanted to see where, and I didn't quite see it here, so that explains it, so thank you.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for the applicant?
I do, Ms. White, so we're gonna keep this as job-creating site here?
It's a commercial project.
Okay.
Yeah, C2 property.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm good.
Any other questions?
No, I've
Okay.
met with them.
All right.
I'm good.
Public comment. Anyone want to speak to the item P81? Anyone listed?
Move approval.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anyone listed, but I will do a call out for Mr. Daniel Sissel. All right, I do not see him.
Move approval.
And no one on WebEx?
And no one on WebEx, thank
Close
you.
public comment, have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item P82.
Item P82 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 13th, 2023.
Okay, again, Patrick Dutter, Planning and Development. Probably should have put this one first because it probably puts it in context, the site plan. So same exact area, it's just this is the subdivision plan that is going to be supporting the individual site plan, one of which you just saw. There will be sites in the future that will then of course, fill in, but this is the subdivision plan that kind of sets the bones of the site itself. Location is the same, context map the same, zoning and future land use, I think you get it. And this is the preliminary development plan. North is of course up, Little is over on the left-hand side there. You can see I think there are 9 individual lots that will be developed, 2 stormwater tracks for stormwater ponds, access running to the north. I called out to the Wendy's parcel going to the King Healy Light, and then to the south out to Ross Lane. Also, there are going to be 2 connections to Little Road as well. And I think Barbara already talked about that lighting of Little and Ross, but I'm sure we can have a deeper conversation about what that is if you'd like.
Okay. Any questions for staff? All right, to the applicant?
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, for the applicant. So the specific condition is condition number 2. It provides that my client's going to pay 25%, which is their proportionate share of the total estimated cost of the signal and the westbound right turn lane improvement, all part of the signalization. And the county is going to design the Ross and Little Road intersection improvements in the fiscal year 2025 and construct in fiscal year 2026. The design, our client actually did the design for the county and have donated those plans to help the county get started on getting it signalized.
Any questions for staff? For the applicant?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Waitman.
So what are we going in, what's going in here?
Bunch of different commercial out parcels.
Is this, there's not build to rent product that's going in this,
This is all commercial. There is a build-to-rent proposed project to the east of this commercial project.
Okay,
These are all commercial out parcels.
okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you want to ask your question as far as will this be not converted over to residential?
It's a historic C2, you don't have zoning in front of you. They are site planning it to commercial, I think you're covered.
Okay.
I thought I was too, but I appreciate having a backup over
Gotta
here
cover
watching
you,
my
man, gotta
6
cover
on
you.
this. Better not get lax on that. Thanks, Chair.
Just a site plan, as we know, but,
All right.
okay. No other questions for the applicant? All right, this is a public hearing. Any questions from the public on P82? Any comments?
I do not have anyone sign up specifically, but I'll call out again, Daniel Sissel,
And no one on WebEx?
and no one on WebEx.
Seeing no one coming forward, we'll close public comment to the board.
Move approval?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
P83.
Item P83 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 30th, 2023.
A resolution canceling Resolution 22-225.
Sorry, it's been a long day. For the record, Jason Mickle, Public Works Director. This P83 resolution, regular canceling resolution number 22-225, relating to the El Sol Court Paving Assessment Project, PVAS number 3479, discontinuing the El Sol Court Paving Project. The proposed assessment and the notice of intent to lien adopted under resolution number 22-225, forgiving all county costs incurred to date for the assessment project, authorizing the refund of all prepaid assessments received for the El Sol Court project, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Any questions for Jason? Okay, thank you, Jason. Anyone from the public like to speak to item P83?
Yes, I do have Mr. Hugh Townsend, and then also perhaps Daniel Sissel.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Okay, first of all, I'm not Daniel. My name is Hugh Townsend, 9701 Hermosillo Drive, Newport Richey, Florida, 346
55. I have one of the properties adjacent to this project. I also am the president of Hunters Ridge Homeowner Association. In a previous presentation, I entered into evidence written statements from all the property owners in this little cul-de-sac stating they do not want this project. And that is on record and on file. The impetus, how it started, Mrs. Saney had made a request for a pothole to be filled, which indeed Public Works came out shortly thereafter and filled. There was a little confusion. She speaks primarily Punjabi. She wound up getting talked into or being made aware of a PVAS, and the paperwork began. She did not realize how to stop it, but the one woman who did go in favor of it, and I, of course, against it, we canceled each other out. She did submit a letter revoking her approval. There are 5 lots, but there are only 4 owners. We all agree with the findings of staff, and we ask that you approve the cancellation of this PVAS. The road is perfectly operable. We've had a couple of trips with the EMS out there, fire truck, ambulance, police, all arrived. People were removed quite well. Everything is going quite well. Kids are riding their bikes on the road. Everything is perfect. We ask that you approve it. Aside from that, just a belated Lashana Tova, and let's hope for the new year 5784 that we can approve the cancellation of this.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Move to approve.
Hang on. Anyone else to speak to this item? Anyone on WebEx?
No one on WebEx?
And your friend?
Daniel Sissel?
Yeah. Not here
I
either?
did not see.
Daniel Thistle.
Okay.
I don't know.
The mystery man.
Maybe he'll come at 5:50.
Getting a lot of name
Signed up
recognition
for
today.
everything?
No, he didn't sign up for anything, so I have to call him every time.
Okay.
He didn't put a
All right, we're going to close public comment to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll go back to our consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, clerk's office has raised a concern that you double voted 79.
Yes.
My recollection
Same way
was,
both
no. So my recollection was the chair tried to stop the vote when Mr. Pitos approached the podium, and then you had much dialogue and then voted for staff recommendation.
Correct.
I believe I confirmed that that was what that motion was. I don't, just so
Can you
that
call the
the,
vote? Restate the vote?
you can
Last for the motion and vote?
reconsider your first motion would be the appropriate vote.
Who made the motion?
Anybody on the
can
prevailing
reconsider.
side, it would be just to reconsider the first vote on 79.
Have that motion to
Okay.
reconsider P79?
Commissioner Oakley's motion was the
Yeah.
first one.
Okay.
Right.
So, do you want to make a motion to reconsider?
Yes, I'll make the motion to reconsider.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now, can we call for another motion?
And we have to have a motion.
You normally would,
Already
but you
did
now
the
have a motion that has been adopted for that item, and I
So
think we
so I
just
think we're
we
good.
just leave it there.
Yeah, okay.
I agree, and
We'll
it was
just
for
leave it be.
clarification for
Okay.
the record, so I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Very good. All right,
Clear as mud.
back to the consent agenda. I pulled item C16. I don't need a presentation from staff. I just want to let everybody know that this was from the association, working with the one parcel that we bought and the other easements to go along with it. That'll help us get the project done, so we're moving forward with that. I'd like a motion for approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
I do have a question. Where's this money coming from?
Stormwater. It's a Swiftmud project.
It's a
cooperative funded.
stormwater flood abatement project, so this is.
Is it cooperatively funded? with
Cooperative funded, yeah.
Swiftway?
There's a project, I mean, Branford could provide more information, but I mean, we're moving down the road steadily.
Because we keep buying properties, which is great.
Well, it's the last of them.
Yeah.
Oh, is
So
it?
it's the last of
I'd love
them.
to see, just tell, someone one day show me what's going on.
Yeah,
could do-
we can show
yeah.
you a map of
We're
what's
about
going
ready
on.
for that.
Of course.
Now we're really, well, we're just waiting for the apartments now to finish up, so hopefully Brantford will get them done. Okay, C21, Andrew Baxter, pull and revise.
This is pretty crazy right here.
Good afternoon, Doug Anderson, Assistant Facilities Management Director. We want to withdraw C21.
You know, withdraw, okay?
Well, is that so I looked it up. I dropped a pin at that address. There's a trailer there. Is there an existing home on this property, or is this?
There's an existing property, but it was a drug.
Yeah, I figured that.
from the
Actually,
sheriff's
I think
department,
this
so-
has been a problem in that community for a while. So this is interesting. So the sheriff got possession of the property because it was a drug house?
Correct.
And then, so then it went, I read the memo, it's my district, so then it went to, the sheriff said we need to auction it off and they get the proceeds?
They get half the proceeds.
And, it went out for $2,500 for this home?
That's correct.
And that was it has a home on it. I mean, it's not a very nice one, but. So we were getting, then we deducted our fees?
Yes.
So sheriff's getting like $400 or something like that on that?
I'm not exactly sure the final amount they'll get.
And so I think we would have all been better off if we had gotten this, knocked that piece of garbage down and given this property to someone to build a home on it instead of keep a derelict trailer, with someone now moving into a derelict trailer for $500. So, I don't know, can we look at these? I'd like to look at this process again, and we're all better off to not have the same kind of habitat continuing in a neighborhood like that.
So, we haven't sold the property yet, though.
I don't know why he's pulling it, but they got bids, and the winning bid was $2,500.
So.
It's gonna be another drug house.
All right, so could we somehow make the check to the sheriff for $400 and then go demolish the house and then go put it in the market as a new structure coming up?
I don't know what the terms of the sale are or the bid. I mean, I think staff wants to withdraw it at this point, so
Okay.
we can huddle on this.
But I don't know why they're withdrawing
Don't know.
it, so.
Seen head nods. So we'd like to withdraw it and we'll bring it back.
Okay. Mr. Stark, I'll let you follow with that one.
Yeah, I just think when we have an opportunity to start improving a neighborhood, we should be jumping on it, not letting the same thing go on and on and on.
I'm with you. Okay, C23?
Okay, C23, there was a math error in the annual amount. The annual amount for the rent should have been $7,496.04. And then there was an error in the table at the bottom for the 6-month lease amount, which should have been read $3,748.02.
Move approval with corrections.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Jerry, do we need to make a vote for C21?
Yeah. Oh, which one?
We just,
No,
no, they withdrew it.
That was,
They
that
withdrew
was
it.
this one.
They just
Yep.
withdrew it.
Okay, and I've got C25, pull and revise.
That was,
C25.
That was
that's
withdrawn,
error.
though?
you put it on you approved it on the consent agenda. They
Yeah,
didn't
The-
need it.
Okay, then it changes, okay. C42,
As a withdrawal.
withdrawn. C43,
No, why?
Jason, you want to talk why we
Yeah.
just withdrew it, just so we understand?
Hello, Board. Jason Mickle, for the record. On C42, that's on me. We needed to provide a printed copy of the consortium document, reasonable assurance document. That wasn't provided. We had a link, so we just need to provide that documentation for the next time we have it on the 10:10 meeting.
Okay.
So you'll see it again in 10:10.
Very good.
So no problems there. And then
Okay.
on C43?
Very good. Yeah, C43, I just pulled this,
Love it.
it's a great thing.
Let me say
Go ahead.
that we did this, we got this money to do part of the Anclote River, a number of years ago. They went from the Starkey Boulevard Bridge to Little Road. And I went and watched it. They were using inmate labor. And it was amazing how beautiful the river was after they pulled all those trees out of there. We need to keep doing this around the county. It helps the water get out, makes the rivers more navigable. It's a great project.
Well, I wanted to pull it just to draw a little attention to the great job Mr. Cabela's doing, and I'm glad you're cheerleading it every step of the way, too.
Yeah,
All right, so motion to approve?
absolutely.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Did we make a motion on one prior to this?
Was withdrawn.
Oh, okay.
He'll come back to us later.
Okay,
And
I thought there was
C-56.
another one in there, so.
C-56, this was another one, I think we talked about it, but again, I just want to highlight it. JJ made the trip up to DC with myself and the fire union team. So JJ, want to just talk about this quickly, what it's done for us?
Sure, this is, this grant will be able to put the fly vent system in all of our fire stations across the county. This was a significant team effort, first support from the Board of County Commissioners, trust from, our county administrator. We kind of changed how we're going after a little bit more aggressive approach on some of these grants. But I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our partnership with the IFF. Not only did they accompany us up to DC, they used their IFF lobbyist in DC to help with this grant as well. The diligence from Robbie, who authored the grant, and all the staff involved in that. Ralph Lair and Harry Glenn, who set up our DC meetings. And I believe Chief Perez and his leadership team and I are not done. We're gonna
Nice,
keep going.
love it.
And I want to say, JJ, with yourself and Mike, taking this extra step, we could have gotten a grant last year, but we did not, and they had just made the awards, but we were, I think, it was just the team all together, to have the union up there, everybody focused with the county, and talk about the things we had done, the things we wanted to go do, improve fire safety for our people, to improve their quality of life and safety of our firefighters was, I think, very well received up there. So much so that even Congressman Laura Lee wanted to come to Shady Hills to actually see the new fire station, which we got Ben do for the grand opening, and to see what we're doing here. And I think that may even lead us to get more help because we've shown the commitment, having an MSTU for fire, to make sure we're upgrading for our people to be safe and where they can serve our people better. So thank you for the great work. So we have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And we see 66 is withdrawn, so that takes care of the consent agenda. Back to the board for committee reports. Commissioner Oakley.
I attended on the 9/11 ceremony out on Saturday, 9/9. Recognized a couple of gentlemen with a trooper and also Jason that was with the fire department. We laid to rest back in April. And
Jack, I think we missed Ralph.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and finish your report, so we'll back to, I missed an item. 2 items. You good?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
good.
That's all I have.
That's all I have, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so R69, Ralph Lair?
Oh. Forgot Ralph.
Yeah, you have 2 items on the regular item.
Yeah, we did.
So Ralph Lair.
A lot of moving around today. So go ahead, Ralph.
Government Affairs Officer. On the dais, you'll have 3 items that we're going to be discussing: the potential legislative priorities, the funding initiative proposals, and then I also had, this is, you'll remember, was from our workshop, were some items that were given by district for sidewalks. So if you'll remember, at our workshop, we went over several policies and discussed if you wanted to move forward with these items, should we seek legislation. Now we're going to say what will be the finalized product. I also wanted to kind of discuss coming off of the FACT Policy and Innovation Conference that the chair and I attended last week. Several of our items that we discussed at our workshop were discussed at that conference. First one, the Live Local, which we would also seek to get a sponsor for, would be the exclusion on the commercial industry, land use, zoning preemption, based on we're jobs poor, housing rich. This is the requirement that would say if we are that low amongst the other state where we've been trying to bring in jobs into our area, we feel that our county and other counties like that should be exempted out of or excluded out of that requirement. The second one would be to be excluded out of the mandatory property tax exemption because of the issue dealing with our law enforcement, not having enough law enforcement now. And there is a requirement by state law of how many law enforcement should be for every 1,000 residents. We fall way short of that, as do several other counties, and this would seek an exemption from there. I don't know what the outcome will be if they have, this issue was brought up at the conference last week. I think that they hesitated pushing something forward, but I think we should at least start the discussion. And I think we have an argument that even our legislative delegation likes, and so they're willing to move forward with this item. So if you're for that and want to move forward, I just need yes, and we will put that on our agenda. If you're okay with that?
Yeah.
I'm good with both.
Okay. Yep,
Everyone
okay.
good with both? Consensus?
I think we
Okay.
need to converse more with the counties that are in the same position as us, and on that map, there are a
Correct.
lot of dots, but we didn't necessarily call out all those counties, so maybe make our own little coalition.
Correct. I think the discussion, and I think we heard from our other counties around the state, is there are issues. We need to address it. They're already seeing those problems that are occurring. I think the message that FAC said, we don't want to move forward next year because the president is still there, but at least we can start the discussion. I think we have valid issues and concern, and I think we have good documentation that we can at least start the discussion.
Well, I would think if we got to meet with the president or her staff, and they understood why, where our position is, let's just articulate our position. We're not against affordable housing, but we just don't want it to be where we're trying to bring jobs. And we just have two big affordable housing projects coming to the county. One's in the city, right by Leisure Lane, and one's in my district, but we are working towards that.
And as Ralph summarized correctly, FAC doesn't support it because it affects others the other way. They look at something that supports everybody. So this is something we're going to carry. And just like waste to energy, we need to get that coalition together to make some momentum go.
Correct.
Right, so.
The next item, I'm going to say this would be for a statement. This is also an item that is similar to an issue that was brought up at FAC, and that's dealing with the limits to county or municipal inmate medical cost. The issue that was before the FAC was to currently allow incarcerated individuals to continue their medical assistance through Medicare and Medicaid, because right now they don't get that reimbursement. That's the issue that they are going to be pursuing. Ours is more of a cap issue. We'll look for a vehicle that maybe we can address this. Did get some history from the Florida Sheriff's Office about the cap issue. The cap issue is more of a concern with the Florida Hospital Association putting that cap on there, and that's why it was not addressed in 2012. So my recommendation would be to make it just a statement on our board that there be a limit on the county, municipal, and county inmate costs for health care, rather than looking for legislation to address that, since FAC is going to try to address that.
So FSC may address it, but I think we could take a stand on it.
Correct.
And I believe Miami, they have it built into an agreement without doing any legislation.
Correct. And that was, Miami was opposed to it back in 2012 because actually their rate was lower than 110% cap that the state was seeking. And the sheriffs and the FAC were pushing the legislation last time.
So, Commissioner Starkey.
But this is different than what I've been trying to do on the federal level.
That's correct.
And was there any discussion about changing, or were we able to dig into it more if Florida, if the legislation that is federal legislation is being changed that would allow states like Florida, who are a termination of benefit state
Right.
versus the suspension of benefit state, did the feds add in the termination as well as suspension states? I keep waiting for that answer. No one's told me.
And no, they did not go into depth on that issue,
Okay.
and.
We need to ask our lobbyists to look into it.
Correct. Yeah, okay.
And then if Florida, because the federal government has tweaked that issue that I've been working on with NACO, to say if you're a state that suspends your federal health benefits when you are arrested, they can get them back. Florida is a state that terminates federal benefits when you get arrested.
Right.
And then they have to reapply.
And that's more of an current administrative decision.
So it's a state decision if we want to be a suspension state or a federal state. And I don't know what that means financially, but I'm telling you, the county's the one picking up the cost. And it's very detrimental to the families, and there's a high amount of recidivism because they're not getting their medicine. So
Ralph, did FAC take a position to that?
Not on that position, no.
it's part of their platform.
It's more the NACO platform.
Well, we should work it federally, but that's a state thing we need to work on. So maybe just keep that on for our list, I would say.
Yeah, statement, yeah.
Okay.
Support modification to competitive consulting negotiations. There was an exact same one. We had the same discussion at FAC. So FAC and another county will be pursuing this and getting sponsorship for that type of legislation. I think we all agree that this needs to be addressed.
Okay.
So we don't have to keep going back and tweaking it every couple of years.
Okay. Everybody good with that?
Statement.
SHIP?
Modification to SHIP program funding. There was something similar to this, and it was actually bumped to the next conference to make a decision. I think because they tied in Live Local in the discussion with the housing issue, we all agree that counties should have more flexibility and go away from that 65%, which is what we were trying to address, which is what Marcy presented to you all, is that it says that 65% of the funds that we get from the SHIP has to be used for home ownership. And local governments agree that there are a lot of counties that have more rental type of population than they do homeowner, that want home ownership, and feel that we should have that flexibility, and that's what we will be seeking.
So this board talked about that in the workshop that we had. There was three commissioners there. Commissioner Waitman was having the night of his life, you might say.
My wife was.
She was. Congratulations, your baby. So he didn't make that, but I don't want to change that. I mean, others may want to change it, they have flexibility, but I don't think, if we're going to be talking about things we want to go do, I would not want to put something on that we're even mixed about.
Right.
And two commissioners.
And I think the concern
One to
is,
focus on.
by not having the flexibility, is that we're not able to use that full 65% because there aren't enough people stepping up for home ownership in our county. It's more for rental assistance that they need. So for failure to lose funds,
I'm going to say, I don't think it's an issue if we're not getting enough response from it.
Okay.
Then let's go look to change it to create a more value to it. So putting more money if possible or whatever, to tweak it if we can tweak it, to make it that you put more funds into it. But I think that should be a discussion about how we're doing it. Can we do more to increase the subsidy, if you want to call it, for home ownership? Because maybe we're not doing as much as we could do. I don't know. Kathy, do you know? Okay. So before I go down that road about the flexibility, we've got enough other items to work on.
yeah.
Let's focus on what we really know
Let's hold
we
off
want
on
to
that
have.
one
I'd say. We agree?
I agree.
Okay.
then. Okay. Then we had two other issues of discussion, supporting the issue dealing with the law for code enforcement and going back to anonymous complaints. Again, another great discussion we had last week at FAC. This is one that they will, seek to change, is the feeling of the county commissioners across the state. So I would say we support that statement being on our legislative agenda.
I'm good with that one. Good, good, good. Okay.
And then the last one, this is dealing with an issue that you brought up, Commissioner Starkey, the private provider for plans and review and inspections. I think seeking to have more consumer protection.
Yeah, something, an audit, something.
I try to work with staff, and I think we try to work with our, the state lobbyists with the association, dealing with that group, to come up with some kind of legislation. This is just one, I think, if we, we could just, if we could have a statement on that we can continue to work on and maybe find a vehicle, find a bill that we can attach something on, but I don't think it's ready for prime time just yet of how we're going to address that issue to put in consumer protections under the current statute now.
Are you guys aware what's going on with this?
Go ahead.
So if a builder, should I be the one to explain it?
I mean, I can basically say on its,
Okay.
on its face, and if anyone from Development Services wants to correct me, they can, but I mean, on its face, I believe some of the concerns is that, a builder, if they choose to use a private provider, that's their choice. So if you're buying a home, for example, from a builder, you enter into a contract with that builder. You don't own the house necessarily or own anything about it. You buy it at the end according to the terms of the contract. So there seems to be, on the buyer's part, some reticence necessarily on these private providers. And there have been instances that we have seen in the county with regards to a particular builder and private provider that was used that have created some situations. And so I think things from even just disclosure, at least notification or something like that, maybe are things that we can look at or talk about. Now, these are these are private contracts. So
What happens is our inspectors don't go, they use a third-party inspector. And then when problems arise and buyers are trying to even get out of their contracts because there's so many problems going on with this.
it becomes a civil matter, and that's, I mean, that's really what it is.
We can't do anything. We can't send our building inspectors. We can't tell the builder, you need to fix that.
Right.
All we can say is, I'm sorry, they used a third-party provider, hire an attorney.
The purpose of why the legislature put this in there was they felt like there was a backlog at the local level with the building inspections. So giving the people the ability to go to a private inspector, pay for it, and go in and get the inspections done would expedite it. Did that happen? Yes. But if they signed off on something and then it became a problem down the line, we've had a couple of issues here in our county where that's happened.
I have
They then
about
think they can
70
come back to the
in my-
county
in one
and
neighborhood.
say, you did this. No, you hired a third party. You have to sue to get civil action.
Terry has it going on in his house.
So I think that's a good thing to add into. It might even be something to add a little bit further for down the road. You put that disclosure out there. The county can't help you if you go with a private provider after the fact. It'll be purely civil. That's a protection. Some people will be aware of it, some not. But I think maybe we should even put something out there where we make these inspector companies or contractor put up a bond whenever they're going to go forward, something that's, maybe it's a cooperative type of a pool where money can go into it, that for those problems that are out there, they have a fund to actually tap into to go fix the work.
Notice that on some counties, they do have web pages and statements on their website that say, yes, the legislature approved this, for this purpose, but please note, this, if you have a problem, this is something that you would have to take up by, with a civil case. All we as a county or a local government entity can do is say, yes, this individual is licensed in the state of Florida.
So I would say we should get something on our website. If others have done it, let's go see what they did, bring it forward.
Some of the
Let's
other
go take a look
counties
at
and
it.
what they do.
So we can do that anyway, but I still agree with pursuing this. Commissioner Oakley.
Some of the issues I see with some of this, people that do things wrong and don't get permits and don't follow through like they're supposed to, they're getting that third party, and they're not doing what they should to do the right thing for the project. I don't know, I don't trust the third party because of it. I know one guy's doing it right now, and I think he's doing things against the county, and he's under conditional use, and code can't seem, because it's conditional use, code doesn't seem to be able to have the ability to do anything about it, and it just carries on, so.
Gary may be trying to raise his hand to speak.
No, you, nope, he's
No,
left.
actually, we're just trying to work on connectivity for this evening. Sorry.
I'm not saying that the builders shouldn't be able to use a third-party provider, but if there's a problem, we should be able to somehow get involved. And
Right,
now
there's
our hands are
limitations.
tied.
I mean, we have a certain period of time, I know, and I don't see JP or Esther here, but we have a certain period of time to, make decisions, but it's a very, very finite amount of time, and given the volume, you can't necessarily get to the detail, and you have to accept it because it's from a certified
It's frustrating to
building
have to accept
inspector
these.
or building official. And so you're relying on the license is what
But-
you're relying on.
But, and to your point, they're a licensed individual, so there should be an oversight group that, whether it's CILB or whoever, it's not us, it's not our local board.
Could be Division of Professional Regulation like it is
But-
for engineers. I mean,
Right.
they're regulated through a different source. It's just the county, which would be, I guess, the more direct line for the citizen, is just not there. They have to deal with a different
So
a
maybe
different
we
process.
provide the complaint forms to our residents.
We can certainly have that available, I suppose.
They are very frustrated. And I'll
But
be
it's
saying
frustrating when you can't get,
we
code
can't help
can't
you.
do anything, and they're on a conditional use, and they can't go check or be sure they're doing the right thing. And I'll even tell you who I think is doing something, is there's some activity going on at the ice rink out on McKendree. He's moving gravel and dirt in and making more spaces, and I thought at his conditional use allowed him only use of the 58 spaces, parking spaces he has. He's building spaces out on the rest of his land that he is parking people everywhere. And it's happening, and we've
Why are you
let
saying
code
that
know.
that can't be can't be watched?
Well, because nobody from BCS with the building services, they can't check on anything.
Yeah, I just
Code
found that
can't
out
follow
just
it
this
up.
morning, so I've asked.
Well, this has
BCS
been
to
going
follow.
on for over a year. There's never an answer of how we get this guy following in line and do the right thing. All he needs to do is the right thing, but I think he works hard at doing the wrong thing. It really
gotta watch
bothers
the
me.
show
That shouldn't
Clarkson.
be happening in our county, and that our citizens deserve better.
Have you watched Clarkson?
So is that both 1 and 2?
Jeremy Clarkson.
Yep. Actually, what is support, and then look for a statement that we could support on that one as well, rather than actual trying to do policy change.
Okay.
So the last portion I need is our funding initiative. So we did agree that we would move forward with 3 projects.
All right, can we take a 5-minute break?
We can do that.
All right. Seth's gone, I gotta go, so 5 minutes, we'll be back.
5 minutes.
We'll resume. And Ralph, now we'll talk about funding initiatives.
Yes, sir, we can do that. So in our discussion at the workshop, the funding initiatives, we said, let's go to 3 projects, a west, a central, and an east project. Some of the criteria we were thinking about looking at was, let's look at the silos that they go into. Transportation, economic development, TEDS types of projects, that's one silo, and water projects. So getting with staff with that recommendation and direction, then and what our legislators also seek is, I asked the staff to look at projects that we had skin in the game. That's always a nice one, that's shovel-ready, that's actually dealing with the construction of the project, not the, not design or planning or anything like that. And that if we only got partial funding, that we could still move forward with the project. Staff looked at that. Staff came back, gave 3 recommendations as possible ask. For the west side, Sea Pines neighborhood flood abatement. That would be a stormwater project. So real quick on stormwater projects, that money comes from general revenue. The legislature will look at all those water projects. Once they work on that list, they may fund all of them. They might fund only a partial amount of those. You may get full funding or you may get partial funding, but that's strictly up to the legislature and how they control that pot of money. That's for the west side. Bellamy Brothers Road Safety Improvements was one to be considered with all the actions that have been happening out there to stabilize the shoulders, widen curves, tactical warnings, intersection lighting and signage. And then road improvements on Overpass Road from Old Bridge to Handcart were the suggestions. They gave some other ideas, plus we had that list of sidewalks that were on there. So now let's see if we can come up with our 3 projects that we'll seek sponsorship for. And we'll start with the west side, Sea Pines neighborhood flood abatement.
Let me stop you just for a second. One of the things we had talked about was we want to try to put these projects also in each State House member's district, State Senate as well as House. Do we have a map to which ones these fit into, or do we know?
Yeah, we would. We do. So for the first one, that would be Hooper and Yeager. The next.
No, you're not right.
Oh.
That's Holcomb.
Oh, Holcomb on that one. And I was going to see, you are right, that is Holcomb. I would have thought, I would have gone to Yeager and Hooper for that one, but it's Angolia and Holcomb for that first one for Sea Pines.
Okay. So with that, I mean, well, let's keep on looking. So as long as we know where they're coming from, as we
Right.
talk. Okay.
So if the pleasure of the board, what would you like to do for your west side, knowing that?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Okay.
So I think Ralph has got 3 projects here.
Yeah.
Number 1 is on the west side, number 2 is in the central eastish, and then 3 is on the east side. And so we're looking to boil these projects down. You've got a water project in here, you've got some transportation projects in here that we believe are shovel-ready. So that we're looking for the direction from the board.
Where are the transportation projects?
Overpass Road.
Overpass Road and Bellamy Brothers Road. And then there were some other.
Those are in Hooper's district. Does that
Huh?
matter?
That's
I thought we
District
were
One.
going
So,
for-
No,
so-
it didn't
so,
matter. It just-
Commissioners,
That's
commissioners, I'm
District
sorry,
One.
if I may, just in terms of strategy, that's important. We really need to be aligned on what the needs of our county are. And we can work strategy from there. I really would prefer that the board be united on what we feel that we need.
Yeah,
And
but I
then-
just
and then
thought we
let's-
wanted
No,
to strategize.
he will be the chair of TEDS. That's all we were seeking. It did not have to be in his district.
Okay.
He is just the chair of TEDS.
Well, so to touch on it, I think it's important we do get some in each one of their districts. That's the whole goal. So, if that means we got to do 5 projects, so be it.
No. We want to get money.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we want to get money.
We want to.
I'm not worried about the strategy.
Okay, if it's not in my
Get money.
district.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the strategy. I think we can
Increases our
easily work that
success.
out. The strategy was the silos and not by getting projects in the members'
Well,
districts.
we can rotate, as.
We should be good. So I know we had this
The next question
discussion.
is,
Yeah.
well, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Starkey, go ahead.
Thank you. So first, we want to strategize the importance to all of our legislators to help push this through.
Correct.
And two, what is the right, how much is too much? I mean, I've heard Sean say, if you ask for too much, they're not gonna do it.
Right.
So some of these are humongous.
They are, and if you
Yeah.
look at
And-
them, but again, I think we looked at it and said, I'll tell you this much, the stormwater abatement one, I think is coming off of Hurricane Idalia, this is the time to ask.
And which one is that one?
Number one,
Sea
for the
pines?
west
West
side.
side.
I think this is the right time to ask coming off the hurricane. And we had the legislators come out here and look, and I think they would agree too. I think they heard from the residents that we need to do something with that stormwater.
And we have been putting skin in the game already?
Correct.
We were just buying properties, if you recall, during
Yeah,
during
I'm
consent.
just
Correct.
saying.
We do have skin in the game in
Laying the
this one.
story here.
That is correct.
We have skin in the game, Swift Mud has skin
Yep.
in the game already?
Yep.
So, and the best part of the whole thing is, when you look at it, what we put into it, the last parcel we just approved today, that I pulled from the agenda, that Sea Pines, that with an 8.2 acre donation from an apartment complex for the rest of the canals that we need to take it out to the Gulf.
Because
is
I don't
in
know what
there.
the project looks like. I don't know that I've ever
It
been
is, and
briefed
it
on
is
this
shovel-ready,
project.
and we do have staff here if you need it, but it is shovel-ready and ready to go.
And the other thing to add into
I have no
this,
idea what the project is.
so the,
I can,
if I could, let's get a little
Bradford,
order
if
here.
I were to give you a map,
All right, so let me talk, before you speak, let me just go a little further. So this project here, as well as doing the flood abatement, we've already got cooperative funding with Swiftmont to the tune of about $8 million we've done so far, and approved and gone through the steps. This is the final step that's added in, since we got the Dr. Chang piece of property, since the apartment came in to give us the land we need. Now we can finish this off. And the other thing we've been waiting to do out there is to go out and actually do a septic to sewer project too. I think we combine the septic to sewer in the same ask.
But
And I
does it hurt us that it's in Blaze's district? Because he only gets, say, 10 projects? I don't know what they get in the Senate versus the House or whatever.
Varies, but I would have concern with that because it's gonna raise that price up from $6 million, almost $7 million we're seeking right now. And if you were to add in the septic to sewer project list, that's gonna add up a lot, another $4 million or
All right,
$3.5 million.
but if you
Don't
make
do
the,
both, just do one.
no, if you make the ask, if nothing else, they may say, we're gonna make this a water project separate from over here. So put them in as one ask, break out what it is for septic sewer and the other, and they may pull it themselves and say, we're gonna put this part over here and fund this one over here.
Why take that risk? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't wanna lose the project, or money for a project, because if
They-
it gets
they-
turned down, we're not gonna get it next time.
No, they may,
Yeah, they might not even
they
consider
may
it in
partially fund, they're gonna say, we're gonna fund half of it, but you fund the other half. I mean, we saw that in all the responses you brought back, Commissioner Starkey, that showed some funding were complete and some were partial. And some had like 20 different items on the list that you saw, right?
Yeah, but
Water quality is huge.
what's so different from other counties, and I think we have to tell this story more, and us, is that we don't have the cities asking. It comes just from us. And these other counties have cities that ask for these septic programs and
These
water
grants, yeah.
programs, and we don't. So we need to be treated a little differently up there, and we have to let them know that. We should get more. The county should get more ass in.
so how about we look
I
at,
just want to be successful, that's all I'm saying.
so how about we just look at Sea Pines again? Let's take that holistic look, that's fine, but let's prioritize the stormwater. And then we talk about septic to sewer as a, I'll call it a target of opportunity. And as we strategize going into the session, we can maybe be nimble. But if this board is united on making the stormwater portion the priority, and then if there's an opportunity for us to look at septic to sewer as part of that, give us the flexibility to amend applications or look at that as we go through. Because I agree, I don't know, I know there's a little bit of strategy that has to go into selecting the target, and I know there's a little bit of chicken and the egg here, but we should be at least united on where we want to try to target.
All right,
We can't hit Blaze with all his money
I tell you what,
in us.
I've got another idea. Why don't we take the septic sewer project we have, and just as Commissioner Simpson told us when we were up there, let's go tape the Sea Pines, the Alphas, and let's add Town and Country, and we won't ask the state legislators for it. We'll go right to Commissioner Simpson and put the ask in for those three. see what we can get there. So we'll leave it, we'll leave that part out for them, we'll just go septic to sewer with
We
Commissioner
can do that,
Simpson.
but we actually are working on a response for that. There is no money that Senator Simpson has. That money was a $10 million that he put in to DEP. It was a one-time shot that went to 7 counties, and it went only to improve homeowners' septic systems, not to switch over, and that money has been spent.
And he told us something different, so I want to go back to him and try and.
You could go back and say, he said it was 20 million, it was $10 million, and it only impacted Pasco, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, Marion, and one other.
Oh,
But that
and we
money
got
has been
nothing?
spent.
And we
Yeah.
got nothing.
Yeah, and that money has been spent. And it was
And we
homeowners
got
that applied
nothing.
for it.
Well, I think what Ralph was trying to say, though, is it was targeted for individual homeowners. Now, I don't know
Right,
how,
yeah,
what the
yeah,
application
but-
process was, but it wasn't a governmental type thing. So maybe there's a different program. We're going to research that and see what the
But
intent was.
We hear you loud and clear about grant money, and there's one water quality improvement grant program with DEP that helps local governments on septic to sewer that we are looking at.
Okay, Commissioner Waitman.
For the septic to sewer, what y'all were just discussing, cheat sheet is talk to Swift Mud because it dealt with septic to sewer conversions, major spring heads up in Citrus County within, I think the acronym was BMAP or something. It's within a certain district. So it was a priority boundary predominantly up in the Citrus County area near the
We had it in.
near the Springs
hit-
Head. That's where the bulk of the money was.
That's where the bulk of the money went,
So-
and it went to the homeowners
but,
to
yeah.
improve their septic system,
Coulda
not
ha-
switch
we-
over.
We could have had it up in that little town in our corner. Commissioner
did have a
Oakley, I
portion,
sat on
yeah.
that committee that you were on.
Commissioner Starkey.
So that's the Springs Committee. Commissioner Oakley was our representative. I went to a meeting because he couldn't go. And there was money for Pasco up in your northern corner. What's Arapika? That Springs does come down into the Arapika area, and if there's still money in there, I don't know if you got any for Pasco, but if there's still money in there, we're in that, we are in their boundary,
I'll make that call and check that.
yeah.
So we hear you loud and clear, so if, on the septic to sewer and seeking funds for that. So if you're good with the Sea Pines flood abatement for the west side,
I'm fine. I think that's
I would say
good.
that's a good ask.
But
Keep
I
it
don't
as
think we
is.
can
I
hit
hear what you're
Blaze
saying,
again.
Chairman. We will work on that.
I think we now have to go into Hooper's district and into and Burgess's district.
We are on these
Okay.
next projects. And the two other projects are transportation silo related,
Okay.
which would be something that Senator Hooper chairs, and that's basically what we were saying, not who our sponsors were. So what we would be looking at is the same Senate sponsor for the Central and East, that's Burgess, and then 2 House sponsors for the Central and East, Maggart and Steele. But Commissioner, the Central had a different way of going. He looked at this, he likes this, but he really wants to, I think, you go ahead, sir. You
Madam
had
Chair?
another idea
Yeah.
compared to the Bellamy project.
So instead of the Bellamy project, we were successful in getting sidewalk funds for Phase 1 for Pineview Middle and Pineview Elementary. Phase 2 of that project, for the Parkway through Lake Pageant, it's actually less money. We're asking for less money. We asked for $2 million last year. We got $1.5 million. But this is a less ask for Phase 2 of the sidewalk project to get kids to school. And, we had great sponsorships in Senator Burgess and Representative Steele, and we were fortunate to have Senator Hooper running TED committee, and the board, I'd hope we consider just finishing this project all the way through, knock out both phases, and what a fantastic win for the neighborhood and for the school kids, and I think it's
What are we doing?
it's
Say
measurable,
what it
and we
is.
can.
So I
we
think
can do
the
it.
commissioner's on the second page with
It's
the
on,
sidewalks.
Sidewalk
sorry.
list,
The sidewalk list,
the bottom one.
the last one for 1.17, Parkway Boulevard from Lake Pageant east from Shining Star Drive to Collier Parkway. And that would connect, that'd be the second phase to what the money that we were able to capture to get from Pineview Elementary and Middle down Parkway into the neighborhood.
Project, our legislators like it. They like it that it's helping the
Yes.
residents or school kids, especially with the schools cutting back, and it won't cut into any transportation work plan. It would come
And,
out of GR.
great support from the school board. It was a great state, county, and school board partnership, and, you know, we were successful last year, and I think there's good momentum to keep the project going forward, and folks out there they're very, very, very appreciative, so.
Do you think you might be able to combine like Shady Hills Parkway in that?
I'm always willing to make the ask.
3,400,000.
I prefer, in this environment, I think we can be successful in getting sidewalk funding, especially for our school kids walking to school. It's a true need. The decision makers get it, and the public very much appreciates it.
But let me ask, whose Senate district is
So it would
this
be-
Shady Hills?
This would, Shady Hills.
I don't know where Blazes stops.
Hills,
We
I
cannot
know.
ask,
It would, currently, the
I don't wanna
the
jeopardize.
Pineview Elementary is definitely going to be Burgess. I don't know who.
The current
Where-
Pineview
whose
is
is the Shady-
Burgess still. I'm not sure who's
Right.
who Shady Hills is.
Shady Hills may be in Goliad.
we need to,
It goes up to the Suncoast.
I think it'd be Steel too, right?
Yeah.
well, Steel House, but Senate, Jack, I just think we need to not put too much in Blazes' basket.
Yeah.
I don't, you know how that works more than me, but I just hear
Yeah,
that.
I hear what you're saying, and I think you are on the right path. Let's just put it that way.
Now, the House has got a limit as far as what bills they can submit, though, but the Senate's unlimited.
Correct. I think you're good if you go with that one sidewalk and not try to combine right at this point in time.
Parkway?
Yeah.
Or one of the little ones, either Ridge Road
I'm
or
kind of
Little
trying to
Road.
keep it in the central portion of the county.
Well, why don't you-
Again, we're doing west, central, and east.
So why don't you combine the Curly Road one too, then?
Pineview and
West Chapel Elementary.
that,
You know,
that's
put
that's
those two together.
that
That's
that
actually the same
stretch of
district.
road, Ralph and I talked about that stretch of road, because all the new neighborhoods built off Boyette and then
Right.
coming down Van Dyne,
That's the same district.
they're further apart.
Well, but as far as.
Oh, yes,
Same
for
That would put it at
representations.
And that still gets you
1.9.
just over 2 mil.
I see where you're going, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, well,
I'm game.
So which one are we looking
so
at?
Chair's on the point to do Curly Road,
Oh, okay.
and
So
the
one in District, Commission District 1.
and
then
Parkway.
Pineview Elementary.
Parkway, and it gets us to the
Okay.
Chair's number.
Different
releasing.
members, but we'll work on strategy on that one. Different.
Rep. Maggard was supportive of the sidewalk project last time, and I think he'd be
Okay, what's in District 3?
interested.
And then the
in
last
again.
one, the recommendation was Overpass Road from Old Bridge to Handguard. That was
For
to
District 3, but that's okay.
resurface project, but
That's
Commissioner Oakley,
that's almost rebuilding part of it, it's
Right,
not
right.
built.
and you had concern with that, I know, and you had,
It's
there
a
was
lot of
another
money.
issue on Public Works that you were looking at.
Yeah. It's,
Whose district is Overpass in?
mine.
Well, would you guys mind then, I know I was going to be magnanimous, but I'm not going to be. Would you mind if the sidewalk, instead of being curly, came down to Hooper's neighborhood, which is Trinity, and is this number 3? And then you do Overpass for the third one, and that way everyone gets a little something in their
I'm
district.
afraid of overpass because of the expense of overpass.
Oh, where is it?
It's $8 million, and that's taking overpass that'll go into Watergrass and turn to the north and match up to Fairview Heights. That's a rebuild of that road, and only part of that is in the $8 million.
Should we ask for
It would
less?
cost more to match up, I think, so. But I think that's too expensive of a project.
And I hear you, and
I'm afraid
so
we're gonna
you-
get turned down on it.
Right. And
Okay,
so there
where's
was
that?
another project on there that you were interested in. I know
The
you
other
asked Branford.
project is,
Under
in,
Public
the
Works,
old
number
Trilby-
3.
The old Trilby Road from 98 back to Lockhart, which is about halfway of the old Trilby Road to Lockhart and then back to 41.
Nice. And then what can help
Is
with that?
to, there's $2 million project for just paving, but I would like to them, because those are older roads and I think they're narrow. They're 2-lane road, but they're narrow, and I'd like to see them do that project, but also include some widening of that road from that point back into Trilby. So,
I
It's
like
just an
that, and
old
and
rural
maybe
road.
we'll get Wilton to help push that to
Yeah.
the Hernando legislators.
Right.
And
I
then
mean,
then
that-
there would be one in everyone's district, even though they're different plots, if you switched Curly for Little Road
Mm,
on the sidewalk.
Early.
But now we're getting out of Central by putting that in there.
But no, we have two. We have Lake Paget,
Yep,
that's a big one,
Yep.
1.1.
yep.
We have up in Sea Pines, we have Jack, Sea Pines
That's the
Neighborhood Flood
west,
Abatement,
right,
that's the
right.
west. We have a big one over
The
there,
Trilby Road, that's east.
yeah.
2
and
million.
then- And then a little one, 700,000.
So we're
in
gonna do
Hooper's
4
district.
projects then.
So,
So
yeah.
instead of 3,
No, no,
you're doing.
we would combine the sidewalks into one,
Put them separate.
put them
Okay.
separate. Hooper can't sponsor a bill, but it's in his district.
I mean, Ralph, do you
But
think,
maybe
just
combine
kind of
it.
given the dollar
That's why I say
value of
combine
it,
it and
that-
give it to Danny.
Yeah, but the legislators might question and just say, but these aren't even close, they're not in my district. Because I'm gonna have to get one sponsor for
But
that.
it's in Hooper's district.
I
he
know, but
can't-
I'm gonna have to get one sponsor. And I was looking at Parkway Boulevard in Lake Paget, that was gonna be
Burgess.
going with Burgess
Yeah.
and,
You're saying Burgess can't add Little Road to his?
he won't add that little road into it
Even
because
if
that's
Hooper
not
asked
in
him
his
to?
district. I mean, I get what we're trying to do strategy-wise, but it would be a totally separate project.
But how does Hooper get any, because if you're chair,
But
you can't sponsor.
He's the chair, it's his silo, he will see this project, and he will have probably no problem signing off. That's what happens when you're the chair.
Okay,
And it's a
but you
silo,
did-
it's not that it's in his district. It's Pasco County, he's gonna help Pasco County.
No, I
because
think
it's
the point is, if Burgess carries a project
Right.
that
For
is in
Hooper.
Hooper's district,
Hooper will approve it.
Hooper will approve it.
A little one. It's a little one.
We'll try, I'll
It's
go talk to
actually
him. Yeah, I
on the
hear ya.
street he drives to go home, so.
All right, I'll.
This is his street. He lives,
Okay.
he lives right up a little in.
So we're combining
Trinity.
the 3 and the 2.
Yes, yes. The bottom two.
So we're
And that would be considered our central project.
So we're doing Parkway and which ones, Ralph?
That's our transportation.
Little Road,
One of our, we have two transportation.
2 bottom
projects.
ones.
Oh, 4 and 5.
Yep.
Priority, okay.
So that'll be our central, and then Trilby
That gets
Road
the flood.
for the east side. And Sea Pines for the west side. Got it?
We're doing
Yeah.
Trilby Road.
We good with that? Y'all good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Thank you.
All set?
That's it, thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
But guys, we need to, please make sure Dade City and Zephyr Hills are asking for money. I've asked the new Port Richey and the Port Richey
that.
people to be asking for money. We all need to be asking.
So then what I'm going to do is put this together, get our legislative agenda, get it all cleaned up pretty, something we can hand out. I've got to get, I'm going to work on sponsors, especially for the funding, because the House has a deadline of November 14th, and that's to get legislation in and to get their budget requirements in.
Oh,
Senate
November
doesn't
14th.
have it.
Oh, that's-
have
that's-
it.
that's
So
fine.
November 14th, 5 PM is our deadline that we have to get this in. My goal would be to get this cleaned up pretty for discussion for the delegation meeting, which is October 2nd. The plan is that the chair will go and speak on behalf of the county and myself. If you go, you're going for other issues, but that's, normally it's the chair goes, and that's how we've done in the past. So we just have one person on there. We'll make sure it's on your calendar.
I am gonna probably go.
You will probably go.
I'm
I
going for an
understand.
AM skills.
AM skills. And I get it.
Please get nonprofits to ask for money.
Oh, yeah.
We are half the ass of other counties our size.
And then at a later date, we're also going to have to, but I want this ready so I can start going out to the legislators, and especially for the legislation on the Live Local, go sit down and talk. The plan was to talk with Burgess and Yeager as possibly carrying those for us, but I definitely want to get those funding issues. I may even take members along with me if I set up those meetings to help push and get our sponsors. But we should be in good shape. With 3 projects, I think the delegation will be pleased, hopefully, and then we move forward and get ready for for session. The House is in session this week. They're in committee weeks. They're really not doing much. It was more to swear in the next speaker designate, which they did yesterday.
Yeah.
Which was, a nice
It was
little
yesterday.
circumstance. So the next interim committee is October 9th that they'll do. But we really got to beat this deadline for November 14th to get our budget items in. So I think we'll have no problem with that. I'll work with Sean on that as well to get those. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Ralph. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ralph.
Okay, R70, site planning best practices for car wash businesses.
Yay.
Long time coming.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Chris DeMonch, Planning and Development. This request is really twofold today. We're going to present some ideas to you related to car wash businesses, and then we're also going to request direction from the board on how to proceed forward. And as you all know, back on June 20th, the board expressed concerns during discussion over the proliferation of car wash businesses here in Pasco County. In recent weeks, we've had the opportunity to meet with each of you to talk about some of these ideas. And so we're back here to present them and get that direction from you all. Let's jump into the presentation here. So with regard to this, we are proposing to create some corridor-specific design standards for car washes that will provide the following. We're looking at proximity requirements to ensure employment-generating major transportation corridor frontages. We believe that Section 1105 of the Land Development Code provides some guidance for us going forward with car washes. We could look at creating a new section that is modeled off of Section 1105. Section 1105 is specifically self-storage facility design standards, but aside from the design standards, we have some regulations that deal specifically with those uses along along certain corridors, the North 41/East 52 corridor, the redevelopment corridor, and the transit corridor. So we believe that we could model some of what we'd like to do to address concerns over car washes with that. We also, the second item is limits on the number of such uses within an area. So we could look at minimum distance requirements. It's certainly something we could look into and research and come back to you with some ideas. And third item is to provide design and development guidelines for parking, stacking, and vacuuming. This kind of goes back to building placement, how the buildings look to folks either walking or driving along roadways, landscape buffering, controlling parking, stacking, and vacuuming. A big concern is how the vacuum areas of these businesses are easily viewed from the right-of-way. They're not really shielded, and so you get a similar design where you have a building that's perpendicular to the roadway, and on one side you have the building which the cars go through to get clean, and then you've got a whole lane of vacuums. So we're looking to hopefully address that as well. This is an example of Section 1105. We have our map which outlines the three corridors there. In green, we have the North 41 East 52 corridor. In orange, we have the redevelopment corridor. And in purple, we have the transit corridor. So we wanted to show you that. We have three aerials here. This kind of gives you a flavor of how close in proximity many of these car washes are. The yellow stars there represent the full-service car washes. The red star represents a gas station which has a car wash on site there. And this is along State Road 54 and Wesley Chapel Boulevard. As you're driving east along 54 coming up to Wesley Chapel Boulevard, you're going to pass or see 4 different opportunities for car washes. Our next aerial is if you're driving west on State Road 54 and you come up to that coming up towards Trinity Boulevard, there's 3 car washes there. In yellow are the full service, the Jallo car wash, and the Take 5 car wash, and then of course we have an Amoco gas station, which also has an on-site car wash too.
You're missing the car wash at Dunn Highway, down the 54, right down the street.
Right down the street. We're gonna get to that one. We're just kind of grabbing some snippets here of
some of the congregations that we see of these uses. Next, we have a little road, and if you're heading south, you come to Trouble Creek. And what's unique about this aerial is not only do we have 3 car washes, but we have 3 different car washes in how the offerings there. The river crossing auto spa, it's one of those ones where you drive in, get out of your vehicle, scrub your vehicle down, spray it with a high-powered hose, and then you drive off. The aerial doesn't show the Circle K, but there is a Circle K gas station there now with an on-site car wash. And then lastly, we have the Tidal Wave Auto Spa car wash. That's your typical full-service car wash like you're seeing around the county. Now, as Commissioner Starkey had mentioned, we do have the Take 5 car wash there on 54, just west of the Parkway. We wanted to show you this. This is standard. This is what you're seeing in this particular picture. The car wash itself runs perpendicular to 54, and then, of course, you have the entire row of car washes. Of course, we'd like to work on some design standards and ways to work and make these a little more aesthetically pleasing. My last slide is an example out of Hillsborough County, and this is a Jallow car wash that's being constructed presently at the corner of Ehrlich Road and Basswood Avenue. What's unique about this is that in the Citrus Park area, they allow for the buildings to be brought up closer to the roadway, but if you're driving down Ehrlich Road, you're not necessarily going to easily see the vacuums that are located behind that car wash structure. Additionally, as you enter the car wash and exit it, they've added in some architectural features. In this case, they're going to have pergolas at the entrance and exit points of that car wash. And of course, by adding in some additional landscaping, they're really going to shield a lot of the activity that you would see on the site, whether it's stacking of vehicles, waiting to enter the car wash, or the vehicles that are getting vacuumed and cleaned. That concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and really we just want to get direction so we can come back to you with some more definitive options and some ideas for addressing this concern, which has been on the board's minds for a while now.
Okay. Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you. Well, first, thank Chair Mariano for egging me on at the end time of one of our last meetings, so I appreciate the work you and Terry have put into this. It's really been an interesting conversation, and there's a part 2 to this that'll come on a later meeting. But yeah, I mean, your snapshot, you could have dozens of snapshots of examples. I mean, once you get across 41 on 52 and you're heading west, you have gas station approaching Veterans. There's a new one on the other side of the Veterans next to the farm. Before you get to Hayes, and you pass Hayes, there's another one going in at 52, and brain's getting tired on me.
Suncoast?
Nope. Moon Lake going in. Mr. Bubbles saw it again this morning. Big site, and you keep on going. I mean, they're just they're everywhere. So we talk about we talked about frequency, the frequency or the density of where these things are going. So I'm thinking that might be the solution. I don't know. There was y'all were getting creative because I don't think it's the fact that they're car washes. I just think the frequency of them and where they're at, and they're taking up our prime job creating sites, and where we could have something, you know, a lot more beneficial to our residents, to our county, to our tax base, something that creates a better job versus just people spending money and who knows where it's going. So I appreciate y'all taking the time and taking on this exciting subject matter of all the subject matters that we tackle. And so, anyway, I'll just leave it for commentary.
Commissioner Starkey.
Well, I've always thought that the siting of buildings is very important, and that's one of the reasons why when they asked me to run for school board, I was like, I don't know anything about teaching, but I said, oh, I'll go on that side of things. So I'm very glad we're addressing this, and I look forward to addressing all the siting of buildings on pads. And I'm fine with going forward and doing what we can to make these look as appealing as possible, since we can't outlaw them. I mean, I hear it every day. You heard someone today say, oh my goodness, another car wash. We don't approve what goes in. We just approve what the possible range is, and the market dictates it. I don't understand this market for the life of me. There's no way these are all gonna survive. But I will say, Tommy's out there on 19, if you don't get another one, I'm gonna switch. There is only one Tommy's car wash in the county, and it's over there by Gulf Harbors, but it would be nice to have one other one. But, so I guess that's how they're surviving, 'cause
Careful what you wish for.
I just want one. I just want one other one. But, I mean, Jallo's coming in on every corner. So anyway, yeah, I say fix it. Please, quickly.
Ms. Rokley?
Yeah, I appreciate the work y'all are doing on this. I've heard from a lot of people, including you guys, about how many car washes we see. You go down the road, and it seems like a new one's coming up every time you turn around. And that would not be happening if people weren't asking for car washes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that demand is there. And so if we can lead that to, like we did storage units, to the backside and rather than the front, that'll be fine, as long as we don't see them, and use that front for employment-generated property, so, yeah.
And I'll say, that's actually a good point, because with so many that are out there right now,
Yeah.
now's probably a good time to move them to the back, because there's just so many of them out there. I think the frequency, and I was very happy to hear Terry talk about it last time, that the frequency of these coming in, maybe it's every mile or so apart from each other, or 2 miles, whatever the number may be, but I think it's also something else to go after. I like the idea of the change in the look of them, so they look better as well. So those two things, how quick and what we need to do to like start implementing those steps.
Well, we can jump on this as soon as you're ready for us to do so. I mean, we can, I think, how fast we can bring it back. Well, I guess.
Well, Terry Pitos, Planning and Development Director. We're going to jump on it as soon as we get direction from the Board of County Commissioners to begin drafting land development code amendments. Tentative project timeline probably included initial drafts within a month to 2 months from now. So probably visiting commissioners and speaking about a potential draft by December-ish.
That'd be great. I mean, I think you've got pretty good direction between the location, the frequency, and the look of how they are as well. And I think those three things, it seems like you guys are on to it.
Can we not accept any until, can we use the moratorium word on, until you have the new deed restrictions in place? Or does that require?
If you wish
public
to
notice?
adopt an ordinance, you can create a
Oh, so it's not
moratorium.
an ordinance. This isn't an is this an
No.
ordinance? No.
To do a moratorium,
You have to
you
have an
have to
ordinance.
adopt an ordinance.
Okay.
And that, we can whip one of those up too, but.
Okay, I just would, wish we could hold off on approving. I guess you can gently offer a suggestion that they do what our new design.
Well, we will be providing any applicants or prospective applicants with information that, there's this discussion that's happened at the Board of County Commissioners, so that they are made aware.
Okay.
But these are coming in Euclidean zoning categories, which is site plan approval only, pretty much, and,
So we can't do it anyway?
well, you can't, if they present a site plan, the planning department has to move it forward.
We can ask
and-
pretty please.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, let's get rolling on it quick then.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, that works about as good as boo in the enforcement realm, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for already being moving on this, as we've heard it many times. I'm glad you've heard it too.
So I'm curious, why didn't you bring the other one with it? Why are we only doing the car washes now? Why aren't we just doing the other citing, fast food, plop
I
and
felt
drop?
that today was going to be a long day. In fact, we have a budget hearing
We
in
have
about 10 minutes.
we have 10 more minutes. Can we go ahead and just, have you guys been briefed on the others, plop and drops?
Well, there's storage facilities and the plop and drop. I've received,
They-
I've
they-
had a,
I'm good to go with the plop and drops
So-
as well. I don't want you to
there's a little more of a comprehensive presentation on that. Again, we just didn't want to wear you out. That was really what the.
I wouldn't mind hearing it real quick.
Godspeed on that one.
I mean, I wouldn't mind hearing about it because I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I've got a meeting after.
Drive-through facilities associated with like fast food establishments and financial institutions. We were planning to bring back a separate presentation on October the 10th.
Okay, I won't be here, but I am in support of it.
I'll sit in there.
So noted.
I'll hammer it down.
All right.
I'll be here for you, don't worry.
Same thing, we'd be looking for direction, it'd be a discussion item, so.
Okay, so all set with these gentlemen? Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
So it's 5:05, the budget hearing starts at 5:15. Do we want to forego any more committee reports, or do you want to add
I
to?
can do mine, I've got just a little bit on my.
I just have
Let's try to, let's try to do those quick.
Okay. As I said before, and Ralph interrupted me because his item was so important, so, but the fact of it is, I went and spoke at the 9/11 Memorial on Saturday, September 9th, with the Rotary Club of Wesley Chapel, and they do a great job with that memorial every year. The two local heroes, they've changed it somewhat, made it local heroes, responders, police officers, and firefighters and things of that nature, that they're our local heroes, and that's who they honor at that time. This year we honored Trooper Stephen Turner, and Stephen Turner actually lives in Hernando County, but he chased a couple of men into Pasco County and caught up with them about Overpass Road, and at that point he did a pit maneuver with his car and stopped their car. And in the chase, of course, they struck out running, and he struck out running behind them. He received a gunshot wound to the abdomen, which he survived. He was there at the memorial that day. Within months of healing and all, he's back on the job. So these people that are first responders, firefighters and all, they're always ready to go and ready to do the right thing for the citizens of Pasco County. And then, of course, every one of us know that we lost firefighter Jason Tucker and his struggle with cancer. He also helped a lot with helping us get our fire stations in better control of the elements from a fire and things like that, where they clean up better and their uniforms are changed in certain areas, and just more protection for our firefighters. And you got to be really thankful for what he did in that area. And I mean, he was a good firefighter in Pasco County. I think he was with us for at least 19 years, if I'm not mistaken. And he did very well. He was a good husband, a father, and a grandfather, and he was a good family man. And of course, he's part of that firefighter brotherhood that we all see when they have an award ceremony or whatever. You see the brotherhood of firefighters in Pasco, and you got to be mighty proud of those firefighters doing their work here. So, but with that, that's all I had today.
Okay.
So,
Commissioner Whitman?
County Attorney, well, so I'm going to bring up, it being adopting be an ordinance, but legislature has already passed it and it gives cities and counties an option. I'm going to I'll forego the social aspects of my presentation. We'll bring that up later. What the state passed to help with affordability for our senior citizens, part of our cohort that's struggling with insurance and all the other inflationary factors in our world today. And it's important to note, I've worked with a property appraiser and a tax collector, and the hit is minimal, and I think this is the right thing to do. Provides up to $50,000, an additional exemption for a person who's 65 and older, whose income doesn't exceed $20,000 a year, and their home has a just value of less than $250,000, and they have to be a permanent resident and the owner of that property for at least 25 years. So that group of folks is very small, but those are the folks that, in my opinion, are struggling in our world right now. And there's already rules in place from Tallahassee, and if we adopt this as an ordinance, we just simple vote, I guess, and county attorney
Yeah,
can share more detail, but I think it's important that we consider helping a part of our population that needs it.
This is, what the commissioner is referring to is there was a constitutional amendment that provided for 65 years and older. You don't qualify under,
No, I
under
don't
other,
have the other
under
stuff.
other things on this.
I qualified until you went to those other
But
parameters.
there is a general law that implements that constitutional amendment. There actually are, you can adopt one or both of the exemptions which are in the general law. But county attorney, if it's the desire of the board, county attorney's office will begin drafting such an ordinance if that's the will of the majority.
Is there a number of people we're talking about? Because doesn't that money that we're going to miss,
That's,
it's going to cause an issue?
there will
right?
be a financial impact. I don't, the commissioner has represented that the property appraiser and tax collector don't think it's going to be a significant hit, but I don't know.
How
what
about
that
if
is.
we have them bring back information for us?
Yeah,
and-
I'd
It sounds good.
like to do that. It
Let's bring
sounds
back
good.
information.
But I'd like to know the effect financially to the county it'd be, so.
That would be an administrator's issue.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, we would tend to agree, given the longevity requirement of 25 years of having to have been in the home, the income requirements being at, I think right about now.
1,000?
I think it's probably closer in the 30s, low 30s by now with, inflationary, but,
Household income does not exceed $20,000 is what's in the general law.
Right, but that's from 2012. I think there's been adjustments to it. It doesn't matter. It's still, it's a low,
Bring it back. It sounds low.
I'm fine doing it in parallel, actually, if you want to get the ordinance going, and then as part of the presentation, we can tell you what the fiscal impacts are. I agree. I think it'll be, I think it'll be low.
So this is something we can find out that financial impact tonight?
I mean, it's something you can certainly address with the people this evening if you like, but it can't be, this has to be, it won't come into effect this year. It'll have to be the next tax
Next
year.
year, okay.
You would have to adopt this by, I think it's December 1st.
So we have time.
To get it on the 24 tax bills.
I'll say this, I'm glad you're bringing it up. I think we've had this discussion before, but I'm glad I see 4 members here that are supportive to it. I think in light of high insurance costs, high inflation, if there's ever a time this needs to be implemented, it'd be right now. So I think we need to go do this too, so I'm happy to see you bring it forward. I'm glad you're bringing it forward now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, board members, for your support. So
We can put it together for introduction, and the administrator can bring back the
Budget information at that
budget
time, absolutely.
information, and then you can make a decision about whether or not to advertise.
Good.
all right. Calling it for today.
So, yeah,
That's it.
it's
Pass the
a good,
other.
it's a good one.
That doesn't sound
All right.
like you, but-
Commissioner Starkey.
First, I'm sorry I missed the FAC meeting. Was in the hospital. That's the longest I've ever been in the hospital in my life, actually. But Commissioner Mariano, I think you went?
I did go, yes.
And so, probably due to time, I'm not going to be able to hear all that went on, but I would love some kind of recap of what happened. I did attend the groundbreaking for Dayspring Academy of their Angeline campus. That land was donated, and they are expecting, they've got the pad there, you can see it, that's looking towards Land O'Lakes Boulevard. They expect that to be open for school next year, so it's going to be interesting to watch. I guess with the kind of weather we're having, they may get that done with no rain delays, but good for them. Two ordinances that I'd like for us to be thinking about. One is the food truck ordinance. I think when we did it, we had the best of intentions, but I'm not sure that it's working well for our citizens and our small business community. And so I've talked with the staff that wrote it, and we have some ideas, and they want to go maybe do some investigation and maybe make some small tweaks to our food truck ordinance that makes it easier for businesses to be in that business, but competes fairly with existing restaurants. And it's just all about having a level playing field. But I think everyone loves food trucks. There are a lot of illegal food trucks around the county that, we're not doing enforcement on. Anonymous calls are starting to come in on some and causing some problems, and so it's not a level playing field. And I think if they come back and visit with you guys each with some ideas and bring it back, we can improve our food truck ordinance and encourage the incubation of small businesses, so, without hurting existing businesses.
Okay.
Also, right now, I meant to talk to David Engel about this, but I never had an opportunity, because they administer a large part of the tree mitigation trust fund. And right now, we cannot use it for housing. It goes, our trees are, we can plant trees on public land and, land that the county owns. So I want to suggest that we look at being able to help the affordable housing community when they build a house to grant them money for a tree. And we're never going to, we have a lot of money and we need to get it out there back into the community. And this could help them as well as they build out their projects. So this would require a tweak in the landscape ordinance. So, the tree mitigation trust fund rules or whatever.
And
Want to bring
Commissioner
that
Starkey,
back together.
I appreciate you bringing this one up. This is one here in my district, Leisure Beach. The people actually maintain our median. They go through, they just put new plantings in, and even though we own the property, we've had a hassle getting it through. I think we've got it resolved anyway, but just to bring it through to be clarity, to make it easy for everyone, instead of go through a battle to tweak it, I think it's a good time to bring it. So if staff can bring that back, and the other item Commissioner Starkey asked, I think it'd be great.
Yeah, there are a lot of places that we could benefit from more trees in the community, and we have the money, so we need to put it to work.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, County Administrator.
Yes, actually, on that, I given some of the more
That was my
complications of spending some of the money, I do need board, I would like to get the board to consider waiving a cost for actually the Leisure Beach community. So the Leisure Beach HOA did replace dead and diseased trees in a county-owned easement as part of the Great American Cleanup. They got their permits, and fees were previously waived by the BOC. The work was conducted by the HOA and the homeowners in lieu of county maintenance as part of a nationwide day of community service to beautify the communities. The work that they did was clearly intended by the ordinance language regarding the use of tree mitigation funds. Just in terms of programs, it kind of falls, as you mentioned, Commissioner Starkey, there's part that OEG maintains and there's parts that PDD actually maintains. So I would like for you to make a motion to waive the cost of the $3,000 in fees to be paid for out of the tree mitigation fund for the Leisure Beach Civic
So moved.
Association.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last thing I have, and it's just a point of order, you'll recall that 120 days ago, thereabouts, we had the discussion of the Starkey Ranch cell tower. We said we were going to bring something back in 120 days. We did not want the board or the public to necessarily think that item is dead. We did receive another bid, and we're working through those maturations. It's just not ready currently, but within the next 60 days, we'll bring something back to the board, or soon as practical. I just want the public and the board to understand that it's not dead. We are bringing it back, and it will be a regular item at a future board meeting.
Okay. All right. County Attorney,
I don't have anything, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
I do have one thing. So October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and my office serves individuals who come in seeking an injunction against violence. And we also serve customers coming in on other sensitive items such as substance abuse, mental health, and exploitation of vulnerable adults. I've always felt concerned for customers coming in and having to talk about those kind of items in our lobbies, where others can hear. And in situations with domestic violence, the individual coming into our office, the survivor, is looking over their shoulder to see if someone's following them in, right? So I wanted to have a safe place in the office for them to come. So in Dade City, we had a grand opening of the Empowerment Room, and I want to thank this board because you all supported that room being built. And It will allow an individual to come into a secured room where we will have a domestic violence advocate there with Sunrise of Pasco. We have a little kids zone, so a lot of times the survivors coming in with little ones, so they'll have a little safe place while their parent can talk about some serious business and fill out the tremendous paperwork that needs to be done in order for them to get to a better day. We also have, my team will be in there. We will be helping those with mental health, substance abuse, and exploitation of vulnerable adults. We have a lot of security wrapped around that room, so those that are in the room don't have to worry. And I just want to say it's something that came to fruition, and I'm so excited and happy about it. And I want to give a shout out and a big thank you to 3 of your team members who really did a fantastic job on that room. And if you are in the Robert Sumner Judicial Center, I'd love for you to come in, and I'd be happy to show you the room. I'm very proud of it and the work that your team has done. I want to thank George Shetlin, TJ Syke, and also Bob Ambergi. You have some amazing professionals on your team. They are knowledgeable. They are really experts in this field, and they did so much work coordinating with all the contractors, and I just want to say thank you. It was a very big success.
Excellent, thank you. Very good. I'll just show one item. I'll talk about FAC next meeting, but just as Commissioner Starkey had it up, and Cranes Ride is a program that they've been doing up at Altamont Springs. They just signed up for a 3-year pilot. I'll get you the details later on it, but it's designed to get people from point A to point B as a free service to go to help shuttle people around. So I'll get that to you later on.
Can you show the picture I put? So I was behind this one. This is what St. Pete Beach, and I don't know which municipalities have this, but it's called Freebies on the Beach. And you just download that app in Pinellas County, and they'll come pick you up at your house and take you to the beach or wherever you want to go. So this is a great program, so much cheaper than some of those big buses for that last mile. I love that we can get into this, and I'm sure there's grants available.
All right, so Mike, maybe you can get us a presentation at the MPO for this project as well as the Cranes Rides project, and kind of bring those ideas out to us. Okay. So, Mike, we're going to start our meeting. Do you want to take a quick break to get the paperwork set up, or are we ready to go?
I mean, it would probably, I don't know.
5-minute break?
Eric, I think 5 minutes would be good.
Okay.
Allow budget time to
All
set
right,
up.
so
and then we can move
5:27,
on.
we'll start the 5:15 meeting. We're adjourned. This is the final public hearing to adopt the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida. Citizens were provided an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the hearing. Does the clerk have proof of publication?
Yes, sir. Proof of publication in the Tampa Bay Times on Sunday, September 17, 2023.
In accordance with the Florida Statute 200.065, the first issue to be discussed is the recommended millage rates and the percentage changes from the rollback rates. Mr. Gorey.
Actually, if I may, before I bring Mr. Gorig up, Mike Carbala, County Administrator, I just wanted to give the board, I want to thank the board, I want to thank the public and our budget team for the amount of involvement that has gone into this process. And I want to assure you, the board, as well as the public, that this is, getting to this point is actually a quite long trail, if you will. Some departments begin as early as November in terms of planning for their future budgets. Formally in January, we make the budget calls to the various departments, and during that period of time of January and February, they're essentially established a baseline budget, right? So they receive no more money than what they had received last year, removing a lot of one-time expenses, and so being forced to kind of justify any type of increase, whether it's for inflation or for personnel costs that come along the way. During that time, they also bring forward what we call business plan initiatives, or BPIs, if you will. These are just a slew of great new ideas of what our departments and our folks want to bring forward as just improvements to service and levels of service. These are vetted through in terms of total life cycle costs, so sometimes there's vehicles, sometimes there's equipment, and things that all have to be built into these costs. And then during the February and March timeframe, our assistant county administrators and directors are working very hard to kind of scrub those numbers down. Come the April and May timeframe, our budget team starts to look at what's coming in, and the budget becomes more and more baked. And then I get the first look at it. And then in this particular case, we had a workshop, and we discussed a lot of good things. We discussed BPIs. We discussed things that were happening in fire rescue. And at that point, we bring forward a recommended millage, which you will adopt to put onto the truth and millage statements, right, or the TRIM, as we call it. The fire MSTU process, obviously, when we go into this, we're looking at the general operating millage to remain flat, and it's been wonderful that this board has kept that number flat for several years. Probably even by the time, I want to say it's probably been 8 or 9 years, Bob, that the general operating millage has remained flat. But the fire MSTU millage had not been looked at for probably a good since 2016, so almost another 8 years with that. And it was after looking at the insolvency of that fund, given the unprecedented growth that we've had, as well as our desire to attract and retain the best talent in our fire service, that we decided that we needed some action to take place. And by insolvency, I'm talking that we're spending more than what we're taking in. And after we went through a number of processes, including hiring a new fire chief, I really believe that we have really squeezed a lot down in terms of the fire MSTU budget. We recall we started at about a 2.3 millage increase. That's what went out on the trims. And Chief Perez came in, made some additional reductions, and looked at wants versus needs. And truly, the budget that we were left with looking at really is the budget that's required to pay for manning and outfitting new fire stations, as well as being competitive in terms of retaining and attracting firefighter talent, pay, and other types of benefits. Bob will get through the details of it, but we have come back. We heard the public. We heard the pain and the things that were going forward, and I think it's great that the board took some action earlier today on an ordinance to provide some relief. But Bob will get to the details of it, but we're prepared to come down off of that, and we think that a 5-year plan for fire rescue is appropriate at a 2.159 millage. So we're trying to move the needle in the right way, and I think that kind of planning actually provides for the future of fire rescue. So with that, I'm just going to ask Bob to kind of come up. It's a presentation that I think you've seen before, but I just wanted to let you know that we do scrub this. In fact, actually, and I forgot to mention, I'm sorry, during the summer, I did go back with the ACAs and scrub these budgets even further. to make sure that we stayed within targets. And then actually, we probably, across all funds, moved over $13.5 million out of those operating funds and budgeted and made sure that they were in reserves. So that way, our balances were correct. And you know, again, trying to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So, Mr. Gorig, I'll let you start with your presentation, and obviously, if we go through, the board has any questions, we'll.
Before, go ahead, Commissioner Stark, go
I
ahead.
have a question for you,
Yes,
and and this is just to set the table as well, because I recall conversations with you when we started the budget process and as we were going through it, that, you know, when we first were looking at opportunities in the different departments for long past due projects, that with the money that we're getting, the new money, say, if you want to say new money, that inflation has greatly diminished what we're going to be able to do. So you didn't touch on that.
No, Mr. Gorig will touch on it in his presentation, but yes, you are correct. In inflation, even though we saw an increase in our taxable assessed values, probably 2/3 of those monies, as well as other, you know, that new money was eaten up in terms of inflationary costs. And I think also what you see is a result of our lack of diversification in our tax base as well. The rooftops in terms of what they demand in services versus, you know, how those rules apply in terms of taxation don't always fully cover the costs. And so I think it's great that the board is looking to preserve our industrial lands and our job-creating properties and continues to promote and be a business-friendly environment. And that's still a very fervent goal and priority of mine, is to continue that. But yes, inflation ate it up. And again, Mr. Gorig has a lot of good details that I think will be enlightening.
And we'll get to Mr. Goring in just a second. I want to add a couple of things too. And Mike, I want to say, you're a great listener, but you're even a better doer. The board spoke pretty clearly and what the concerns were. The public had some input that we looked at. And I want to say, I'm so happy to have Chief Perez on our team now, because, you know, sometimes a fresh set of eyes makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And with the energy he had, I can't tell you how excited he was when we were talking about the things he found, how we could make some cuts and go through. And this county's seen the negative effects when the economy dropped back in 07, 08, and the effects that it had when we had to cut our parks 30%, libraries 30%. We had to put fees in for simple parks going through, and just a lot of other cuts that were in there that was set us back quite a ways. And when you lose money over year after year, the things you're normally investing in to go through, it creates a backlog. And I think the citizens spoke very strongly on the GO bonds going through when they said, look, we want to get our parks and libraries back up to where they should be. So much as we're a county, we actually are more like a city, because we represent 91% of everything that's in Pasco County. So these people that have, I think, have come in, is completely different from years ago when they came. They wanted to cut. Now they're saying, you know what, I got a family I'm raising. I want to be able to take them to a park and get them on a field. I don't want to live in Wesley Chapel and have to drive to Trinity or vice versa to get my kids going to a park. I don't want to be stuck in traffic for 45 minutes while I'm trying to go what used to be a 5-minute drive is now a 45-minute drive. Call it Wesley Chapel and wherever, Trinity as well sometimes. So all these things that we've done, I think have caught us, are catching us back up. We're not even there yet. And all the years of not changing that fire MSTU, it cut into what would be reserves or projects we can go do. And I think last year and the year before, the firefighters were at many public meetings talking about how they were unhappy. And I think we listened very closely to them. And Mike, you did a phenomenal job adding those things in. But again, with Chief coming back in, to get it from a 2.3 trim to a 2.195 is a major achievement. And it does mean that instead of having a 10-year plan, we're going to probably be back in 5 years if we keep to that number. If we go any lower, we could be back in 2 years, 3 years, depending on how far we go. But I think it's so important for our citizens that have requested they want a high quality of life. They wanted to have these times to get service going down, especially when it's life or death. I mean, we saw a great presentation today from the young ladies at Anclote where they saved a life. What that must have felt like. Well, the last thing I want to do is have one of these paramedics, firefighters get to a scene, get there a couple of minutes late, and not be able to save a life. We don't want that. So if it means we got to make this step, I think our people have spoken very clearly. That's what they want out of Pasco County. And I will tell you, as a board member that was here when we made the word, we want to be premier, this is what it's going to take to get us there. And I think with Mike, with your leadership, Chief Perez, the future's bright, but it's going to take this board to stand together and support our fire paramedics and everything else we're doing. Bob?
Thank you. Bob Sorg, Pasco County Budget Director. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to go through some slides that we'd prepared earlier.
Please.
Your mic's not on.
Mike. Is that better?
By the way, as you get started, we've had the 4 commissioners here for the day, but I believe Commissioner Bradford is on the line. Commissioner Bradford, you with us?
I am, sir.
Very happy that you're doing well. We greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So the purpose of this evening's meeting is to set the millage and the budget for the fiscal year 2024 budget year. This is the second and final public hearing in which we're going to set these. So just give you a highlight of what's happening here. So we're recommending no change in the general millage rate of 7.6076. And as you're aware, under the Save Our Homes provisions of the Florida Constitution, the taxable assessed values of a single-family home or homesteaded properties cannot increase by more than 3% or the rate of inflation, whichever is less. And so this year, the rate of inflation given to us by the state is 6.5%. And so folks' taxable assessed value on their homesteaded properties won't increase by more than 3%. Taxable values on non-homesteaded properties cannot increase by more than 10%. And so this year, since the taxable assessed values increased by 16%, those properties won't have their assessed values increased by more than 10%. And so as an example of this, if you have a homesteaded property and the typical property here in Pasco County is about $147,000, and so we just use $150,000 to make the math simple. If you're homesteaded with a $150,000 property, you subtract the 50,000 homesteaded exemptions, and your property tax bill would increase by about $22.82. And that increase is because the value of your property increased, not because there was a change in the millage rate. And likewise, if you have a homesteaded property, we're not subtracting those $50,000 for that homestead exemption, and so your property taxes would increase by $114.11. Now, for the folks at home, that's that increase of $22 or that increase of $114, that's for every $100,000 of assessed value of your home.
So Bob, safe to say if you're in a $300,000 house,
Yes, sir.
with everything we've got in the budget, the way it's set right now, your property tax for a homesteaded property already existing is only going up $45.
Exactly, yes.
Thank you.
So for those folks who are at home and are looking at their tax bill and they're saying, well, wait a minute, my taxes increased by more than 10%, we wanted to point out some tidbits here for reading the trim notice. You'll notice the big takeaway here is that for the school districts, there is no cap on the increase in your taxable assessed value. So for the county, if you look at your trim notice, you'll see a line for county and a line for MS Fire. Those are capped at a 10% increase. Where you go down a little bit, and you'll see on your trim notice where it says public schools, there's no 10% cap on the millage rate, or I'm sorry, there's no 10% cap on the taxable assessed value for the school district. So that the millage that is going to be applied to that property value is going to be the market value of that home. And this year we know it's much more than 10%, it's 16% this year. And so as we look at this, the cap on the home, as we said, is 3% or the rate of inflation, whichever is less. And you can see here, only 3 times since 2009 has that actually been 3%, right? So 2012, 2022, and of course 2023, they've been above 3%. And so you see many of those years, it's actually less than 1%. So the taxable assessed value on homes increased by less than 1%. And if you do the math, that means the revenues coming to the county increased by very little. So this is information from the Florida Tax Watch, and you look here, we look at the total property tax levied, and we normalize this data by using the per every $1,000 of personal income for this fiscal year 2022 and 2023. Pasco County is 45th out of 67 counties. And so for every $1,000 of income, Pasco County charges about $23 for property taxes, and that is for all property taxes within our district. And so that's for school taxes, county taxes, fire MSTU, all of those. You'll notice we are considerably less than the statewide average of $33, and we're below all of our neighboring jurisdictions.
And we have no cities.
Exactly.
We have no cities. We're doing this without our cities. Yeah.
Right, a lot of these have a tax for their cities, so if you're in St. Pete or Tampa or something like that. So where do your property taxes go? You'll see that 43% goes to the county, 13% goes to the fire department through the Fire Municipal Services Taxing Unit, 2% goes to the voter-approved general obligation bonds, and then 39% goes to the school board. So if we look at the tentative budget increased 5% over last year. The big reason for that increase is through the capital plan. And so a lot of this is, of course, through the fourth burner for the waste energy plant, which was just approved at the last meeting, and other kinds of public infrastructure activities is the main reason for these increases. So one of the questions that folks have asked me since the September 5th meeting is property taxes, or the taxable assessed values went up and y'all are getting all this money. What are you doing with all that money? And so right off the top, we take 40% of that off of the top, and that goes to the sheriff's department. Because just as the demand for our services are increasing, the demand for the sheriff is also increasing. So the sheriff, of that money we get, right off the top, 20 million goes to the sheriff. And you'll see a lot of the other things on this list.
Can I say something
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that? It used to be 50%,
Yes.
but we took the jail back from the
Mhm.
sheriff, so that 10% is now, plus more, is now we're doing the jail out of our general fund. So,
Absolutely. Thank you.
And we're also, this year, there's 10 new sheriff deputies on there as well.
not,
That's separate from his normal contribution.
Yes, and so what Commissioner Mariano is alluding to here is the 10 sheriff's deputies down there for $1.75 million that the sheriff came to the board and said he's having trouble with recruiting, retaining officers, and the board decided to give an additional $1.7 million above the 40% to allow the sheriff to hire 10 more deputies. We consider most of the things on this list as must-pays. A lot of these things on the list, the county really doesn't have much choice in paying, right? So the state sets the retirement rates. They changed the retirement rates this year, and that, of course, causes an increase to us of $3 million. Health insurance, we talked about inflation earlier. Inflation's hitting health insurance just as it's hitting all of the others. Commissioner Starkey talked about our corrections department, so you can see the contracts in our corrections departments are expiring, and so as a result, we've increased those contracts by about 15%. We don't believe that's going to be enough, but just for the budgeting purposes, we put in 15%. Obviously, we'll pay what they are, but that's another $2.8 million. You'll notice an important initiative to this board was homelessness, was trying to do something to end homelessness. And so we set aside $1 million in the next year's budget in order to get that underway. So here's some outside funding. So this is funding that goes to agencies other than the county. Most of these are required by us, by the state, that we don't have any choice in paying. And some of the others are things that the board has decided that they want to contribute to help the board achieve its mission. And you see the things that have changed is Medicaid. So in order for the state to balance its budget, it has asked the counties to share in the cost of Medicaid. And so that increase is $300,000, which most years it's actually more than that, so we feel fortunate that it's only $300,000. Pasco Kids, they provide medical examinations for kids that are suspected of being the subject of abuse, and they've asked for $19,000 additional this year. And then finally, United Way. We haven't increased the amount of money we've given to United Way since 2015, and they've asked for an increase this year, and so we've increased that by $85,000. So your capital investments for 2024, here's the things. We've talked about all of these things before, but we are investing in our capital infrastructure to make sure that in the long run, that these things are going to be in good shape and they don't cost more money in the future to fix. So, for example, the facilities, so our building renovations. So we've got 500 or so buildings in the county that the county owns. So we're contributing $5 million towards the repair of those. IT hardware and software. We all know about cybersecurity, and so we need to invest $1.4 million towards cybersecurity to keep this area safe. And then you'll notice on the bottom there some other kinds of capital projects that we're going to be doing in the upcoming year, 2024. Constitutional officer budget recommendations, and so we're recommending these increases that you see on the screen. As we talked about before, the sheriff increase of 40% of the new income is 15% increase for the sheriff. The clerk and comptroller's office, that increase is due mainly to the kinds of healthcare, wage increases, and retirement increases that we're seeing on the board side. Plus, we've set aside some additional money for the clerk and comptroller's office to invest in its criminal justice and information systems software. Supervisor of Elections Office, you'll see that increase next year there will be actually two primaries next year, the Presidential Preference Presidential Preference election, and then the other election for local officials in August. So our change in major funds, these are the funds that we consider to be our major funds. The general fund increasing 13%, we talked about those, so there's additional capital projects there. There's increases to retirement, healthcare, all those kinds of good things. We see our transportation trust fund increases, and those are for road repairs, things like that. You'll notice the increase in our fire department, fire MSTU, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then stormwater has increased by about 4%, and that's because they had some large projects they were working on last year. Those are completed, and so we don't need to carry them forward this year. So the fire MSTU increase, as Mr. Carballa mentioned before, we haven't increased the fire MSTU millage since 2016. We believe if we don't change the millage rate for the fire department, that fund will become insolvent in 2024. In other words, there will be more outlays than revenues coming in. And so for that reason, we recommend a millage rate of 2.159. And you'll notice most folks on their trim notice, that millage that's shown on their trim notice is 2.3 mils. We're asking to come off of that 2.3 mil rate to 2.159. At the last hearing, the board asked us to look at a 5-year planning horizon, and that's what we've done here. And that 2.159 keeps that fund solvent for an additional 5 years. The reason we're asking for this increase in millage, as Mr. Carballa said, was we wanted to address two issues. The first one of those was there's just growth in the county, and there's growing demand for services, and we'll show you that demand in just a little bit. And it's important that we're able to recruit and retain those qualified firefighters that we need to keep them here in the county. So let's talk about calls for service. So these are the calls for service. The blue is EMS, the red is fire. You'll notice since 2015, the number of calls for service has increased from about 65.
EMS are the ambulances calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just for the public.
Thank you. So since 2015, the calls for service has increased from about 65,000 to over 90,000. And it's interesting that you'll note our EMS service, or our ambulance service, is actually the third busiest EMS service in the state. And that's all counties, all cities. So response time. This is the thing that's most important to you if you're calling for an ambulance. The response time from the time that call hits 911 to the time the ambulance shows up on your front door. If it's under 10 minutes, is that gray bar underneath, and you can notice that that's been substantially increasing. If it's 10 to 15 minutes, you'll see the orange, and if it's over 15 minutes, you'll notice that that's that blue bar. So 47% of all calls to fire and for our ambulance are actually coming in at more than 10 minutes. So we talked about retaining qualified firefighters. There's a cost to the county of firefighters coming here. We train the firefighters, and then in 2-3 years, they go to another jurisdiction. And so when we look at the cost of this, and since 2020, the cost of bringing these employees here, recruiting them, training them, et cetera, cost the county about $4.7 million. And this is looking at our retention and our turnover in the fire department. You'll notice that in 2022 is that very large bar there. And if you look at that, the gray piece in the middle, those are the folks who are resigning. And a couple of reasons folks give us for resignations is they can make more money, and work less hours in other jurisdictions. And so these are the kinds of things that we would like to prevent with this increase in the millage so that we can increase the pay for our firefighters as well as do some other things that decreases the stress of our firefighters. So the initiatives that we're talking about for fiscal year '24 and beyond in that 5-year time horizon, we are negotiating now for a wage increase and a step plan for our union partners. We will be opening stations 2 and 4 soon. And on the horizon, we're looking at least 5 more stations will be needed after we complete stations 2 and 4. Mental health for first responders is very important. As we found out during the latest hurricane here, this Rapid Diver program is an important program, and we plan on wrapping that up. EMS supervisors and SWAT medic, and so the SWAT medic program is very important to our sheriff. Future ladder companies, I believe we have 1 ladder company now, and for the entire county, we'd like to add at least 1 more ladder company for that. And then, as I talked about earlier, this workload stress and overtime reduction initiative. So this is the action that we're recommending. No change to the Pasco County operating, which would be the general millage that is on folks' trim notice. The county fire municipal MSTU millage, we are recommending an increase from 1.8 to 2.1590. And then the rest of those, what you see down below, those are all the voter-approved general obligation bonds. And all of those millage rates have declined with the exception of the last 2 there. The jail for 2021, and then the Parks and Recreation one for 2022A. And with that, that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions for Bob?
Can
Commissioner
you-
Starkey?
Thank you. So can you say why those 2 didn't decline compared to the others? Just what are the
Yes.
reasons for that?
So the reason they didn't decline was that those are new bonds, and in the first year of a bond, we pay interest only, and then in the second year of a bond, which both of these are, we're paying interest and principal.
Thank you. We didn't change anything.
That's correct. We didn't change a thing.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Waitman?
Thank you, Chair. Is this your last one before retiring?
Yes,
This is
sir.
it?
Eric told me I had to come
Everybody,
back
this
this
is the
afternoon.
budget man's last budget hearing, so I'm glad there's a crowd here for him. So you go to you mentioned, and this was mentioned last budget hearing too, Florida Tax Watch, we're ranked 45th. So does that mean we're more efficient in our spending? Does that mean, like, how's this ranked compared to others? You know, because this could be interpreted several ways.
Absolutely.
So please go into detail on the ranking system on here and what that means, if that's possible.
I'm sure a piece of that is that we tend to be more efficient than others, and a piece of that also is that we just, for so long, we haven't increased our tax rates. And you can see that's kind of haunting us at this point now. So we don't have really, if we we don't have the money to open the 5 new stations that the fire department says that we need. And so I think for a very long time, the county was reticent to increase that tax rate. And so you can see the example of that here.
But when you mentioned stations, the vast majority of this increase is going to go to wages, correct?
Correct, yes.
So as we get further into this discussion, a breakdown of, you know, how this money is going to be spent would be appreciative, at least from my chair.
So we're talking about wages, plus we're talking about for each one of these fire stations, the fire MSTU, that's $2.9 million that it would take to staff that fire station. So there's 2 fire stations there, so that's about $6 million needed just to staff those 2 fire stations. And then when you talk about adding 5 more, it gets to be big money pretty soon.
Bob, I think you need to talk about the raises and the step increases too.
So with our raises, what we're trying to do is remain competitive with our neighboring jurisdictions. So Hillsborough and Pinellas primarily, Tampa, St. Pete. And so we need to keep our wages competitive. So what we're trying to do is maintain a wage rate that's 95% of the Hillsborough wage rate. And so that's what's driving that increase in the salaries.
Can you go back to the chart that showed the turnover rate?
Absolutely.
You know, years ago, Commissioner Waitman, we were struggling with keeping deputies. And the sheriff and his team came to us and they said, look, we're losing them bad. A chart very similar to this right here. We're losing these people to other counties to the south and all around us. So we had to find a way to get them. So we put a 3-year plan together because we couldn't afford to do it in one shot. So a 3-year plan together, we put the raises up for all the deputies, and that stemmed that for several years. So we did very well with that. We're facing the same thing with fire. And as much as call volume with sheriff deputies by losing them, et cetera, this is even more dramatic as far as the effect goes. If you losing these people and you're going to have less people working, you're going to have less people for calls. Call volume is going to continue to go up, and our people don't want to see that. This is a way to try to eliminate that. This retention program is a big thing. We've got to be competitive. I mean, we've got 5% raises for our other team members. We did step raises from them from years before to make sure they were in line, so we didn't lose good people, and we've got a lot of great people working here. This is to do the same thing. We're trying to keep the people and not throw away money by having to take over all these resignations. Commissioner Starkey.
I'm going to ask our administrator a question that I didn't ask him to prepare for, so hopefully you can swing in on this one. And I recall this from the school board. So a lot of our money that's in our budget is it's in silos. For example, when people walked in here, I was talking about the Tree Mitigation Trust Fund. That is a pot of money that developers pay into when they clear the land and they take trees out. We fine them, and they have to pay into a fund that allows us to put trees back into the community. That is not money we can use for anything else but putting trees back into the community. Gas tax money, potholes, it's restricted in its lane. So can you talk about what our general fund funds? What comes out of that very important pot of money?
Certainly. So as you correctly point out, we have a number of restricted funds, if you will. Some are enterprise funds. For example, utility ratepayer dollars can only be spent on utility rates. And those are huge portions of the budget. Same with solid waste, as Mr. Gwerg had pointed out. Some of the larger capital projects are funded through public infrastructure. Your general fund is sort of your least restrictive source of revenue, correct? It can be spent pretty much on what you can legally spend money on. In this particular case, I would say that you have probably about 5 main areas where the majority of your general fund dollars go, not with counting reserves. I'm just talking from an operational perspective. The sheriff is a large percentage, so public safety there. The portion of the fire rescue budget that is not funded through the MSTU, the rescue portion. So approximately 1/3 of the fire budget is funded through the general fund. Now that we have the jail, corrections is funded primarily through the general fund. And then you've probably got libraries and parks as your major users of general fund dollars. And then I would say there's a smattering of operational costs that you might see in some of our overhead departments. But we have an internal cost allocation model where we make sure that restricted funds pay for the support services that those areas of general government provide.
So our development department is pretty much funded by developer fees.
For the most part, the answer is yes, in those areas where those fees are insufficient or restricted by law or statute, in which case then they are subsidized by the general fund as well.
Animal services.
Yes, animal services is municipal. It comes out of the 102 fund. And so they do have some fees that they generate, but then those that don't cover their costs are subsidized by the general fund.
So am I missing any that are in certain silos that,
I mean, building fee permits are other things that building fee permits are used to pay for those types of things. I mean, we've hit a lot of the large ones.
Stormwater utility?
yeah, so the utility department, not everybody in the county is a member of Pasco County Utilities, but they also do stormwater, road repair.
Correct.
What else comes out of there?
We have, so I mean, just kind of going down the list here, right? So public infrastructure has
Tree trimming,
stormwater. Public works is primarily funded through gas tax, as well as you have a TIF, a tax increment financing district over the entire county, which takes advantage of the growth in the county to fund transportation. So approximately 30% of that goes into transportation-related activities, and it's generally split between your engineering services department for subsidizing your mobility fees. So when you offer subsidization for your mobility fees on development, that goes in to make up the difference. Your public transit, so provides a lot of the funding and matches that are required on the federal grants to fund your bus system, and then the remainder goes to fund public works. I can tell you that those sources of funding are strained, as with gas taxes, as vehicles become more and more fuel efficient. Even though we're driving more miles and putting more wear and tear on roads, the revenues on those are very restricted.
And we are is it the 12th largest county in the state? Are we 11th or 12th?
I do not know offhand.
We're either
ma'am. We're pretty big.
11th or 12th. We are the 5th largest county government, because 94% of our county lives in the unincorporated part of Pasco County.
Yes, we are primarily unincorporated.
So, Commissioner Waitman, you were saying, how could we be 42nd on that list? This county has been very, very careful with its money. When I was first elected, we had one mowing team to mow the rights-of-way in Pasco County. And then we got 2, and we might have 3. But we have grown very slowly and very carefully. And I know, Commissioner Mariano, when you were on the board during the Gallagher times and another run-up of property value, Pasco County was one of the counties in the state that rolled its millage back and rolled it back dramatically. Too far. Too far. And other counties and cities that didn't, well, the legislature came in and said, hey, you're making all this money and you're not rolling your taxes back. Boom, we're going to do Save Our Homes. And you can no longer increase anything more than 3%. And Pasco County had a very low millage rate and no businesses at the time. So we slashed the parks, we slashed the libraries, we closed libraries. We went through, I was on the school board then, we were cutting teachers right and left, and it was a very dark time in the county. And we have slowly, we're still not out of what we did to ourselves.
You're correct there. In fact, you may have seen on the Capitol, the non-recurring side, the $1 million that we have been putting forward into, basically it's deferred parks maintenance. And again, that's just to try to keep up, to your point.
We literally had people come to us who were running the Little League field in Dade City. Commissioner Waitman, it's before your time. It was like 3 years ago.
You might have been playing.
And told us that our maintenance was, yeah, you might have been playing there, was so bad on our Little League fields that they were turning the lights on and off at the field with a 8-foot 2x4 so that they didn't get electrocuted. They were literally using a long piece of wood to flip the lights on and off. So thank you for that park bond, because that's how we fixed some of those things. But just a little history of the challenges of what we do and trying to balance having a great place to live with keeping it very affordable. And we make those decisions every day.
And I will say, living through that, when I first got here, the economy was booming, we were flying, things were going great. And when the economy crashed, because we're just such a bedroom community, is part of the impetus why this board has been, I think, so strong to create jobs every step of the way. The problems of not having the right funding in place for your parks, for your libraries, for your firefighters, for the sheriff was really hurtful for all of us. And when I see kids struggle, as far as parents saying, my kid's growing up and I can't go play, or they got to travel a long ways to get there, or they can't afford to do things. And when we had no reserves to speak of, I think between new leadership coming in kind of pushed those reserves, how important they are. And think about it, the reserves we have only cover us for 60 days.
That's correct.
So think about if that hurricane had come and hit us, where it was supposed to hit right in the heart of Tampa, if that storm surge was 6 to 9 feet, we would have been without money, we would have been devastated along the way. This protection we've dealt with the reserves has been very fiscally strong. It's been great for our bond ratings to keep us solid, so that if we do ever decide, now we're trying to go out this market to go borrow money, that we are for the Wiregrass Fields coming up, but being this strong and solid is putting us in a great position for the future. And everything we do has been, I think, very responsible. And I will tell you, from years ago, you know, when you were probably working for Speaker Weatherford, there was a different realm out there. The realm out there was cut. But I'm going to tell you, from the people here, when you go look at, they're voting in Penny for Pasco 3 times now. Focus on economic development. Focus on environmental lands. Focus on the sheriff and fire to have vehicles. All these things that they want to have in their county. The GO bonds. I mean, I never pushed the GO bonds whatsoever. I thought it was out there. I thought Bob did a great job, the team did, getting it out there so people would see it. We didn't spend any money. We didn't do any promoting. We never even talked about it on the dais. And that thing passed. Because people here are different from what they were back in 04 to 07, 08. They want to see things. People have moved down up north. They're not used to living in a county. They're used to living in incorporated areas. And when they come from an incorporated area up north down to here, they're used to these services. And they've said they wanted them. So I think, as someone who I consider myself a conservative, I've listened to what the people have told me that what they've wanted, because I serve them.
Commissioner Mariano, I have one more story, and I know y'all have heard me say this, I think, once before. But to me, it's very telling. So I've lived in the county for 32 years. I raised 4 kids here. So I moved here in 92 or 93. I was a youth coach for 25 years. My husband and I, all 4 of my kids played sports. In those 32 years here, the only ball fields that we've added west of Collier Parkway was Starkey Ranch District Park. In 32 years, we have added 1 softball field. Is there 1 or 2 there? Maybe 2. A couple multi-sports fields and a baseball field, and we're still trying to build. We had to borrow $8 million to build the other fields. We have a new Little League team, a new Little League franchise, or whatever they're called, that has no fields. We begged Little League, don't charter them, because there's no place for those kids to play Little League. There has not been a Little League field added that I know of west of Collier, well, in the county since I've been here. I mean, maybe Wesley Chapel District Park has a Little League complex? I don't even know. So we have a Little League charter or group that cannot play because their fields are going to be built in Bexley when we get the money. So we have challenges up here, and our kids want to play. So
I think that's why this board pushed, as we talked earlier, about impact fees. And I'm proud of all of you, especially when they talk about cutting it back for affordable housing. We said, no, anybody coming in here needs to pay those fees for the kids to play sports. So, Commissioner Waitman,
Well, since y'all were looking at me,
you're the one.
well, you're the end.
You're the one we're worried
Commissioner
about.
Bradford in here.
yeah. So, you bring up Wiregrass Ranch Fields. That's happened because this county couldn't get its act together and become in compliance over the last 3 years. So I didn't find that statement fair. That's a management issue from the past.
Did I say Wiregrass?
And
I meant Wesley Chapel.
We'll get there. We're having a discussion first.
And when we talk about, I'll just make general comments, because I'm pretty consistent on where I've been. We talk about new sports fields, new opportunities for kids to play, for parents to take their kids to go do something. Well, we're in a very expensive world. Can these parents afford to sign their kids up to play on the sports fields? Can they afford the cleats? Can we afford to get the food on the table? All of it together, because inflationary at the grocery store is through the roof.
Quiet, please.
And everything, I know I keep beating this drum. Everybody in our county and in our state right now is taking a haircut on every aspect of their lives, especially now that property insurance has doubled and tripled on folks. And then,
Quiet, please.
We raise our general taxes. There's just a pass through more and more onto the consumer. If folks keep more money in their pocket, they're more apt to go and spend it to buy cleats, to buy food at the grocery store, to get a milkshake after a ball game, whatever they need. And that's what keeps our businesses open and our economy thriving. It's not the government's job to ensure how, things move on. If we need to dip into reserves to give people a break so they can get through 12 months, I'm all for it. So, I hear what everybody's saying. I appreciate the history lessons. We're in a very odd time. We have such a disparity. Chairman, you mentioned all the new folks coming here. The new folks are coming here with a pile of money in their pocket. My kids are sixth generation in this county, and there's other people who've been here a long time too. We're not, the folks that have been here like all of us, and we talked about this the last meeting, we can't keep up with the new dollar that's here. And it's not anybody's fault. It's not the fault of the Florida folks who've been here, the Pasco folks who've been here, and it's not the fault of the folks who decided to move here to escape whatever kind of crazy environment they've been living in, and they saw the light. So we're lopsided.
Quiet, please.
And so when we go through this process, the true saying of we need to figure out growth to pay for growth and not have all the folks in the business that have weathered the storm through thick and thin in our county to have to pay for all the new folks that are coming in. And
Quiet, please.
now that statement probably won't be solved here today, but moving forward, I think it's a statement of, hey, we got fiscal year after this one. This is my first one. What a ride! So it's setting a new bar of how to manage folks' money. And anyway, I just measured approaches. I've never not said we didn't need to help certain departments in our county. I've said measured increases. But when we have other governments that are in our county taking big bites, and the timing of all of this hurt. And when we talk about parks, this board is talking about a solution for parks. So parks, we'll figure that out next cycle through a potential MSTU. Same with our roads. There's solutions to all of these problems. It's all in the timing of when we execute these. But I am fully in favor of figuring out a way to keep money in our folks' pockets, our seniors. Thank you, board, for supporting the, I don't know, I forgot the formal name of it. My brain's tired. But given our folks who struggle, that help them keep their home earlier today. And so as we go through this process, I'm anxious to hear what people say. And just please keep in mind that people out there are making decisions every day based on their interest rates, their new mortgage rates. Folks that have moved here, their taxes have reset. They may not have realized, whammo, whoa, surprise, 12 months being in Florida, they thought one thing, it's another. Here comes a hurricane that hits on top, and there's still a whole nother quarter out there with homeowners insurance that's going to come that people haven't got their renewal notices of what that's going to be. So I'm very sensitive to these costs that are on all the folks who are living and choosing to live here. I appreciate the advocacy of this board and the history behind it, but I'm fiercely passionate about finding a way in our small way as a government of the little bit of money that we control, that we find a way to take a haircut and give people some level of relief, at least say we can try for 12 months. And thank you, Chairman, for your time.
Thank you. Quiet,
No
please.
clapping, please.
Commissioner Oakley.
Yes, sir. I've been here 78 years. And I've worked through a lot of things through this county, and living here and working here my entire life. I spent 51 years in my citrus business, which I no longer have, because it became a fact that you couldn't have citrus in our part of Florida. But the fact of it is, I feel for these people that have all these higher inflation and expenses, but that part of what happens when you have an economy that starts changing the way it's going. Instead of going down, it's going back up and booming, because so many people are wanting to be here with this happening in this area. They want to live here too. I think we've got the best thing in the world here in Pasco County, and a best place to live. But it's still, it's hard. We've been a rural community for a long time, and a lot of that's changing. But we still need to pay attention to our citizens and our monies and the way we spend them. During COVID, which was not very good times around here, but during COVID, when I came on board 7 years ago, we had 20 years of deferred maintenance on parks and libraries and things of this nature. During COVID, we were able, Keith Wiley was able to take his team because they were not using the fields and actually redo a lot of fields during that time and brought a lot of that maintenance back up to par. Now, those things should have happened, never gone 20 years being deferred at all. But we can't make decisions for those commissioners that came before us. We came after, but we had those issues, and we pretty much have been attacking those issues all along. I'm gonna tell you something, and the outcry of our citizens has been, we need better response times. We need more time to service our citizens, to bring better coverage for our fire and our EMS and things of this nature in our county. And we've been working hard on doing that and finding ways to do that. And for, I believe it's over 8 years, we haven't raised any of these taxes or millage. And so we've been doing it, scraping everything we could to get things done. And it's been working, but you're talking about response times of 20 minutes or more. We don't need those kind of response times. We need to take care of our firefighters and give them a home. In between fire stations there, we're having a infill of fire stations in between other fire stations that are cutting those 20-minute times down to 5 and 10 minutes. And that's what we have to have. And we have to continue doing that. We put this issue, I think it was 5 years ago, that we had the bond issues.
18.
We had those bond issues. We put those out there for our citizens to vote on. We didn't do the voting. We allowed them to vote whether we wanted fire libraries and things of this nature, the bond issues, to take care of these things. And there was even one item on there, which I would have thought would pass, was an additional $50,000 deduction on your homeowner property that you would get that extra break. That one failed, but for fire stations, building 5 stations, and all the raised monies for our firefighters to have, all those things passed. The detention center over here that we have here at Land Lakes, that passed. But inflation hit us in that process. We were supposed to build a 1,000-bed unit to go on the detention center we had. Fact of it is, inflation hit us so hard during that building cycle in the last couple of years that we were only able to provide 500 additional homes. We pay, I believe it is $2.7 million a year to send those detention people that need to be housed here. We have to send them up here to Hernando County, and it's either Hernando or something.
Fernando, yeah?
Yep. And it costs $2.7 million for us to do that. So we were trying to provide the housing for them here without having to go through that big expense. But there's only enough money to go around, and we've kept taxes down for a very long time. And I care about our citizens, and I think they speak out to us that they've actually spoke to us about fire stations. They want more fire stations. They want better response to these things. The problem with not coming up, and I understand this is money, because it always takes money to do what we need for services. They always cost money. The fact of it is, if we don't do this, and we have fire stations that are not put in the right place as we have the growth coming, and the growth is coming, if we don't put them in between these other stations, give better coverages, it's not going to be on me for not wanting to provide better services for the firemen, wages and equipment, and the right stations in the right place. Because someone's going to die. And the problem I have with that, I don't want that on my watch, anybody die, because we can't get there in time. We need to cover that. We need to do that for our citizens. And that's what it's about. I became a member of this board when the citizens reached out, voted for me, to put me on this board. Not for me to decide my wants, or whatever, but to listen to them and then come back and provide the right services for our citizens. And we have the best citizens in the world, I think, without a doubt. And we have probably the best place in the world to live, right here in Pasco County.
I think so.
And for that reason right there, people want to be here, and they're coming. So it's a shame that their coming has to cause a lot of the expenses and price of items and housing and all of these things to increase. But that's the way life is. That's the way it goes when you want more people want it.
Commissioner Mariano, I'd just like to explain
Thanks,
this.
Jack.
Yeah,
Are you through?
I'm done.
and
Okay.
thank you for
Commissioner
that.
Starkey.
I just want to explain what this graph is, and this is from the 2021 fiscal year. Board members, this is the graph that shows the impact fees collected around the state. Since this chart was done, we just did a massive increase in the parks impact fee. And have there been any other since 2021?
Not that I'm aware of. We did a restructuring of the utility impact fees, but there was no net increase in those.
So I don't know how many we moved up, but that Parks one was way overdue.
Yeah.
And very large, so I wouldn't doubt if we're not fourth or so. So it is kind of shocking to look at Osceola. 774. The statewide average is 115. So these are the fees that developers pay when they build a house. This is the and let me see how it works, how they describe it, because the top is cut off. This is, these are the fees, impact fees charged by local governments against new development to provide for capital facilities costs made necessary by population growth. So we're one of the top in the state. Okay?
Commissioner, Mr. Grant reminded me that we did peg our utility fees to inflationary factors, so they did increase at the same rates as our water and utility rates, so 1.5%, 3.5%. So, but those
Okay,
are
so,
charged to new
yeah,
development.
I'm sure we're third or fourth. I'm anxious to let our public speak, Chairman.
I think we're ready. Yeah, good. Okay. Let's go to public comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, Chair, I have 11 signed up, so I'm going to call them first. They just said property tax increase, so we'll hear what they have to say.
Mr. Chairman,
So, go ahead.
Okay, skip.
So you've kind of
You skipped.
deviated from.
Let me
Oh,
go
wait a
back.
minute,
I think, I was talking with the budget director. I mean, if you want to take public comment, it's okay. If
No,
you want to deviate from.
let me go back to my script.
Well, the
Then
script
we'll bring
follows
this-
things
and we're gonna go right
in
back
a
to it.
linear path.
Right.
So if
Little-
there's
little
things you want to discuss, then
And it checks off the boxes of
Yes.
what we have to comply with.
Procedure.
I understand. Yes, sir.
So back to page 1, Mr. Gehrig.
Very good. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the aggregate millage rate as advertised on the trim notice was 9.8305 mils, which represents a 13.16% increase from the aggregate rolled back millage rate of 8.6876 mils. The reason the aggregate millage rate is higher is because the total taxable value increased between last year and this year, generating additional revenue levied for the same millage rate. Table 1 in your handout shows the millage rates for the various county levies and a comparison of the recommended millage rates to the rolled back rates and the prior year adopted millage rates. Rather than read this chart into the record, we have provided copies to each commissioner, board records, and members of the audience. At the first public hearing on the budget, the Board of County Commissioners adopted a budget based upon the millage rates used in the trim notices each property owner received. I'd like to give a brief summary of the general fund and transportation trust fund millages, trust fund budgets, stating the millage rates, the percentage change from the rollback rate, and the reasons for the change. The millage rate for the general fund is 7.6076 mils, which is a 10.24. It's an increase from the rollback rate of 6.9010. The millage rate is the same as last year's millage rate. This morning, the County Commission received a presentation outlining the amendments to the final budget. These changes will have no effect on the final general fund millage rate. The county realized a 16.5% increase in taxable assessed values over the previous year. Compared to the current fiscal year, the general fund expenditure budget represents an increase of $40.2 million. The main factors for this include fully funding the sheriff's budget request, including 10 additional deputies, funding for the presidential preference primary, operational expenditures for the expanded detention center, fully funding an additional 5 code compliance officers, and a wage increase for board and constitutional officer employees. Prior action by the Florida legislature eliminated the requirement for a mandatory transportation ad valorem tax. No transportation millage was levied last year, and we propose no millage be assessed this year for the Transportation Trust Fund. I ask the board accept public comment and then vote on the general fund and the Transportation Trust Fund millage rates and associated budgets. The minimum vote required to levy the general fund millage rate is a simple majority or 3 votes, according to the maximum millage rate calculation.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to the board regarding the general fund and transportation fund? We have a list, so we're going to start with the list.
I do. So when you come to the podium, if you will give your name and address for the record, I'm going to call the first 3. So if you will line up in this order: Joseph Lissick, William Lawless, followed by Anne Marie Ryan.
Joe Lisak, 4940 Marlin Drive, Newport Richey. I was at your last meeting, if you don't recall.
Yes, I do.
We do.
Got some questions, and it has to do with sprawl. Obviously, you know, the 52 corridor, I travel that back and forth from my home in Polk County to come over here on the weekends until we retire. We'd like to live here full-time. Unfortunately, that's probably not going to happen with this new increase. You got the 4G ranch, you're gonna put over 4,000 homes in there, I understand. Along with everything else, you got the Miranda community up there towards Dade City you're building. You got the Angelina, a city in the making, as the sign says. My question is, where's all your plans for a new fire department with all those homes that are going in? Have you budgeted for that from the contractors, the hedge fund companies, and everybody else is making billions off these projects? You went from 23 days for a residential permit, that's for a single-family home. Now you're down to approximately, you got Sherman who hired more people. You want to turn that around, 8.5 days per permit for these builders. This impact fees, is that $276 per lot? Is that what that says? For an impact fee? For a
No.
builder?
No.
That's
Oh, I
wrong.
saw,
I was trying to see what it is. It might be 266 per $100,000 of value.
for 100,000 of
I
that?
don't know. They don't
Because these
say.
homes up here in the Miranda, they start at about
They
950,000.
don't say, but my guess is, who's here from Development Services? Do you know what the total impact fee is? I know you're sitting in.
All right, so let's do this.
Yeah,
Let's
don't
let
go-
him.
we-
Could answer
we
those
won't get into
questions
that.
Hold on.
later, because
But
I got
send
a
it-
lot of
So,
them.
so just everyone understands how public comment is supposed to work. We're gonna take your input.
I'm sorry.
We'll address
Public
things as we
comment.
have in conversation later on.
What
So go
about
ahead.
CDD fees? Can you explain to us what that is? When a new home builder comes in and gets CDD fees to pay for water management, water supply, sewer, wastewater management, bridges and culverts, roads, street lights, parks and recreation, fire prevention control, school buildings and structures, security, waste collection, disposal, and mosquito control. These new building projects, the thousands of them you have out there that don't pertain to us over here in these homes from 1972, where's all that CDD money coming and going? That needs to be explained, I think. You know, you just got, here's contract proposal after contract proposal for these new homes. That 52 corridors fixing to blow up from Dade City on over. You put the 4 lanes in, it's coming. And you know, and I'm almost done here, but over in Polk County where I live, North Polk County, there's a fire department 2.5 miles up the road from my house. 5 miles the other way, heading west on Kathleen Road, they just put 3 developments in there, average homes, 50 to maybe 60 homes in those 3 developments that they just put in the past 2 years. Grocery store, they put a Publix. You know what's the first thing they built? A fire department. Why aren't you doing that? You talk about kicking the can down the road. You didn't kick the can, you dropped the ball. Flat out, you dropped the ball. There's grants available. You just got one. You said you don't have anybody working in your grants
Sir, your
department.
time's up.
Let's get to the grants real quick, then I'm done.
Sir, your time's up.
Yeah, okay. Well, just got $1.7 million grant right there. You just got it for the fire department.
Yes, we did.
Honorable Commissioners, I appreciate your time. I'm going to be extremely short. I just want to thank you all for having the
Name
courage.
and address for the record,
Can
please.
you hear me?
Can I just get your name and address for the record, please?
William Lawless, Newport Richey, Florida. I'd rather not give my address for employment reasons. I worked for the Sheriff's Office for 32 years, and this commission has done everything they could to support the sheriff and law enforcement. With the growth we have in this county right now, I think law enforcement is more critical than it ever could be. So I'm not here to bring up any specific numbers. I just want to thank you all for what you do and for this community and to support law enforcement and the sheriff's budget and personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Anne Marie Ryan. I live at 11436 Windstar Court, Newport Richey. You will pretty much know who I am. I've been before you many times. I do appreciate the effort that goes into trying to budget for a county of this size and the growth that we have. I do have a question, and I hope that you will think about the future for these answers. I do agree with the needs and the growth. We're the third largest growing county in the state. We can't fix all the problems just within the county alone. We also need state help. We've been a bedroom community, which has affected our income, our tax income to make us a better and more profitable county in the past. We have opportunities in the future with Moffett and everything coming. I say let them come, but I say let them come and let them pay. I would rather be number one in what we're charging people to come here because they're coming with hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't want they weren't happy where they were. They're coming here and they want what they want when they want it. And we can't afford it. You all know that I come from a community with 1,200 homeowners and how we struggle just to get water. We can't allow people that are coming in to get everything they want at the expense of those who are here. I am an active member of nonprofits to try to help people who aren't making it and not being able to keep us here. We're going to lose our seniors. They're barely struggling to get through now. I have a pension and I'm struggling. I'm fearful for everyone else. I sit on the volunteer way. I'm with the Daughters of Penelope. I see all the things that the Rotaries are doing. You can't do it alone. We all do it together. But we have to make the people coming who want what they want when they want it to pay for it so we all have the values that we had and a better future. And I know that you can do it, and I know you have a good staff. Please be as tight as you can, but be as fair as you can. Charge the people who want what they need. They're coming here for a better life. They shouldn't take away what we have now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next three signed up, if you'll sign up, line up in this order: Julia Aguayo de Hassler, Janine Duffy, followed by Kathy Julian. And again, as you approach the podium, name and address for the record.
My name is Julia.
You can lower
Aguayo.
that, Julia. There you go. For you and me.
Julia Aguayo de Hassler, Julia Hassler for many. I live in 29547 Birdseye Drive in Wesley Chapel.
Thank you.
I have been here nearly 20 years in Pasco County. Wesley Chapel, Meadow Point, you wouldn't go in there unless you lived there. There was no through all the way to 54. We didn't have any malls. We went to Brandon or Tampa University Mall. It is amazing but scary how the county is growing. By the way, it's Hispanic Heritage Month. We estimated back in 2020 that we had about 86,000 Hispanics living in Pasco. That number has grown to about 92,000 plus and still coming. What I'm very concerned of, and I worked for the school district, so I understand the way to raise everybody's salaries. Yes, we lose a lot of people because next door in Hillsborough or Pinellas, they pay more. And yes, we need our firefighters. We just had the speaker, Sheriff Noko, come and talk to us about I think he said 1 for every 1,000 citizens. It is unbelievable. It's just why it seems to be out of control. And the thing with all these apartment buildings, we are bringing people and people and people, but the school cannot get enough room in their classrooms as is, so more schools are going to be needed, and therefore more of every single service. I appreciate what you're all doing, but I really think that you must find ways to cut for the people that have been here, as Ms. Ryan mentioned, for so many years. Let the newcomers, they are coming with money, let them carry more of their weight on that. So, thank you.
Hi, it's Janine Duffy, 5550 Front Drive, Holiday, Florida. First, I'd like to say, Seth, thank you for saying what we're all here feeling. You worry about the services in the fire department and the sheriff's department, and yeah, we do need those services, but right now, my house is on fire. It's burning right now. I work for myself, I homeschool, I take care of my elderly mother, okay? And with my homeowner's insurance, then the school tax. Now this tax, you're taxing me all out of my home. But I'm sure that's the plan, that's the Green New Deal, right? You own nothing and be happy? I'm glad that you all don't suffer financially like the rest of us do. I'm storing my riches in heaven. But you will have to answer one day for what you're doing to the rest of us. Our homeless problem is a serious problem. I think it's great you want to make the parks and the recreation all wonderful because we're all going to be living in it. I mean, this is seriously not a joke. I'm worried how I'm supposed to feed my daughter. My child support doesn't go up with inflation. I have to drive to Pinellas to put gas in my car because it's cheaper. When have you ever known it to be cheaper in Pinellas? It's really disgusting. Yeah, all these northerners coming down here. Yeah, let's just build them places to live. All these new homes, which are horrible construction, and there's nothing but people complaining about that. Why aren't they paying for all of this? I've lived in Pasco County since 1994. I've owned many pieces of property. I've also lived in Pinellas. I left Pinellas because Pasco was better because of the land. We don't need to be a concrete jungle. That's not what people live here for. You were pushing out generations of people. The school board talks about how they're so worried about underprivileged kids. Well, you're going to triple it. And it's going to be all your fault. You really need to seriously think about what you're doing to so many people. I have no choice but to sell my house, and then where do I go? Where do I go? Can't afford rent either. And those landlords are going to jack it up too. Praying for you all.
No clapping, please.
Hi, my name is Kathy Julian, and I live at 10232 Worthy Lane Way. Janine is a friend of mine, and I've been hearing this from her for a while, and she's actually telling you the truth. She is actually going to have to sell her house and move because she can't afford it because of the property taxes, the school taxes, all of that. Seth, you get it. You understand it, but I can't support you. Until you are not a liar anymore, I can't support you. What I wanted to say today is, why are these new fire stations that we need because of new development not paid for by the developers? Catherine, you said that one of the counties was charging $700. We're charging 100 and something. Why aren't we charging $700? Let's discourage all this new growth. We don't need it. I've only lived here 20 years, but we don't need all this new growth. Why don't we charge a fee for new houses? You know, I don't know, like you have to pay a fee for your car when you move down here. Why don't we charge a fee for your first house you buy? Get creative. Get money from those people because they're coming down here driving the prices up. Our kids can't afford to buy houses because of all the money coming in from New York and New Jersey and all these other places where they sell a house and they come down here and they pay twice as much for a house as the economy down here supports. This is a problem, but it's not helped by raising our property taxes. And it's crazy to me that the allotment for the fire is 2.3. That's like 30% of our total taxes for the county. You run the whole county on 7.6 and it costs 2.3 for fires. That's crazy, but have a nice day.
Okay, the next two signed up are Cindy Scard and then Chris Stebbins.
Hello, my name is Cindy Scarda, and I live at 29157 Cochiti Lake Drive. I'm here to talk about the increases. I just want to say thank you, Seth, because you understand how people are feeling out here. You know, in your demographics here in Pasco, I came from up north. I came in 2010, and I came for lower taxes and lower cost of living, not for a premier community. I think you're going to make a premier community so much so that you're driving people out of their homes. You know, a quarter percentage of your population is senior citizens on fixed incomes. And like Seth was referring to, they can't even, you know, we can't afford the cost of groceries. Inflation is a tax, and you're taxing people right out of the county. It's unbelievable to me. I was on the town board where I lived. I was a supervisor, so I understand budgets. I understand growth, too, because I was on extraterritorial zoning committees. Growth is coming, but the way it comes is what's important. And you don't have to let growth be unchecked and unfettered like it is in this community. I saw it where I used to live down by Bradenton. There was so much growth, they weren't prepared for it. They didn't have the infrastructure. It was a nightmare. That's why I left down there and came up here. So, and why aren't they paying? Why aren't these developers paying? You know, you've got 5,000 new homes going up there on 52. You know, why aren't they paying for a new fire department? We always are told that, you know, these developments will lower costs. It never does. It brings extra costs, extra services to the community. And the people living here already can't afford that burden. So we are in unusual times. You know, this is very challenging times for everybody with this runaway inflation, gas. And I know, I was at a meeting the other night where I had people coming up to me telling me that their parents cannot afford their homeowner insurance. I hear it a lot. I hear a lot from people in my own community. I have people in my community that are moving. So growth is coming, but the way it comes is important. And you have a right to do it responsibly. I'm not so sure it's been done responsibly here in Pasco County. It's everywhere. It's booming out of control. You can say no. You can lower the number of units in a development. I have developed property. I fought developments in my community where I live, so I understand a little bit of both sides of the coin. But we all know there's a lot of money that's been being made here. But to drive people out of their homes isn't right. It's just not right. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Chris Stebbins, 41243 Nipper Road, Zephyr Hills, Florida. When I said at the last meeting that we know exactly what you're doing, this is what I was talking about right here. This is every one of my tax notices from 2009 to this year. You know what you guys did from 2009 to 2015? You raised the millage rate every single year, year over year, without fail. You know why? Assessments were being cut year after year. Foreclosures were at an all-time high. People were losing their homes. So you had to scramble around, figure out a way to keep everyone paying about the same as they paid last year, even though their house was worth half as much. It's a stinking game, and we're sick and tired of it. You know what you did from 2015 to this year? You lowered the millage rate every single year, year after year, without fail. You know why? Assessments were going through the roof. We're in a boom. You've doubled your budget in 7 years. So what do you decide to do in this culmination of this boom, this pinnacle year? Cut rates, which they were scheduled to be cut, which should have been done? No. Keep them the same? No. Raise them just a little bit. Not even close. You decide in one fell swoop to undo all the cuts from the last 7 years and put us back to the 2015 peak rate. It's shameful. Then I sit down at the last meeting and you start telling us how much you just love the firefighters. You just want to take care of them. They're your number one priority. Well, guess what? I've got close friends and family, like 30 minutes building a straw man, as if to say, if you're against this millage rate increase, why, you must hate firefighters. You must just can't stand them. No, I have close friends and family who are firefighters, EMT, HCSO, TPD. I'm sure everyone in this room can say the same thing. Firefighters are not the problem. They're heroes. The administration of this county is the problem. Now I suggest, and I'll close with this, that you heed the warning of Tampa City Council, who 2 weeks ago voted against their own mayor, who was begging in the news every night for a 16% increase. They voted against her. You know why? They listened to the people. Now my question to you is, what are you going to do with our 25% increase? Well, I'll tell you what you're going to do. I'm going to go sit down here in about 5 seconds, and then I'm going to watch all of you almost unanimously ram it down our throat. Well, don't think for a second that we're not going to remember this.
Okay, so that's all that's signed up in person. I'm going to call the ones on WebEx, but I'm going to call them individually. So first, Vincent Gariano. Or is it Gariano?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you can just give your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Vincent Gariano. My address is 8204 Laura Del Rio Drive, Port Richey. So I just want to make one point. One of the persons said, not all us newcomers are coming here with tons of money. I'm a retired Philadelphia policeman. Okay, I'm on a fixed pension. I bought in Pasco County because it was a beautiful area. I don't have tons of money. I've been here almost 1 year, and like one of the gentlemen on the panel said, boom, all these new taxes. Not only have they doubled, tripled, they've almost quadrupled since I bought this house with these new tax rates. I also have a question about how you assess these homes with these so-called finished garages. I would like a definition on these finished garages that have no functional living space, that I'm being charged, assessed $20,901. Do you have any answers on the definition of that?
We don't answer during public comment, sir. We just let people talk for 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I had 3 definitions. One that had drywall walls, which you don't. And let me tell you something, I put a lot of money into this house since I bought it. The house was built in 1976, okay? Another explanation I got from the appraisers was it has a drywall ceiling. Another explanation I got, well, it has a garage door. One appraiser even told me, we'll rip down the ceiling and we'll take off 10% of your millage rate. Does that make any sense to any of you? I'm all for police, fire, I get you. I was part of the system. But these rates have gone, like the other gentleman just said, outrageous since 2015. And we all did our homework here. You know, you're discriminating against people coming in your county, but you want it to grow. So you can't have both. If you raise these taxes, where we almost have to sell these homes now. So it really isn't fair to any of us. That's all I have to say. I appreciate your time, and I hope maybe you can give us a little help. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the next one is Beta Kaskowska, I think. Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Beata Kaczkowska, and I reside in Pasco County at 32341 Pinson Lane in Wesley Chapel. I would like to oppose the proposed increase in property tax. In my opinion, this increase is not only unnecessary, but it will also have a negative impact on our community. Pasco County is one of the fastest growing counties in Florida. It's ranked between number 2 and number 7 when it comes to growth, depending on the criteria and the source of the statistics. And such a significant growth in the number of both residents and real estate must result in increased revenue. So my question is, why do we need, if that's the case, why do we need an increase in property taxes? I also mentioned that this increase is going to have a negative impact on our community. Any increase in taxes, especially during times of high inflation, causes low-income and moderate-income families to be pushed out of our county. And that's something that we don't want. That's something that I don't want. And I'm one of those newcomers who moved back to Florida during the COVID lockdown. I don't want that. I think that it's a beautiful thing that Pasco County is such a diverse community from the standpoint of socioeconomics and culture and everything else. I would like Pasco County to stay as diverse as it was 2 years ago. So we should take that into consideration. We don't want Pasco County to become home exclusively for wealthy retirees from New York and wealthy families from California, basically a playground for the wealthy. I don't want that, and based on what I heard during this hearing, other residents don't want that either. So, so that's why I think that's why I suggest having a comprehensive review of the budget and looking at the revenue sources and also the profits and the spending. Someone also mentioned that Pasco County should remain a business-friendly environment. I think that we should not only think about the businesses and those large developers, but we should also think about the residents because they are actually the community and they should come first before the businesses and the developers. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. And the last one signed up online is Eric Ruiz.
Eric Ruiz is not here. He had a family emergency, so he will not be able to provide the comments today.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, there's no one else signed up, but so if you'd like to call public comment, anybody in the audience?
Anyone from the audience who hasn't signed up or hasn't spoken yet would like to address the board, please come forward. Maybe like 2 or 3 line up behind each other as we go.
Hi, my name's Alex Lucas. I live in Port Richey. I moved here in 2015.
We need
I
your
know
address,
the
sir.
game. Okay?
Your
The
address,
stuff
sir?
that you're pulling here is stupid,
Sir,
ridiculous, and criminal.
Sir?
The idea.
Sir, excuse me. Just your address for the record too, please.
What?
Your address?
Newport Richey. I own the USADailySun.com. I don't want people striking at my home,
It's okay. No.
okay? I used to work for Lennar, and I am a graduate of St. Leo University in accounting. Unfortunately for you, I had the most excellent teachers. Okay? The idea, see, we do not need this property increase. The reason why we have this property increase is to force all of us who have been here for a while, for a long time, who had the lower millage rates, who had the lower taxes, to be forced out. Because as soon as we are forced out, guess what? The property taxes on the homes that we just sold will be doubled. So they can pay for their raises in their salaries, their slush funds, their little charities. You know, I've never heard where the government has actually laid off people. Instead, they are forcing companies to lay off people in order to remain open. You are causing this cycle, not us. It's about time we laid you off. And if you want to send an editorial to me, mine is usadailysun@proton.me.
Please. Brian Paris, 7401 Allison Street, Port Richey, Florida. I want to say tip of the cap, Seth, as in baseball terms, appreciate you. Everybody that spoke is correct. This is about New World Order, own nothing and be happy, taxing people out of their homes. Taxation without representation is actually unconstitutional. If you read the Constitution, nowhere in it says you should be raising property tax on we the people. We need representation. This is a constitutional republic. You guys are supposed to be representing the people, not representing special interests, big corporations. This is a town for small business owners. We need to help the small business owners and protect them. You guys, kind of with the decisions you guys made during the China virus lockdowns, a lot of the small business owners got hurt really bad with the closing and the masking, that people didn't want to go out. And I hope to God that you guys don't force any of that this time coming around, because we know they're going to, the test run was in 2020. But this is about the people. People are suffering. This recession is definitely going to get worse. We might be even in a Great Depression. We have to protect the people of this town. We don't want a New York or Florida. I don't care what these people say. Oh, I want it New York, Pasco County. No, this town's been, it's not perfect, but it's a blessing. And we love our animals and our agricultures. And when you guys talk about planting trees, why not plant fruit trees? Let's have trees that actually produce food and stuff like that to help people out. There's a lot of different things we can do. I think we should put a moratorium on developing, actually, and we need to fix our roads and infrastructure in our schools and develop them. The kids are suffering too. We have human and child sex trafficking in the Tampa Bay area and in this area as well. And it seemed, and I saw there was only $10,000 budget for them. That's ridiculous. This is New World Order stuff. Own nothing and be happy. Like the lady said, she's being taxed out of her home. We got to start representing we the people. This is unconstitutional what you guys are doing. And anyway, my time's up. God bless.
My name is Patricia Slernick-Wellman. My address 12926 Kellywood Circle, Hudson, Florida. I've been in Pasco County since 2007 from a divorce. I lived 40 years in Florida. I lived the difference of them in Palm Beach County, in West Palm. It's very expensive there, and I left there to come here. It was cheaper. I make $30,000 a year. I have worked 2 and 3 jobs to put a roof over my head. I lost my house to foreclosure in 1996 and lived in a rent-infested place years following with my ex-husband. I am tired of taxes. I'm fed up with it. Seems like no one wants to do a thing about it. and everything else, and you're just, basically, when we don't have any more money to pay, I mean, we're going broke. We literally are going broke, you know, and you all can sit up there, you get your pensions, you've been there for years, and you're set. We're not. We have to work our asses off. I want to retire now. I'm in my mid-60s, and I can't retire because I can't afford it. And I'm just getting by, as well as everybody else is, and we're sick of it, absolutely sick of it. So I don't know if you're going to do anything about it. Probably not, like everybody says. It is what it is. And as long as you can keep putting money in your pockets, which I know you are, because all governments are corrupt, I think you need an average person up here, an average Joe, to come up here to run it, which we'll never see in our lifetime. Like I said, I'm very disgusted with all of you. You need to be voted out. And I'm going to make sure, like every past 3 years now, that I try my best to vote you out. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to address the board?
Good evening, folks. My name is Mike. I live at 3804 Hillview Court in Land O'Lakes.
I think you have to give us your last
My
name.
last
Mike.
name is Cook.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been a Pasco County member, a resident of Pasco County for 17 years. I'm very nervous, so please bear with me.
Okay, deep breath.
God bless you guys for doing what you do. It's not easy to sit in that position. I've sat in board member positions, and it's not easy as a board member of my daughter's softball team, actually. But her league was located in Hillsborough County. Unfortunately, we didn't have that here, and now we are. So thanks for building the parks. I think we all, I can speak for myself, not for everyone, but I think what we're doing is we're not looking in the right places for the money. Okay, I understand, I agree the fire department needs the money. We have the influx of people coming in, so the fire department needs the money. And by the way, Tony Perez, he's going to be a great chief for you guys and for us. You know, I've seen him do some work down in Tampa. Anyway, long story short, I know I only have 3 minutes, but I think maybe we should start looking into these big national-sized businesses that are in the neighborhood and ask them to you know, get some funds generated from them rather than the people who live here, because we are going to drive some people out of here. And if they're coming, you know, raise the impact fees. What did I hear, $256 per 100,000 or something like that for a house? I don't know the exact numbers, but I can tell you that it's not enough. Because if they stop coming here, that means we won't have to raise the revenue from the taxpayers, from the residents of Pasco County, to allocate the funds to the fire department, because they'll stop coming, which is okay for a lot of people. A lot of people don't want all this growth in here. We would slow things down. That's all I'm saying is you're not looking in the right places for the money. I agree with you, we need the money. And you guys have a tough decision to make. But I felt, you know, almost 2 decades living here, I felt I had to say something. I've never been to a board meeting, so I'm not going to sit here and say that I follow everything you guys do. I don't. But I know that I have to say something. If I see something, I have to say something. That's what I was taught. I was taught that as a kid. I got a wife, 2 daughters, put one through college. I own a small business. My wife is the administrator for the business, and we can't get by. I can't get by. I'm almost behind on my mortgage. That's a dangerous place to be when you got a wife and kids. I'm just saying, just look in other places for the money. I agree with you guys that we need the money and we need to allocate the funds from the budget, but I think you're looking in the wrong places for it. Thank you for the time.
Is there anyone else who wants to address the board?
Hi, my name is Mark Eslick. I live 5100 Gallion Court, Newport Richey. And I just have a question. I hear, you know, this is beautiful, all this work's done, but there's tremendous growth in this county. A lot of people coming in, a lot of houses being built. These are taxpayers. Isn't all this money coming into the fund? Can't that finance what needs to be done? And in the meantime, the roads are going to pot. And I don't know. We've got all this money coming in, but you want more money from us. It doesn't make sense. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Another one of my neighbors on my street.
Commissioners, I know it's been a long day, so we'll try to make this quick.
John Michael Moran, President of the Pasco County Professional Firefighters, 21735 YMCA Camp Road, Land O'Lakes. Commissioners, I'd like to start this evening by expressing my gratitude to the county administrator and his staff for the level of respect and transparency they demonstrated to us over the summer as we worked together through the FY24 budget process. I have learned a lot and have a renewed appreciation for all that goes into making local government work more effectively and efficiently. Over the last decade, your intentional and deliberate efforts have brought unprecedented growth to our county. Beyond the 28 people that move to Pasco County on average every day, we have seen business and industry reemerge. We have seen million-square-foot distribution centers and large corporations relocate to Pasco County. You've created jobs and otherwise provided an opportunity for development and prosperity that has made our county one of the fastest-growing areas in the nation. We are all grateful to live, work, and play right here in our own backyard. However, in order to sustain the progress that we're enduring, we must maintain an adequate public safety infrastructure. The data is simple and plainly makes the case for an increase in the fire MSTU. Pasco County Fire Rescue is one of the top 10 busiest agencies in the state. Call volume has increased 44% in the last 8 years, 20% in the last 2 years alone. You've lost 162 employees at a cost of $4.7 million in the last 4 years and have spent more than $5 million per year on overtime costs. Response times have suffered, with 47% of all calls for service resulting in first unit arrival of greater than 10 minutes, and 10,000 calls. 10,000 calls took more than 15 minutes before life-saving measures could be initiated. We cannot continue to enjoy this period of unprecedented growth if we cannot provide essential service. As elected leaders, you have an enormous responsibility to provide for the safety and security of your constituents. Do not abdicate that responsibility. Raising taxes is tough. I get it. There's never a good time, and it's always a last resort. But professionals that you've employed to provide fire and EMS service in this county are telling you that it is unavoidable and has to be done. The fire rescue budget that is being presented to you has been scrutinized like never before, and we have already conceded to more than $10 million in cuts. You are getting diminishing returns on the taxpayers' money by not fixing the root of the problem, adequate funding. Please do not punt this issue down the road like prior administrations. You have a chance right now to propel Pasco County into a future that provides for the livelihood of your employees and provides a safe and secure place to raise your families. Although there will always be those who speak out against an increase, please understand that we care deeply for the people hidden in the data, and they expect more. For less than $3 a month to the average household, you can make a promise for a brighter tomorrow to the hundreds of thousands of residents who aren't here tonight because they expect you will do the right thing. Our friends, families, and neighbors, some of which proudly sit behind me this evening, will always support those that support us and those who choose to make public safety a priority. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak and address the board? Anyone else after this gentleman, please stand up now.
Good evening. I'm Paul Totten. My address is protected. I've been looking at that chart, and it's kind of been wearing me out. You know, we ranked 45th for taxes levied. As I brought up with the Tax Watch document at the last meeting, we rank 57th for public safety expenditures. There was some comment made, are we doing everything right? Are we doing things better? Arguably, you're doing them worse. If the people are paying taxes ranked 45th in the state and they're getting public safety at a level of 57th in the state, that's a pretty wide disparity. Insurance rates were also brought up and discussed by the board, and rightly so. We all don't like paying more insurance. It's important to note, I brought it up last time, as our ISO rating increases as a fire department, which is a byproduct of adequate funding, insurance rates can go down. It's money well spent. It's money that is long overdue to be spent. The call response times that occur over 10 minutes is crazy, and I can't imagine anyone being naive enough to think that getting someplace to provide medical care in 5-6 minutes looks much different than if you arrive in 12 to 15 minutes. The taxes that are increasing for the majority of folks are school board taxes. They're not under your purview, that you have no control over any of that. The notion that we're going to limit taxes that that are needed, because the school board went crazy this year, and frankly, the voters did. They approved the 1 mil. The fact we're gonna cut ourselves short and hamstring the fire department seems kind of absurd to me. We're getting clear value for the money that we're asking for. Just consider the decision carefully, and, you know, we need this moving forward. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? We'll close public comment.
Commissioner,
Commissioner Stark.
I didn't start it early enough, but I started to write a few of the issues down that were brought up. And if you don't mind, I just want to take a few off.
All right, Bob might have a list he's going through already? No?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Starkey.
Just real quick, the woman who was on a board in another state, Florida has a very interesting property right. They have very interesting property rights laws. We have to abide by them, so we cannot tell someone they can build less than what their zoning allows. We just can't do it. It's against the law. We can't tell someone who wants to develop their property they can't do it. It's against the law. We can, so people want to move here, and they want to come in and build something, whatever they have in their comp plan and zoning, you know, we can massage a little bit. It has to fall within our development rules, but we have to approve it. So Florida, I don't know what happens in other states, but that's what happens here. That's a very simplistic way to say it, but masks, we didn't, and COVID, we didn't shut down one business in COVID. Very proud of that. Impact fees, I tried to get a number from some of the development attorneys out there. We are $30,000 a house. And that is about to go up because we increased park fees. I think that'll go up to $33,000, and the school board told me they're getting ready to prepare for a massive increase in school board impact fees. So it wouldn't surprise me if we moved to 2 or 3. I don't know what's going on in Osceola, but it'd be interesting to find out what their story is.
But remember, the state legislature has capped the amount you can increase impact fees.
Oh, yeah, the state stopped us from being able to increase impact fees. I forgot about that. We cannot call for a moratorium for developments against the law. Cost of houses. So when we add $30,000 and now soon to be $33,000 to a cost of any house in Pasco County, when your kids want to move here and buy a house, and when my kids, they can't afford to live in Pasco County, that cost gets added to them. So, you know, and we hear it on both sides. Charge more, but then you can't have, no one can move here because it's so expensive. So this is a juggling thing that we have all the time. When we hear from our public fire stations, what the gentleman was just saying, if you don't know, is when a fire station is built near your home, and I don't know what the distance is, but it can lower your insurance costs. So you need to be sure when a fire station opens to take a look at your homeowner's insurance and get that reduced rate. I think there were a few things that people brought up that, I didn't write down notes to just talk about what some of the things you said. So just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. I was going to talk to those. Go ahead.
Oh, do you want to?
Go ahead.
Okay, so CDD, that is a, I'm going to let the county attorney tell you what it's.
Community development districts are a creature of state law, which create a special purpose local government, an elected board. Though they are traditionally set up by the developer to finance the infrastructure in the project itself. All those fees collected go to that project, and none of those come to the county. So the CDD fees, and there are myriad of disclosures in the documents that you have to sign if you move into a CDD, but all of those, and traditionally they're all special assessments, They go to pay off the bonds for the roads and streets and streetlights and whatever else is in the project, and then it converts to a maintaining those things. So that's costs that the county wouldn't have to pay if they were county local streets,
Quiet, please.
the tax money.
Quiet, please. Sir, please, you've had your, I know, but you had your 3 minutes. Sir, you cannot speak.
Ask the bailiff.
This,
Sir, you had your 3 minutes.
let me,
You had your 3 minutes.
Bailiff in a second. Okay.
traditionally, the board adopted today an MSTU for local road paving. Traditionally, no ad valorem taxes went to that infrastructure. That answers your question.
So, Commissioner, County Administrator, at our last hearing, you had proposed what amount for the fire MSTU?
So at the trim hearing, as well as the adoption of the tentative millage, we had recommended a 2.3000 millage rate.
And what does that mean per one, and we use the $100,000 value. What did that mean and how much did that collect?
So the proposed millage of 2.3 would have resulted in an average cost on the whole to the homeowner of $230 per year. Now, that is a $150,000 taxable assessed value home. Doesn't mean that's what the taxes are. So with the homestead exemption, that would be $100,000. That is actually your median or average taxable value.
And what are you proposing tonight?
No, I'll get to that. What I wanted to add to that, Commissioner, was that note was actually a proposed increase of $50 per year to the average home. So already 180 at 1.8 mils is what folks are already paying. So that new millage would have resulted in an additional $50 per year to your average value. What I've proposed this evening, after going back through and developing what the board had asked, and a 5-year plan, if you will, versus a 10-year plan, that results in 2.159 or $215 or $35 per year. So a net decrease.
So we went from 50 to 35, so we reduced that since the last meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
In the increase in the taxes that we assessed from last year to this year with the millage keeping it the same, you went over the number, it was $22, I believe?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I need you to repeat that for me.
I think Bob's coming up for it.
Big Bob.
Yes, for homesteaded property was $22.
So this commission, based upon those values, if the MSTU at the 2.159 gets adopted, we were raising it $35. With the increase in the on the regular tax, it's 22?
22, yes.
So a total of the responsibility for our budget comes to $57. Okay.
Right, between the two taxes.
Between the two, okay. And as far as like school board, that was different?
Absolutely, yes.
All the other things are on there, just on there, so, okay. Commissioner Starkey.
So I've been here, this is my 3rd term, I think. And this is the first time we've had people like this come. And there is no doubt that we all have had inflation hit us. I mean, I have family members on disability. I have friends. People at my church. Everyone has been affected by this crazy year of rampant inflation. I do think it's getting better, but we are, we're seeing the pain that's out there. Not only that, but the cost of living here has increased. Home values have gone through the roof. You can't buy a new car. You can't buy a car. Car price has gone crazy. People's lives have definitely been affected by what's going on out there. And we it's a tough seat that we're sitting in right here. And I'm trying to find a way to balance everything and to be able to fix the roads, finish building those fields, make sure we have someone to pick up the animals, and do all the things that county government does. So I would maybe propose that we very slightly, but try and help our citizens as much as we can by rolling back our millage to something like 7.6072, 74, something. I mean, we could do something little, couple $1 million. We heard today where we found a couple $1 million in grants. I personally, as we said at the last meeting, that's an opportunity for us to be much more aggressive in going out there and bringing federal and state money home. We've had bad luck with a lot of our asks from the state getting vetoed by the governor for whatever reason, but we're going to try again to have the state help send money back to our county like they do to all the other counties. And I don't know what that hit is, but budget, Bob, can you tell me what that is?
For how much?
I mean, go to 7.6074.
We've calculated a 0.5 reduction is 2.2 million.
Well, you don't throw all those numbers out. You need to do the math. I don't do math. I don't do math under duress.
Dan's crunching the numbers.
Chairman, Mayor, unless you had something, sorry.
Before I get to that, while you do the calculation, if I could, we talked about doing the cuts we could. Chief Perez, would you mind coming forward and talk about how you looked at it and how you work with staff and where you found the cuts? I know you found a couple of allocations of expenses we had that you got rolled back that we didn't fund, so I think the people probably like to hear.
Good evening, Tony Perez, Fire Chief, and long day, huh? So I just want to start out by, I'm very sensitive to everyone's comments, public comments. I live in Pasco County. I have to pay the taxes as well. But I think we've lost the focus on where we need to be with we are here to talk about the members. Yes, we're talking about an increase, but it's for our members of Pasco County Fire Rescue that is well needed. Our growth and development continues to grow, and it's going to put a heavy demand on our services. So we need to keep up with the growth. And our men and women should not suffer or should not be penalized because of this small tax increase. I'm paying for it as well. We need to continue to grow and stay ahead of the curve. I worked for a city who refused to keep up with the growth of the city, and that's why they won't ever catch up. For every year that we let go by, it's 4 years that we're behind. Yes, City of Tampa denied that one millage. They should have been adding small increments 15 years ago. They refused to grow. Pasco County is in the same predicament. We are growing, and we need to keep up with the growth. We need to provide that level of service that's second to none. I came in July 31st with Assistant County Administrator, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Carbala, and the staff. I went and looked at the budget. We reprioritized what was important for our department and the residents that we are serving. We did what's called the scrub work. We scrubbed it down. We went back a second time. We scrubbed it again. It was the needs, not the wants. And that's what I was doing. I was being a good steward of the taxpayers' dollars and your money as well. We narrowed it down. We were able to cut $9.5 million. Things that were not a priority. Things that, yeah, maybe down the road we can go back and revisit, but it wasn't a priority now. Our priority was staffing, pay wages, reducing the people that we're losing every year to other departments. Our competitive wage package does not compare to the surrounding departments. We're losing people every day. If we don't keep up with the growth, we're going to continue to keep spinning our wheels in the mud. And we don't want to be that department. We don't want to be that county. We're right here. We've got great potential. But I think the focus has been lost because it's the men and women that are going to continue to keep doing that job. They do a fantastic job day in and day out every third day. We have to continue to support the men and women of Pasco County Fire Rescue so we can provide that level of service that's needed. It's a very small increment. I know here's the discussion, but I think we've lost focus on where it needs to be. We need to focus on improving our fire rescue EMS system. We're going to do that. I own it. I started in July 31st. I own it. I'm not going to give it to anyone behind us. I'm going to take ownership of this right now. We're going to be good stewards. We're going to move this operation forward, and the men and women are going to provide a level of service that's second to none. We just need the support. And once the community understands that, they're going to be on board too. What we don't want to happen is we start falling behind, and now that 911 emergency comes in, now we can't provide the level of service. We as citizens are going to be the first ones complaining, where's my rescue car? Where's my engine? Where's my resources? Where are my resources? Well, we haven't kept up with the growth. And I know Commissioner Waitman talked about 12 months, but it's going to grow in 12 months. For every year that's gone by, we fall behind 4 years. So the things that we were able to cut are things that weren't important. Skid steer, right? A TIMS unit. We also cut, right now, an investigator too we were trying to implement, right? But we were wanting to put in an EMS supervisor. Those are things that are needed for the field to help facilitate the call volumes, to help facilitate the oversight of what we're doing. The men and women are doing every day out there in the county. So I ask you, let's focus on what's important is that millage increase to help our men and women continue to grow with what the county's doing. And I guarantee you, I will have oversight of it, along with the staff that's going to support it, and we're going to help drive this operation to where it needs to go and provide first-class service to these citizens of Pasco County. All right, anything else, Commissioner?
No.
Well, I just want to say I'm in full support of going from the number we were at last week or last meeting to that number that we're at this week to get. And I just am so thankful that you went through your budget the way you did. And I could not sleep at night if I knew that it's taking 15 minutes for an ambulance to come for someone who's dying. We can't have that. We can't have that.
And just so you know,
I'm not going to have that on my conscience.
No, I agree. I don't want that on my conscience. That's why we're going to tap into these additional resources like you spoke a few weeks ago. We're going to tap into those federal grant funding, that money that's out there. We're not just going to focus on this. We're going to open up the scope and try to put as many feelers out there to get those resources back into our county. That's what we're moving forward on. We're going to be good stewards of our money, but we're going to do our due diligence to provide a level of service that's outside of what we're talking here.
And Chief, I think your team is with you all the way. JJ and the fire union team went to DC to go get that grant. It was a safer grant to make it safer for our people so they don't get cancer, so they can get protected. And we can do that for all our fire stations now, which is what we want to do. We want to protect our people. We don't need another Jason Tucker situation where we lose, a great man. So going forward, I know we're still waiting even for money for a funding of a full fire station that hopefully we'll even get to. But I appreciate your scrubbing down the budget. I know you gave some specifics to me, but we don't have to get into those now. But by bringing that down, bringing it to a 5-year plan, to a 10-year plan, maybe that number holds for a few years. We don't know. We'll see how things go.
And that's what we did. As you can see, I call him Budget Bob like everyone else. He posted up there. Commissioner Waitman requested a 5-year plan. So we reprioritized our pathway to premier, and we brought it down to a 5-year plan. These are our priorities. This is what we're doing to move forward. But again, it was for the members to continue with the growth and development and to keep our people here in Pasco County and not lose them to other departments. And those were the focus. And it will help, we passed this millage rate, it's gonna help clean all that up. We're gonna stop, we're gonna create that foundation, and everything else is gonna take care of itself. And we're gonna be able to provide a level of service that's second to none, and we won't be hamstrung.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stark, you had the question, and Bob maybe has the answer? Yes, sir. You want to get to Commissioner Waitman?
So decrease in the general fund millage from 7.6076 to 7.6074 reduces the budget by $9,000.
Yes, yeah, so,
$9,000?
yeah, so I'm gonna go for a bigger number. But I want to make sure that we're on board with how we cut, we've cut the fire MSTU. I don't know how we can cut that anymore, just kind of seeing where we are on the board, because I'm going to suggest a rollback of the millage, but I want to be sure we've got the fire guys.
Why don't we talk to, see what Commissioner Waitman is on his mind? Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate Chief's passion. We'll put him on the speaking circuit to help generate some funds to the coffers here. But Chief, I respectfully disagree. I don't think this board's lost focus. This board, our board members in communities every day, and your people are trying to figure out how to make it. And what's been proposed at the 2.3 level is a 27.5% price tag increase, tax increase on the residents of Pasco County, and it's compounded with the rest of the increases that folks are being forced to pay. And I'm very sensitive to that. So, with that being said, I think it's time to talk about process here, because we're coming down to votes. Mr. Cabral, will you please, and I appreciate where Commissioner Starkey's going with cutting back on general operating millage. I think we can go further. But in the meantime, I think it's important everybody understand the process here, what 5 votes mean, what 4-to-1 votes mean with each tax, the general fund and the fire MSTU, and what those numbers mean in dollar value. So, thank you.
So we'll first look to Bob on the general fund vote. The general fund vote is a majority?
It's a simple majority. 3 votes to keep it where it is. Or to increase or to decrease.
Specifically what?
We can't increase, right?
So,
We've already done that.
no, you cannot increase. You've adopted the
Don't
trim.
want to increase?
No,
So don't-
you've adopted a
Yeah.
flat operating millage. But if there is a reduction or a hold at this, it only requires 3 votes of the 5 that are here today. With regards to the MSTU is handled a little differently. So the current millage, I'm going to round here because I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. The current millage is approximately 1.8. In order to adopt that millage, it requires, or 110% of that number, which is approximately 1.84, it requires 4 votes of this membership body. Anything above 1.84 will require unanimous consent of the membership of this body.
Okay.
So Commissioner Waitman, what's your number?
And to be clear, 1.8 is where it is currently.
Right, right. We're in the red.
So I'm,
And we'll be in the red before the end of the year with that number.
Right.
I'm willing to gamble. I'm willing to gamble on relief in the prosperity of our county. Everybody's hesitant, but I think we're going to continue to see folks come in over the next 12 months, and we'll still have positive revenue coming in for new funding for next year. I'm pretty hard set on 2.0 for the fire MSTU. I've committed I would move the needle. I'm holding it 2. But to do that, I'd like to see a reduction in the general operating mills by, what do we talk about, Mike? What's the difference? What's the difference in the 0.15?
0.159.
9?
Yes, sir.
And challenge and figure out a haircut equally across the board from tax collector on down, all departments. Equally tighten the belt and see how we move forward.
What does 2.0 get the fire department?
Gets you 2.5 years.
So 2.0, basically the plan that we have laid out with the fire chief, and again, it factors in raises that occur over time. It factors in staffing of fire stations that we expect to come online over time, some in the near term, some in the out years. So what we put together is a 5-year solvency plan. In other words, we don't predict to begin having recurring expenses exceed recurring revenues for 5 years. I lost my place. Give me a moment. What I'm trying to say here is that that's a 5-year plan to fund and build into stations. And in other words, if we do a 2.0 number, that gives us about 2 years of solvency within the fund before we will need to come back to the board to request additional dollars to fund manning of stations,
Well,
things like
do we-
workload stress reductions, and those types of activities.
Do we cancel building a fire station out in a community with that?
I would not recommend the board do that. I would probably continue to move full force with regards to planning our capital. However, the board will be put in a position to make those.
Well, none of us want to not build a fire
Make
station.
those decisions.
But if we don't have the money,
Yeah.
if we don't have the money to build it, then the fires,
I mean, if the board wants to commit to.
we don't build a fire station. That's what we're saying here.
Well, I'm saying that, yeah, I essentially would, have to ask the board, when I come to you to, hey, we're going to send out a new contract. I don't have future money necessarily built into the plan, but we would rely upon the board to potentially increase taxes at a later date. I will say that the one thing when it comes to these numbers, there is a compounding effect that occurs. So, for example, if it's a 2.159 or a 2.0 number today, and that covers us for 5 years, if we adopt a lesser number, and I come back to the board in, say, 3 years, the total aggregate millage might not be 2.159. It could be a higher number, just because you've lost the compounding effect of the dollars and the millage over time that has been collected. That's just something that the board would have to consider.
We haven't heard
Again,
from
we
Commissioner
try to adopt a 5-year budget to provide planning, but if it's the board's desire for the fire department and administration to come back at a recurring period of time, then that's fine. But it does make it difficult to plan effectively over the course of time. But I'm not saying it's impossible. It can be done.
Well,
We
Mr.
haven't heard
Chairman,
from Commissioner Bradford. Let me reach out. Commissioner Bradford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been sitting here listening to all the data input by staff and all the different opinions of the members of the board. And I don't want to kick the can. I ran for this office. You all ran for this office. So that's what it's about. We have to make decisions, and it's about leadership. So vote your conscience on what you think is best. And that's what I'm going to do. And God willing, I'm going to support this, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford, I want to thank you for hanging in there. I know you're going through some medical struggles, but you knew tonight you had to be on the line if we're going to get that fire MSTU increase whatsoever. So I appreciate all your effort, and I know it's taken a lot of energy, and greatly appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Same.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I will be back.
I know you will. I know you will.
we will.
We're praying for you.
All right.
Thank
you.
Commissioner Oakley.
Yeah, Mr. Bradford was very accurate when he says he's not the one to kick the can down the road, because we've been there before and we didn't get things done. And if we hadn't kicked that can 7 years ago down against that curb that we couldn't kick it anymore, a lot of things that we've done over the last 7 years would not have happened. We wouldn't be here like this. But the fact of it is, we can't gamble on losing lives based on not having the needs met for our fire services for our citizens. There's no way. I don't want that on my conscience. There's no way you can cut back on a service that saves lives in our community for our citizens in Pasco County, which I think a great deal of.
I want to ask a medical question for the chief or maybe someone in his team. I want to know, someone has a heart attack. They lose consciousness. What's the time level as far as before real strong effects happen to a person? It's all about call volume and the timing of it, so.
So you're looking for cardiac arrest.
Okay.
You're looking at anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes where we don't have a unit on scene. It starts to decline. At 3 minutes, it really is probably about, not, I'm just going off the top of my head numbers, it's not a very high survival rate after 3 minutes. Hypoxia, you got the lack of oxygen, heart's not beating, you're not pushing blood throughout all the cells. So 3 to 5 minutes, it's critical. And if we're not on scene, we're not providing what we need to provide, that first level of service, then chances of survival will decrease dramatically on that.
Yeah, I mean, having taken courses, matter of fact, courses with the fire department, as far as like day classes where you kind of show us what's going on and bringing those points out, is kind of what strikes my memory. I mean, we're not talking about just funding as far as like putting things together or putting buildings together. We're talking about having the services for our people that may have an issue. When I think about those girls today that saved a life, if they weren't there, if they didn't resuscitate, if that's what they did or not, what would happen to that baby?
That's right.
And,
Yeah. The survival rate may not be here today.
We're talking life and death things. We worked hard to make this happen. COVID, I think, slowed everything down for us. Let's face it, it did. It drove up prices for these fire stations because I think we didn't drop the ball. We had a bomb dropped on us. So when COVID came and prices went up and we went from 4 million to a station to 7 million for a station, that wasn't us dropping the ball. But we got to catch up. We couldn't do it during COVID. We had unemployment rates. We had people just surviving. So we got behind. We didn't want to get behind. We've got the highest impact fees in the state, I think. I mean, I don't know what Osceola's doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what Osceola's doing, but I mean, everywhere I go, they talk about it. And that's so that our people can come in. We can't help the fact the way the rest of the country has dealt with the inflation and gas prices and everything else going on, that they wanted to come to Florida. They realized COVID has frankly made Florida a very attractive place to come. That's not our fault. We didn't drop the ball, but there's bigger demand. It's going to get stronger. When we got a great governor like we got, and he's leading the way for making this place a great place to be and want to live, that people are going to want to come, and it's going to be a struggle, and I want to do everything we can. And frankly, for the folks out there, I think we ought to change our cabinet. Let's go bring an insurance commissioner in. Let's get someone really looking at that issue. Let's go work on our federals as far as get some more oil out there to bring the price down, to bring inflation down, and get those things going. But this is like serious stuff that we've looked at, we've gone through, we've tried to do the right things. The people said they want to see these fire stations built. We can't control what the price is done. We can't control the price of labor for everybody else working everywhere else either. We went through it 10 years ago with the fire, with the deputies, losing them. We spent more money, blowing more money, frankly, because we train them, they go somewhere else. We're doing the same thing here, we're doing it again. We don't want to do that. The investment to invest to these guys here is critical. It's not about just saving money, pinching pennies. This is about saving lives of what the people said they wanted to see us do. And we're in a tough situation, but we've got a chance to solve it.
You want a rebuttal? Is that what you want?
Fire away.
I
I mean, the scare tactic, I appreciate it, I
Not a
guess.
scare tactic, this is facts.
The fact is too, you heard the folks, they're trying to figure out all other aspects of life. Every day they're buying groceries. Every day they're trying to figure out how to pay the insurance. Every day they're trying to figure out how to pay their bills. We're going to do like this on this issue. I offered a number out there, and it works. Short period of time, but it works. I think it meets in the middle. I've kept my word on that. But I've also, through this process, which has been frustrating, is every time I go say, well, how can we save money on general operating revenue, this, that, and the other, and I've hit brick wall after brick wall after brick wall. Been no, or here's this, why. Quite frankly, the answers I've received have not been acceptable. I've been very frustrated, and I'm not confident that we can't find dollars elsewhere. I've spent so much time on the phone, and, operating millage stays flat, so be it. But but the effort that I've seen to try to roll back general operating millage, the closest thing that I've heard of us getting some movement on that is when Commissioner Starkey brought up even rolling back to even save $9,000.
Well, I meant to do more than that.
But I'm looking at real savings for people. I'm willing to give the fire something, willing to give y'all something, but we need to really find a way to save folks money to live here in Pasco County. We can't control what's going on in Washington. We can't control what's going on with insurance and what the governor's doing, but we can control our taxing future today. Everybody else is tightening our belt. We need to do the same, and I'm willing to give a little bit, Chief, so you can be successful. Unfortunately, you came in at a tough time.
Yeah, that's okay.
And quite frankly, I'm glad I'm standing here holding the line on this. It's an uncomfortable position to be, believe me. Known each other a long time and value each one of them's opinion and their expertise and the history on it. But I truly believe we need to hold the line for folks and give you what you need to do the job with a tightened belt. And I very much appreciate, you cutting and finding the cuts where you have in your department. I wish all our departments did that. We started this process, Mr. Carvalho, at 2.65 mils, and then we dropped down, and not necessarily on the record, but what was wanted initially,
I think one of the initial ones was approximately 2.8.
even higher,
And
we've worked our way down. So that's a testament to your short time being here, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm just the stubborn son of a gun that's in the way. All right?
Understand.
And, I've said my number on the fire, and I want to see some action. Ideally, it's a simple majority vote, so that'll be what it'll be, on the general operating millage. And if we hold, in Corbala, even with the stations being built, I'm still confused about this aspect. So you're saying 55% of the tax increase for fire MSTU is going to go to labor and wages, et cetera. And the other 45% are divvied up. That 45% on top of the bond are going to pay for these stations? Like, what are we going on here? The bonds were supposed to pay for these stations, the money out of the general fund. So I'm a bit suspect of what the remaining balance of the 45% of this tax is going to do for folks, especially on the brick and mortar.
Sure, let me see if I can explain that quickly, and Bob, make any corrections if I run afoul. On the stations, the general obligation bonds, those are considered capital expenses. Therefore, we use those to build brick and mortar type stations. They are capital expenses. They're not operating expenses. We look to the fire MSTU and millage to pay those operating expenses. So when I say new fire stations, I'm talking about the cost of putting in new personnel, right? We have to hire new shifts.
So this doesn't stop building them. It's just a staffing issue then. So to clarify for the record, please clarify.
I will clarify that that is staffing. However, without confidence of staffing, it does not make sense to build.
So let me try some more math, scarily. What was the original number that you had for us last week, or 2 weeks ago?
2.3 mils for the fire MSTU, yes, ma'am.
2.3 from 1.8. So, can we go to 2.15? Is that where you were?
That's where I'm at, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, 2.159.
No, you're at 2.159. Come on, you cut it more than half of what they need, so.
Correct, and that's a 5-year plan. Commissioner Waitman has.
Well, let's go to a 4-year plan, because I want you to know that next year, because, we've been through this. I know you're our newbie, and I respect you so much, Seth. And I pushed hard for you to run for this job. Sadly, sitting up here, we've seen what happens when you kick the can, and we've had the can kicked to us, trust me. As far as I'm concerned, that what we had to do for the sheriff's deputies was a can kicked right in our face. But there are other things coming that we all know that are going to get these, people are going to see on their bill. And it's going to be the same next year again. We have our MSTU for the road paving coming. So right now, we collect not 1 penny for your roads to be paved. We only collect money for collector and arterial roads to be paid for. That's the gas tax money. We are one of the only counties in the country that pay for local roads, your roads in front of your homes, the way we do, which we pretty much make you pay for it when your road falls apart. It's not a good system, and no one wants to pay thousands and thousands of dollars a year to have the road in front of your own house fixed. And we charge you, and we bill you on your tax bill when that happens. And I don't know if any of you have been through what's called our PVAS, and no one likes it. So we're changing that system. We voted to do that today. So next year, and from then on, just like every other county, you're going to see a line item on your tax bill to have all the roads in the county go into a maintenance program. That's what's going to be on people's bills next year. So to just keep putting this off when it's so needed, for me, it's not what I am here to do. And you can threaten to vote me out, and that is fine. We get that every day. I'm not here. I don't base any vote that I do on being worried that I might lose my job. That would make this job absolutely impossible. I base my vote and everything I do on trying to be a responsible, and in my mind, 5 conservatives up here, conservative, fiscally responsible commissioner who is trying to deliver a great place of life at that level at 45th in the state. We are equivalent to Dixie and Levy County, Gilchrist County, Madison County, Highlands. We're cheaper than Hernando. So I think, frankly, we're doing a pretty good job, because I think it's much better living here than living in Dixie and Levy County. I don't know if you've ever been there, but there's nothing to do, no place to go. You probably go to Walmart for dinner. It's better here. So if I lose my job over voting for people to have an ambulance arrive in time when you're in a car accident, I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. I think we need to stay at the 2.159. But Seth, we can't get there without you, so let's make a deal. 2.15.
I've asked this so many times to all these folks that lead this government, what you propose, okay, if we do this, where can we give some relief? Nothing. All it is up.
You know that the price of a fire station has maybe, I don't want to say doubled, but how much has the price of a fire station gone up?
$9 million.
The cost for us delivering these projects has also gone through the roof. We're probably going to build less than we wanted to. So, I don't know. That's our job. When I ran, public safety was number 1. I think it's still number 1. I think it's still number 1. And I appreciate the chief cutting $9 million. And I'm supporting him. I'm supporting our first responders. It's too important.
Let me ask a question. I'm going to try to do a compromise position from where you are, Commissioner Waitman. Mike, you've got written down here, Bob, it's 2.0850. What was the research on the number that your team put together on that? What does that mean to us?
So the way that we built the fire budget was we took a look at what the fire department's, we'll call it their 10-year needs looked like. And so we basically take a look at that, and then we look at the solvency rate of the fund, right? So how do we make sure that our expenses, our recurring expenses, do not exceed our recurring revenues? And from there, you can kind of back into these various planning horizon numbers. So the 2.085 number, for example, is a number that we start to see insolvency. I'll call it the fund breaks, if you will. We start to dip into reserves in 4 years. So the 2.159 number that was proposed, we would start to dip into reserves at about the 5-year mark. the 2.00 number here that Commissioner Waitman has suggested, we're in about the call it between 2 and 3 year time frame. So those become planning horizons. And so when you're planning the agency, capital expenses, growth, and those types of things, having that stability and predictability is important. And so it just depends on what, in this particular case, what is the board comfortable with, moving forward. Again, my recommendation, I'll stand by this, GFOA recommends 5 to 10 year planning horizons. That's just a professional management standard. I presented you with a 10-year plan. The board asked me to come back with a 5. I've come back with a 5. If there's a lesser horizon that the board would like us to consider, then we will salute smartly and carry on. That's really what we're arguing about now at this point is how long until we come back to request another tax increase for fire.
Yeah, I don't want to do that
I don't want to do
all the
that.
time.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Oakley.
I mean, we're going back and forth here, but the fact of it is, this money is needed for our fire and for our citizens. I know what it does when you have to pay too much and costs and everything's going up. But to go the other route and kick the can down the road and end up in a year or year and a half or 2 and have to come back to the citizens and ask them for more money because we didn't get enough here tonight to take care of them for at least 5 years, that's tough. I can't make that decision. I can only make decisions that I believe I'm going to take care of the people of Pasco County. And I want the best for them, and I want nobody to have any problem, and I want our fire service to be able to serve all of our citizens. And we've made great strides over the last few years, I can tell you, of getting there. This is that big step, and part of this is because of the inflation. The cost of things are going up.
I'd like to address something else, if I may, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, that Commissioner Waitman was talking about.
Ms. Carmella. Good. Good.
Oh, okay. He mentioned commensurate cuts in other areas, and Commissioner Starkey has brought up rolling back general fund. I know, Commissioner Waitman, you've brought that up as well. I mean, those are things that the board can consider. Again, I don't recommend that, and that's, I don't say that lightly. I say that because any reduction in the general fund, again, will affect those 5 major withdrawals, if you will, of the general fund. And again, those are 3 of those major departments that I listed were public safety related. So
I've got an idea. So one of the big capital projects we talked about before, was it the Wesley Chapel Library?
Knew that was coming.
So, yes. the
Well,
wa-
let's take a look. I mean, we're talking about life, safety for people. So if we got to do an offset in costs, let's say for a couple of years, we delay that library project.
Okay, what are y'all willing to cut out of your district to help give the relief to overall to everybody? District 2 produces the highest level of revenue to this county. Produces over $72 million, right? A lot of money coming in. I think we need, if we take a cut across the board, if everybody on this board bends the knee and gives up something, we can give what chief needs, and we can hopefully find a way to give folks relief until the next budget cycle. I'm willing to cut off some frills for a short period of time so people can afford to pay their property insurance for this next year. Hope y'all are too. I hope you would be too. I mean, I'm willing to do what it takes. And it's something I'm passionate about it, and I've moved to 2, and it gives you 2.5 years. You're marginalizing the value of moving from 1.8 to 2, in my opinion. It's still a pile of money. It's still a tax increase on residents. Folks are still going to get service. I don't think this government's going to do without. I don't think our citizens are going to do without. Always figure out how to make it work. And I think it makes people uncomfortable when it's a challenge to figure out how to do it. So, if I'm willing to give up something, if y'all are.
Commissioner, I look at this chart, I can throw a few more up there, I can tell, and I gave it to you. I gave it to you. And I think you're doing our staff and our commission and all the work we've done a disservice, a little bit, because we are a very lean machine. There is no doubt that we are already very fiscally conservative. We, per capita county government property tax levies, the average per capita county government property tax levy in the state is 784. We're at 664. The average total property tax millage rate is 16.54. We're at 16.11. We're 28th. We're the 11th largest county, and we are the 5th largest municipality in the state. The 5th largest government body in this state, and we are 28th. So there is not a lot of fat in Pasco County government. There's not. If there was, this number would be much higher, much higher. So every time we're up here making a budget decision, we do it with a knife and scalpel. And so if you want to start scalping out things, it's things like a library, it's things like a park, and it's a fire station, because there's very little fat in Pasco County, and these numbers prove it. So I understand the desire, but we're already pretty darn skinny. And so when you're going to take that scalpel, it's going to be real things. And it's going to be real things that people feel, because there's nothing left. We are a very lean machine here. I'm very proud of that. I have neighbors, my Gulf Harbor's neighbors, who have moved down from New Jersey and New York. And I hear it all the time. I cannot believe you guys run this government on this budget. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I hear it all the time. And these numbers don't tell the story that we are a very fiscally conservative county. And so if we're going to talk cuts, it's going to be tangible things, that it's not turn the lights off at 8 instead of 10. It's things will be gone, because that's just the nature of the beast, because we are a lean machine, and I'm proud of it.
So I'll add just to that, looking, and Commissioner Waitman, do appreciate your movement on that. It does result in an approximately $8.5 million tax increase over the, going from 1.8 to 2.0 mils. I think what you're suggesting there is another $8.5 million of general fund cuts to offset that. If that were the board's wish, yes, this fiscal year, you make that reduction. Whether you do it, if the board elects to do all of it unto itself, right? I think Commissioner Waitman had mentioned a proportionate paying model, which would put some of the cuts on the sheriff's budget, put some of the cuts on the clerk's budget, other constitutionals, and the boards. But assuming 100% of it that the board decided to absorb, $8.5 million, that library project, that could be something that could be deferred this one year. What I will caution the board on is that because a third of the fire rescue's budget is already in rescue, we would not be touching those numbers. So there would be, again, a disproportionate amount of pain that would have to come in future recurring costs. In other words, I still have to find another $8.5 million next year. That could come from, if taxable assessed values are 16 million back to the board, that's what we get. 8.5 million are gone because I'm going to need to find how to pay for that cut that
And your
year.
rollback rate ratchets down.
Correct, everything ratchets down. So again, this gets back to some of the things that others have spoken about. If there's a fallout or the bottom drops out of the market, that becomes a double whammy. Again, it's how do you would have to recover from that. And at some point, if it's not, then I will be having that. You have to ask the board for clarity on what its priorities are in terms of funding.
Actually, bring up a good point. If you're going to talk about reoccurring money, you can't just take a capital project, because you get whacked the next time. So even that idea doesn't even work for what we're trying to do. I mean, I mean, the sheriff came pretty hard at us with all the apartments going up there. He says, look, all the growth coming in there, growth is a year or two behind. We need to get caught up, and that's why we're putting that money in the budget to go fund those deputies.
So that takes the 10 deputies away from the sheriff. I don't know what it takes away from the property, the clerk's office. I don't know if you want to find out what that does to you guys.
I mean, we can show you the slide. I mean, I can put the slide of the additional recurring monies. I mean, you can always start there if you wanted to remove recurring expenses, right? Pasco Hope was $1 million, right? If that addresses your homeless issues, or begins to address that, right? We had some positions that were in there. Contracts are must-pays. We have a number of things that have to be. If you want to put the 10 additional deputies on the line, you can do that.
I don't.
I'm just collectively as a board, I'm just saying. Again, when you make cuts in the general operating millage, I mean, my preference would be not to play with that number. But of course, I understand. We did scrub, to the commissioner's point. We have never, I've been in this county for almost 10 years, I've never gone back in the middle of the summer and sat down with the county administrator and been asked to re-scrub my budget. And I did that across all funds. And we scrubbed down another $13 million across funds. Not all that was general fund, but that was an effort to demonstrate to the board and to the people that we are serious and that we are trying to be fiscally responsible and that we do run lean. Again, anytime you cut that general operating millage, that does have a compounding effect, again, over time. That's really all I can offer to you on making that call.
There's another issue. If you cut back capital projects, you know what happened out at Wiregrass. Those fields were not built. They went from being a cost of $5 million to what, 12, 15 million. I mean, they skyrocketed in the cost. So any capital project, the library or whatever, that you cut back today, you're gonna need more money for in the future. So those cost us a lot of money. Those things are needed. Those libraries are needed. Fire stations are needed. They're gonna only get higher in cost, not lower. And so if you skinny this back to cut it and kick the can down the road, that down the road's gonna hurt this county even worse than what you think the upcharge is right now.
And to the Wiregrass fields, just talking about those today.
Yeah.
Right? We talked about how we're gonna spend all this money now, because what, the board didn't do what they should have done before? Right? Is
Yeah.
that something kind of what we were saying?
Right.
So guess what? This is exactly the same thing you're looking at. Even if we put off the library just to cut the number down, that library could go up in price again. We'd be just like the fields. We've worked real hard for a long time, and we've been very fiscally conservative, which I know we have been. But this is like big stuff right here. This is heavy. And I think you've heard, you've seen, and this is a tough move. It's a tough position.
I don't disagree. This is heavy. This is incredibly heavy. I don't take it lightly at all.
I know you don't.
1 ounce. This isn't fun. But I've made my recommendation. I'm going to stick with it, and I'm equal a haircut across the board if that's able to be done with all the other elected offices. If not, we'll let simple majority take control there and call the vote on fire.
So to be clear, if you want to do a proportionate share with everybody, what does that mean?
What I mean,
Well, the
I'm here-
constitutional, as I'm saying, and that's what you're saying, right? You wanna do it
an equal haircut across
with everybody.
Yes.
So what would that mean with the sheriff's budget?
I mean, the sheriff's, on an operational percentage basis, the sheriff is approximately, we'll just say 34, 35% of the total pie. So if you were to cut $1 million, then the sheriff would be, you're asking the sheriff to cut $350,000 from his budget for every million.
What's the number, though?
Well, I need a millage to do the calculation, to tell you the real number. Where do you want to see it? You know,
This
are we shaving our head? Is this,
This is my frustration, Chairman, in this. We give direction and get nothing back. Like I'm saying, hey, let's get a map. I know the administrator's going to disagree, but that's why we give direction. I've been very clear in this process of what I want to see. And we're having this conversation now. So
we've provided you with the information for a 2.0 mil on the fire MSTU. Right now, I am looking for guidance. If you were suggesting an equivalent reduction in the general operating millage, we'll say 0.159, then yes, those numbers are approximately $7.2 million across the general fund. If you were to make that haircut equal, it would be $137,000 for the clerk, $122,000 for the property appraiser, $2.4 million for the sheriff, $113,000 for the supervisor of elections, $222,000 for the tax collector, although I don't think we can do the tax collector.
Yeah.
And then, so my numbers actually are slightly off, but approximately $4 million for the Board of County Commissioners.
I'd like to see us come to a vote.
Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate for the general fund of 7.6076 mils?
That's a cut in the millage?
No,
Let's keep in the millage just the way, just as
What the
stated.
millage is right now?
Current millage right now as proposed.
Make that motion.
We have a motion.
I would like to lower that just a tiny bit. And keep the fire MSTU where we've cut it already and know that it's a can kicked even at 2.159. And that's my trade. But I don't want to cut out the Wesley Chapel Library. I don't want to go that deep, but I want to start. I think it is okay to go to something like 7.575, 7.58. Let's do something. And then next year, let's do a little bit again. And just slowly tweak that. But to do that on the backs of our citizens, being able to have someone, would you please be quiet? To do that on the backs of our citizens, not being able to be able to rely on an ambulance coming to their house to save their loved one's life is irresponsible.
All right, so the motion from Commissioner Oakley dies right now.
Dies.
Commissioner Starkey,
I did what did I say?
5.8 or something along those lines?
7.575.
7.575.
Would the board like me to calculate the overall impacts?
I think we need to hear it, yes?
So approximately $1.4 million would need to be reduced from the general operating
Okay,
budget.
my motion is 7.57. To roll the millage to 7.57. And to do it, and I would like to suggest we do a little tweak next year again, little. But it adds up in the total scheme of things. Is there a second?
See, I'd rather start at 2 and we tweak the 2 next year.
We can't,
Why can't we?
we have to do the millage first. Sadly.
Kind of negotiate.
Go ahead and second that.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Bradford for a rollback in our millage that our administrator does not want. Jack, you have to call that question.
Well, if we call that question, we're going to have to reconsider it later on.
Yep.
So do you really want to go that route? I think we need to find out
Okay.
and negotiate to what the number's got to be. Commissioner Wayne has the power right now to do whatever he wants to do.
not getting, I've laid it out there to what it is. I want done. If we stay at 2 for the fire, and then we roll back the 0.15, pull the 9 out of it, give fire 2, we cut on general 0.15, across the board, everybody, where's that leave us?
We have a lot of numbers. So first I have Commissioner Starkey here with, we'll just call it basically 1/100th of a mil, right? 0.01 rollback. And Commissioner Waitman, you were suggesting a 0.15 rollback. I just want to make sure that that's correct. Commissioner Starkey,
Well, how much is that?
0.01.
So let me ask this. Commissioner
Because I'm going to ask, once
No, no,
I
I know,
get
but I don't-
settled on that, I'm going to ask for a recess so I can go
Right.
calculate numbers and bring something back to you.
Okay. All right, let's
Well,
do that then.
we have a motion and a second, so we're in discussion? So what
have a
is your
motion and a
policy?
second for.
Your motion,
What's the number?
your motion
Yeah.
that if you can count the vote,
What's the number?
it's
Okay.
gonna.
I'm just saying parliamentary,
Yes, ma'am.
do we,
So
I was gonna say,
0.01. Your .01 mils reduction, Dan, what is that number? General funds from 7.67 to 7.57 is what Commissioner Starkey had said, correct, ma'am?
yes.
That was seconded by
Because
Commissioner
I don't-
Bradford.
4.5 million?
7.57? Yeah, versus 7.67, right? I mean,
And I'm just saying that to us, not to the constitutionals. That would just be the county taking the hit. I don't want,
It doesn't work-
if it
doesn't
was
work
on this
that way.
one, it's not that big of a number.
so that would result in approximately a $1.7 million reduction. And what I'm hearing you say is that would be applied to the board only
Well,
in terms of budget?
what do you guys think? Or is it that to everybody?
I think everybody has to.
We can have that discussion later, or you can,
I
mean,
think
we have to
should just-
adopt the budget at
so we
another
got-
vote.
We have a motion and a second for that number, that's 1.7 mil. Before I get to that vote, I know what's gonna happen on the back end over here. And
Okay.
it's gonna be rejected. So I think you should withdraw the vote and withdraw the motion at this point.
What now?
If you vote to go on this one here,
You get rejected then.
So what's the
But-
number? 7.57?
So what, Commissioner, in Carball and I, in our discussions, he called what's, no disrespect with what's been offered, ceremonial. Not looking for ceremonial. People need relief now, and we have an opportunity to provide that to them. Not something ceremonial.
I think it's the beginning of an opportunity to keep taking steps to roll this back as the years go by. I think we should make that commitment and slowly roll that back as our values and,
So to your point, Commissioner, if I may, Mr. Chair, I mean, to that point, if the board, through, this being my first budget cycle here in the chair, I've seen some ways that we can do things better in terms of, working, providing some transparency and things like that back to the board on a number of different things. If the board is willing to provide direction and it wants to see county go in a different direction, and provide that input to the board in terms of programs and priorities and things like that, then, that's certainly a way to proceed. You're talking incrementalism or a gradual type thing. I mean, we would have to discuss that during the next budget cycle.
all right, we're gonna hold the conversation.
That's fine, sir.
So I'm gonna call a vote. The motion right now is to go to 7.57,
Yes, sir.
correct?
yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
That's three.
Do we need a
Four.
roll call vote?
That's four.
You need to do a roll call vote. 'cause
Roll call vote?
Commissioner Bradford.
Bradford's okay, so roll call vote, sorry.
Okay, District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Opposed, I think we can do better.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Is there a motion to adopt the millage rate for the Transportation Trust Fund of 0.000?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Mr. Gorick.
All righty then, at the first public hearing, the team presented a millage rate of 2.30 mils. This rate allowed the Fire Municipal Services Taxing Unit Fund to maintain the reserve target for the next 10 years. The board asked the team at that hearing to calculate a millage to maintain the reserve target for the next 5 years instead of 10. This results in a recommended tax levy of 2.159, a 32.11% increase from the rollback rate of 16343. The increase in property values results in an additional $15.6 million in revenues. The budget includes a negotiated firefighter wage increase, software equipment and technology upgrades, and a first responder mental health program. I would ask the board to accept public comment and then vote on the fire MSTU fund millage rate and associated budget. A unanimous vote is required to levy this millage rate according to the maximum millage rate calculation.
Does anyone wish to speak to the board regarding the Fire Municipal Service Taxing Unit?
So, Chair, I spoke to the county attorney, and he suggested, because they just said property tax increase, that I call their names. If I call your name and you've already spoken, you said what you want to say, you can just say pass. Joseph Lissick, William Lawless, I think he left. Anne Marie Ryan.
I think I watched Anne Marie walk out. Is she still here?
If you want to speak, you can come to the podium. This is for the fire, municipal fire taxing unit. And then you'll have to state your name and address again for the record. Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
My name's Anne Marie Ryan. After hearing all the information that's been given by the staff and by the board, and listening to all that's involved, I've changed. I do wish that we could do, that it would be less. I think we can do better. I think we have to hold our senators and our representatives on the state level to help you out, get you the funds that you need. But I am in favor of the fire department having the funds that they need. We'll find a way, but we have to do better next year. I represent a lot of people, and I appreciate all that's taken place. I appreciate you too, Seth. But there's so much at stake, and that's my opinion. I think you have to respect what's been done. They've given back $9 million, and I appreciate all that's been put into this by everybody.
Thank
Sorry
you.
to
Thank you so
change
much.
my mind.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Okay, so next is Julia Aguayo de Hessler.
I too agree that the priority here is the fire department.
Can you identify
How we
yourself
get
for
the
record?
money, pardon?
Can you identify yourself for the
I'm
record?
sorry.
That's
It's okay.
Julia Aguayo de Hessler, 29547 Birdseye Drive, Wesley Chapel, Florida.
Thank you.
Because of the growth of our county, is imperative that we have the proper amount of services regarding firefighters and the sheriff. Firefighters is today's topic. I think the way that you guys are working and the way they have shown the cuts that they have done, I just pray that there is other ways, maybe in Tallahassee, that you guys can get more support in order to be able to do all the things needed. But right now, the priority is the firefighters, so I am for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine Duffy. Kathy Julian. Pass. Cindy Scard, she left. Chris Stebbins.
Chris Stebbins, 41243 Nipper Road, Zephyr Hills, Florida, 33540. I too am for the firefighters, as I said earlier. A statement that was made at the last meeting was, we haven't raised this amount. I think you can check the minutes on this. We haven't raised this amount in 9 years. Now that was disingenuous. What you were talking about, quite possibly, was the millage rate. And as we all know, a rate is a rate on an amount. And in this case, the amounts are ever increasing. The assessments on our homes, everyone's already said, every time a sale is made to an out-of-stater or a new, everything gets reassessed. The property taxes could double after that. Even our Save Our Homes, we're up at 3%. The rentals, businesses, commercial, they're all much higher than that. It's an ever-increasing amount. So we're talking about a rate increase on an assessment increase. So a rate staying the same on an assessment that is constantly increasing, that bottom line will constantly be going up. And as I discovered 8 years ago, we were spending about $35 million on fire. This year, it'll be almost double that, 70. So the amount, in fact, has gone up. I'm all for firefighters. I'm all for figuring out a way to make cuts so that they can do whatever they need to do. But quite frankly, I'm tired of the pie charts. I'm tired of all the charts. You know, you have people come up here and say, you know, could you put that pie chart up here again? You know, tell us all again, repeat yourself again. What is it going to be like if we do nothing? Is it going to be bad? It's going to be bad. Are we going to be in the red? We're going to be in the red. Are you kidding me? We're all in the red. Have you been to a grocery store lately? We're all suffering. My question to you is, why are you going to alleviate some of your suffering by making us suffer more? I am for the firefighters. Crystal Springs, awesome. He's here. 5 minutes. It always can be better. That's another thing I'm tired about. It's a life. It's a life. You know, 5 minutes, shave off to 3 minutes. Why not just make it 30 seconds? I mean, it's never enough. You got to draw the line somewhere. I mean, you know, I've needed fire and ambulance, and I just wait like everyone else. I'm all for making that amount better, but it can always be better. You have to weigh and balance. And right now, you've got people hurting, and that's what you've got to balance against.
Okay, thank you. And then I think the only one left online is Vincent Gariano. Mr. Gariano, did you want to speak to this, or did you want to pass?
I think at 2.0, the firefighters will be able to do their job and do it.
Mr. Gariano, just for the record, can you give your name and address, since you're going to...
Vincent Cariano, 8204 Lower Del Rio Drive.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead now.
Thank you.
Did you want to say anything else?
No, ma'am, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. That is all that we have signed up that are still here.
Anyone else from inside the audience that hasn't spoken yet that wants to speak? Okay, we'll close public comment. Is there a motion to adopt the millage rate of 2.159 mils for the Fire Municipal Service Taxing Unit?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to go 2.15 for the fire MS
Second.
to you.
Okay, roll call vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Opposed?
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion fails, 4-1. We're going to have more votes here.
Let him go.
Okay.
Is there another motion?
Wanna-
Chair, I make a motion to increase the fire millage rate from 1.8 to 2.0.
Is there a second?
Well, this is high drama. Can't say I've ever been in this position, ever.
Mr. Cabral, will you please state the value of the increase of 1.8 to 2.0?
Yes, sir. The value of that increase is approximately $8.5 million this fiscal year.
In that,
Existing millage of 1.8036.
and then next year, when we go into the next budget, we have the ability to do this all over again and take a measured approach.
That is correct.
Mr. Cabral, how much money did we go in reserves last year at that 1.8 number?
I'll have to check with budget.
You mean the actual
what was-
dollar amount?
Yeah, what was the amount into reserves? That's not handy, we tend to be forward-looking, so just give us a couple minutes.
Mhm.
But I can tell you, would it be helpful if I said if we maintained the current millage, what we would put in?
I-
Which I think would be withdrawn.
Tampa went to 4 in the morning, right? Didn't one of them go? I got food in my office. I got to go. Got the rest of my lunch.
That's what's in reserves?
What did we lose? How much did we go into reserve last year from the previous?
17 million.
Oh, 17 million is
No,
your
we didn't use
balance.
any reserves last year.
So we're approaching break even?
Correct, yes.
Okay. You care to come up a little higher, Mr. Waitman, Commissioner Waitman?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I'm for dipping into the reserves. Our people in our county are dipping into their reserves to pay for their way of life every day. And if we have the ability to dip into the reserves to offset it, I'm all for it. The reserves, after talking with the administrator, is merely a recommendation. There's no penalty to dip into the reserves.
Other than it's just board policy to maintain 60 days of reserves.
That would be the reserves of the MSTU.
So these would be the reserves of the MSTU, and I maybe now might be in, well, yes, it would be the reserves of the MSTU, correct, not the general operating reserves. MSTU reserves would be, would be lesser. So if there's an event, then that just becomes something we have to deal with if it happens.
But why couldn't we use general reserve funds as a backup?
County attorney could probably enlighten a little bit, but there are some, there are
As I
municipal
told the
services.
commissioner, I don't believe that you can commingle the MSTU funds and the general funds.
You're adopting municipal services.
What we're going to end up doing is end up cutting services.
It's
and
a
you
double
have a lot of
taxation
upset
scenario.
citizens, because that's what we're dealing with. We're cutting services. We might have to cut a department or two out that we
And we're-
normally would take care of.
And we're kicking a can.
I'd have to go bye-bye.
And Commissioner Mariano,
Commissioner
by
Strecker?
not facing this now, don't think that it's going to be cheaper next year. It's going to cost more next year. So what you're doing is you're going to put more costs on your citizens next year. Every delay gets compounded.
In which you're going to find your overtime is going to probably struggle. Well, actually, with 2.5 years. We're going to, more importantly, you're going to be back and doing this in 2.5 years again.
Well, actually, less than that.
Less than that, so two
Within
years.
We'll be back- 2 years.
We'll be back next year talking about this.
Yeah. We can't come back and
What do
cut
you
it.
think will happen then? What's going to be different?
We'll see. I mean, we're not exactly sure. Inflation could go down. Who knows what's going to happen within the outside world that's impacting people.
And at that point in time, if, let's say, we get to that point, and let's say it's better, and let's say it's dramatically, let's say gas prices drop down in half, right? The interest rates drop down, things free up, insurance costs, they get those in line with the changes they're gonna make, et cetera. We're in a better situation. You know what we can do? We can cut it then. But everything we know right now, we gotta base on what's in front of us. Right now.
Still the opposite.
Okay, I'm gonna try I'm gonna make a motion to go to 2.125. And we're gonna have to face the music again next year, because that's not enough.
You will be back here with another raise next year.
Okay, no second. Okay, well, that's all I'm gonna vote.
Are we still in the,
I'm very feeling bad about keeping Commissioner Bradford sitting at a desk in a suit through this.
what's that mean? Mr. Cabral, explain the reserves, MSTU reserves. What's in there, or what's it mean if worst-case scenario happens? How much money's there as a backup if we have to dip into it?
So I think currently, Mr. Gorig stated we had $17 million in reserves. So I think if, depending on what the millage rate is set based on expenses, we would draw a commensurate number of reserves down. I believe under the FY24 scenario as budgeted, we would certainly dip into those reserves. I do not know how deep offhand. At just 2.0. Well, actually, I don't think we will dip into reserves at 2.0. We would dip into reserves at a just flat millage, 1.8. So we will take approximately $5 million from those reserves this year alone just to pay where we currently are.
So you would need, to get back, you would have to have 5 plus whatever, so it's compounded next year. To get back to where you need to be. So it's a irresponsible kicking of a can. Because we would be in double trouble next year.
There's a compounding effect. I mean, we would have to ask for an increase next year if there were no increase this year. Again, as I stated before, the level of the millage increase is directly proportional at this point in time to how often we would need to come back to request additional funding based on our current rate of growth and our current assumptions into the budgets.
Think about this, Commissioner Waitman.
I did. I just listened to what he said.
Let me just give you a scenario. You get 3 county commissioners up for re-election. This is a big deal to a lot of people. We know that. But we also know, and we're going to be in front of people saying, why would you do that to us? How would you do that? And I'll tell you, the 3 of us are going to be saying the same things we just said here tonight. We're trying to protect the people, to give them what we think they want to go forward. We didn't do anything with the school board budget. That was all them. We can't control what the national budget is. That's all them. We can't control what the insurance rates are. It's not us.
Or the mosquito
All-
people.
or mosquito. All we can control is what right here in front of us. And right now, we're talking about our first responders, fire, EMS, and we're trying to cut down the times. We're trying to get our people in line to pay. We want them to have the confidence. As Chief Perez trying to recruit people to get back to us so we can hire these people, we want them to know that we're committed to building the best fire service, EMS service on the planet. That's what we want to do. And Chief Perez is going to get more help when this board goes forward to push this thing forward to say, Pasco County gets it, they want on board. When we're up in D.C., we told them all the things we were fighting to do, including raising this MSTU, they were amazed that we're working so hard to make these things happen, to bring our fire stations to be the best, our ambulances to be the best, our fire trucks to be the best. And we wanted to make sure we take care of our people so they're safe, can live long lives with their families afterward. So this is a big, big deal, not just for this, but where it takes us as a county down the road. And the three of us here are going to have to face the gauntlet coming up, and we're willing to do that.
I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Mariano, and, you know, I probably will too with my position on this matter.
You know, we did reduce it from 50 to 35, and we rolled back the millage, which I was not thinking we would be doing at the last board meeting. So I think we have some wins here. I really do.
Where does 2.1,
2.125.
where does 2.11, where does that get us?
It's about $13 million.
Do we have a motion?
Make a motion for 2.11 mills.
I'll second the motion.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
No.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Yay.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
No.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
No.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Wow.
I just came up, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, $5 million. That's as far as I'm going.
Folks,
That is it.
let's take a 5-minute break. Wow.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm pretty certain. 5 minutes, Commissioner Bradford. County admin.
All right, call this back in session. Well, we tried at 2.1590, failed. We just tried 2.11, failed. Is there somewhere in the middle we can go? We're really close. Commissioner Waitman.
Mr. Chairman, to be exact, Mr. Carvalho, to be exact, the 2.11 is an increase from the original number we've been debating for however long now of $4,813,000.
And $858 on top of that, yes. From 2.0 to 2.11.
So that gives the fund how much exactly?
What's the revenue raised in FY '24? You want the delta or the total revenue raised?
The delta.
Yeah, how much additional revenue? Well, 13.4 overall.
$13.4 million with the reserves. I think that's sufficient to get us through next year and to take a look at it and see. Unless subject matter experts, Mr. Carvalho, say that you cannot, I heard in your voice that you thought you could do it at where I've been. You didn't seem unconfident.
It would have been a challenge. I mean,
But now?
This would definitely probably take us through 4.5 years.
28, 29, yeah.
Chair, I make a motion to stay at 2.11 mils.
I studied a lot of history. I don't want to repeat it again. Mike, what would 2.13 bring?
Just a moment.
What'd you say, Chair?
2.13.
That would be 14.2 million in additional.
I would like to see us get a motion for that 2.13.
So moved.
Second.
Call the vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Opposed?
District 3, Commissioner Starkey. Aye. District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion fails 4-1.
Chair, how about 2.119?
2 point what?
2.119.
That would be 13.8 million.
Let me get a second.
5.2 more than the 2.0.
My motion is for 2.119 mils.
Let me get a second. Mike, we're looking for 5 years, I guess about 4 years?
It's about 4.5, I mean, I would think. Dan? So, 3.5.
3.5 years.
Thank you. I was redoing that in my head. Yeah, it's approximately 4 years.
That returns the favor to your even odd election years, Chair.
You put us right back in the same seat again.
Well. 2.119.
You don't have a second. Try another?
You made a motion, you seconded at 2.11,
I understand.
Yeah, I
And
know, I
then we-
appreciate it.
and
I
we-
make a motion at 2.119.
Well, that one has died for lack of a second,
I just restated the motion.
so I'll go back to 2.125.
Is that a motion?
That's my motion.
125 is the motion.
Mhm.
Second. Call the roll.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Opposed.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
Make a concession, one more, 2.12.
Second.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
No.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Yay.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
No.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
No.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
So we're stuck at .005 difference.
What's the difference?
Losing vote. Make a motion for what was my last motion,
What was
clerk?
the last motion?
2.12.
I'll restate my motion for 2.12 mils.
That was, his is 2.12, I said
Need another seconder.
2.125. Okay, I'm gonna split this.
Motion fails. Let's try this. How about someone trying 2.122?
I make a motion for 2.1225.
Do you go out that far?
Pardon me?
Do you go out that far?
99999.
Don't make it work if it passes.
4 decimals?
Second. So it's a motion is 2.1222225.
I know.
There you go, all right. Motion is for
2.1225.
2.1225.
What? Say this again, please.
Motion is for 2.1225.
2.1225 from 2.12.
Yes.
Why don't we make the motion for 2.122? Call it done.
No, I came 75%, not 50, just because I had bad math. So
You talk
now
about.
my new motion is.
So you talk about moving.
2.1235.
I'll second that one.
I don't even know what the motion is.
Can you restate the motion?
2.1235.
So hold it. We had a motion and a second for 2.1225, right?
Yeah.
And a motion and a second, call the vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
So my motion was two,
Didn't have a second. This is the motion for 2.1225. It's probably about 10 days difference in reserve.
I amended it
It's a
to
matter of
say
principle. Motion's for 2.1225. Commissioner Oakley was called, he said aye.
aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
So-
Thank you.
So, team, do you have the first and the second? Thank you.
So, Mr. Carballa, where are we at on money on this?
So 13.9 million increase and then 5.336 over the original 2.0.
And how many years does that give you?
4 years solid.
For the rest of the script, do we change anything or just read from it as it is?
We
have
If there's some
we gotta
changes?
calculate the total
All right,
budget.
so we'll take a break
We're
until
gonna
you
need
can
10 minutes.
recalculate. 10 minutes? Okay.
10 minutes. Takes me longer.
99999.
there.
All right.
Okay.
I can go, hey, you, or...
Day, right? I know. We're not gonna let you go.
I may be standing here next week still.
Page 5. Bottom of page 5.
You?
That's interesting.
Mr. Gehrig,
Yes, sir.
now we've had the vote.
Yes, I'd like to provide a summary of the 8 voter-approved debt service millage rates. These millage rates are levied to repay the debt service for the general obligation bonds, to include 2 tranches each of the jail project, the fire rescue projects, park and rec projects, and the libraries projects. The 8 individual millage rates are listed on Table 1 in your handout. Rather than read this chart into the record, we have provided copies to each commissioner, board records, and members of the audience. The total of the 8 voter-approved debt service millage rates is 0.2717 mils. This is a decrease of 0.0090 mils over the 2023 actual millage rate of 0.2807. I ask the board to accept public comment and then vote on each debt service millage rate. There is no vote requirement for these millage rates, so a simple majority or 3 votes is all that is needed.
Does anyone wish to speak to the board regarding any of the 8 bond millage rates? Anyone from the public? Anyone online?
There is no one online.
We will close public comment. Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.0293 mils for the 2019A jail facility bond?
So moved.
Second.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Hold on. I think Mr. Bradford's gone,
That's correct.
so now we can just go straight votes.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.0234 mils for the 2019B fire rescue bond? I'll move.
And I will second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.0109 mils for the 2019C Parks, Recreation, and Natural Resources Bond?
Okay, I just have to ask Commissioner Waitman why you're leaving it up to me and Commissioner Oakley to make all the motions. I'm sorry. What's going on?
Oh,
Are we not in support of paying our
He
obligations?
voted aye.
yeah, these are, we went through, these are all reducing over time.
Right.
There's no controversy in my mind around these.
Okay, good.
Listen, we got them voting, let's go.
Make the motion and I'll second it.
I'll motion for the .019 mils Parks and 2019C Parks and Recreation and Natural Resources Bond.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.0107 mils for the 2019D Libraries Bond?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.0526 mils for the 2020A Fire Rescue Bond?
Move.
Move.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.0098 mils for the 2021A Libraries Bond?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'll say aye. Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.1228 mils for the 2021B Jail Bond?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
I'll now provide a summary of the remainder
I
of
got
the.
one more.
There's one more.
Sorry.
Yep, sorry. Is there a motion? Are you in a rush? Your last one, enjoy this.
He's trying to retire.
And this is my favorite one.
Is there a motion to adopt a millage rate of 0.0122 mils for the 2022A Parks, Recreation, and Natural Resources
So
Bond?
moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right. I will now provide a summary of the remainder of the budget. The budget totals $2,109,694,012.
Can you restate that, please?
Does the board have any recommendation on the spreading of the reduction in the general fund? Is
Can you
that
show
a
us that number one more time? I just want to write
haircut?
it down.
I'm sorry, $2,109,694,012. So is there direction from the board for the reduction in the general fund? Would that be across all constitutionals and the board, or just the board?
Yes.
Across the board.
Equal
Across.
cut.
Equal across the board.
The one caveat to that is there are some of the constitutionals which have their budgets approved by other entities, and you wouldn't be able to.
Exactly.
That is correct.
Okay,
And if that happens, then we have to absorb that in our
yes, sir.
budget.
Absolutely.
Let the administrator work it out. Continue on.
I would like to ask the board to accept public comment, then vote on the budget. There's no vote requirement for the budget, so a simple majority or 3 votes is all that's needed.
Okay. We'll now receive public comment on the budget. Is there any from the public who would like to speak to the budget? In the audience? No one signed up?
No one is signed up,
And anyone online?
and there is no one online.
Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. I will entertain a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2024 budget as outlined by staff, including those adjustments made since the tentative public hearing presented to the county and commission at its regular meeting earlier today.
And just now.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Ms. Gerd?
Thank you. The actions you have taken here today has set the tentative aggregate millage at 9.6214 mils, which reflects an increase of 10.75% above the rollback rate. I will now read the resolution adopting the millage rates by title only. A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, adopting the final levying of ad valorem taxes for Pasco County and fiscal year 2024, providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion for approval of the resolution adopting the final levying of ad valorem taxes for Pasco County fiscal year 2024?
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I will now read the resolution adopting the budget by title only. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, adopting the final budget for fiscal year '24, providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion for approval of the resolution adopting the final budget for Pasco County for fiscal year 2024?
I move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And I'll say aye. Any opposed? This concludes the final public hearing to adopt the final millage rates in the final budget for fiscal year 2024. I just want to say, Bob, I wish you a great retirement.
Thanks, sir.
You've done a great job for us every step of the way. Made tonight real easy. But I want to thank my board members. I don't think, and the citizens are coming out to talking to us and working with us as we did this final budget, all our first responders and everybody in the budget team to go through all the great work you've done to help us go through this process. And again, to my Board of County Commissioners, I appreciate every one of you. Your dedication, your passion was shown clearly tonight as far as how important everything is and how we listen to the people. So I thank you all for your support and all the hard work that you do.
It's not a job for the faint of heart.
No, it's not. So, and we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Pinellas?